What is going on, everybody? Hope that we got our technical difficulties sorted out. It looks like it's on the chatter's end this time. Hopefully I don't have any smoothie on my face giving me a chocolate mustache. It's actually, it would be a coffee mustache, but is there really any difference as far as visual appearance? Probably not. What is going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, the 3rd of August, 2026. This is NCCTV coming at you live from the streets of Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Sorry about the wait. Sorry about the wait, but the best of things can't be rushed. What is that phrase? What is that phrase? Too good to be rushed? I can't even think of it, chat. I can't even think of it. The best things come to those who wait. There's some kind of a, what time of day? What time of day is it where I am? It's early in the morning. That's why I'm late. That's why it's hard. That's why it's hard. That's why I'm making it on time. In other words, the time that you are awake, right, is a very difficult time for me to be awake. The time that I'm awake is a very difficult time for you to be awake. So we have to meet somehow in the middle of everything. Yeah, there is some weird stuff going on. Some op type stuff going on the what is it, like the Spanish islands near Morocco? I've heard so much different stuff, so many different explanations of this, including that this is like some kind of Israel thing. I don't know, chat. I don't know. But we got Hutch today, okay? We got a discourse going on, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean when I say discourse? I mean, it's a weird thing because it's like if you're not on Twitter, it's kind of like it's like people are talking about, well, there's this big thing going on, and you're like, I haven't seen it. I don't know what you're talking about, right? It's the Spanish territory, yeah, on the Moroccan side of the Strait of Gibraltar. We talk about music of Persona on, oh, nice, yeah. God, there's so much to talk about too, and I would love, I might have to watch that VOD, Lucy. I might have to take a look at that. I might have to take a look at that VOD, because like, right, there's a whole history to the music of Persona, and there's a lot of figures. There's a lot of like mythical figures that have like, you know, come through. But yeah, we're going to be kind of focusing in today on the discourse of Blue No Matter Who. Now, you might remember the name Blue No Matter Who as a discourse related to the Kamala 2024 run, the presidential run in 2024, where, you know, people who the Harris campaign refused to acknowledge were being vote scolded, right? Not for voting for Trump, not for failing to vote for Kamala, but for having like an issue, for bringing up, hey, this is not great, right? And I'm not the only one out here seeing this, right? The campaign might work better if you did something to distance yourself from the, you know, the generational run of permissiveness towards Netanyahu and Israel, the bear hug strategy, as it was called, of Joe Biden, from like, you know, somebody that, you know, somebody that had like pledged his life and his political career to Israel a long time ago. He dedicated his heart. And now that it's coming back, Yeah, liberals are hypocrites, but in a weird way. In a weird way, right? Here's how they do it. People bring back blue no matter who, because that's what they said, right? And then what they do is like, oh yeah, and remember what you said when I said blue no matter who? We're not a cult. The candidate has to do something for the voters, right? You know, like, you know, Abdul El Sayed cannot expect Haley Stevens to, voters to vote for him unless he says Israel comes to me in my dreams, right? Is that how it works? Or maybe you the one that's the hypocrite. This is the final move of the gaslighting shitlib hypocrite in its final death throes, chat, because this ideology is dying and it's about time. It's about time, right? The United States has been afflicted by the hangover from the Cold War for way too fucking long. Like the fact that a country that prides itself as being the shining city on the hill and then goes through and does, you know, Red Scare after Red Scare, House Un-American Activities Committee after Un-American Activities Committee, right? Blacklist professors, blacklist, Hollywood figures from being able to work again. And even in 2026, we can't quite shake this brain rot. And that's what it is, chat. The United States fought a war against the goddamn Nazis, with the commies, with Stalin, okay? Yeah, talk about blue no matter who, right? Stalin, okay? Stalin. But yeah, if you compare it to Hitler, it's there's not much even like liberals can say in that. But I mean, they made sure to, as soon as the World War II was over, to agitate for a Cold War against the Soviet Union. And one wonders, had the Allies actually made an attempt, to have peace amongst each other, right? What kind of world we would have been living in. And the biggest thing, Chad, the biggest ramification in terms of American democracy is that you had a truncated Overton window, right? Now, the Overton window is not a real thing. There's no window. There's no guy named Overton. There probably is a guy named Overton, but he doesn't matter. He's dead. The Overton window is a way to conceptualize the structure of permission. God damn it. I hate that. I hate this. Permission structure. It just creeps into everything. But what is permissible within the American political, discourse, landscape, whatever you want to call it, right? And because of this, this fear-mongering about the Soviet Union, right? And you can say what you want about Stalin, you can say what you want about different Soviet leaders and their policies for the USSR, but creating this, creating the Soviet Union as they're coming to get us, right? As they're gonna nuke us out of existence when we're the only country that dropped nukes on anyone, right? It's kind of crazy. And it's unnecessary, and it impoverished our democracy to the extent that it even is a democracy, right? And in the wake of some decisions by the Supreme Court allowing money into politics in the early 80s, shit got even more twisted, where you had the supposedly liberal Democratic Party, the party of Roosevelt, which had already indulged greatly in anti-communism. You had it become Republican light, not just Republican light, Reagan light. Chat. Reagan was considered an extremist. Reagan was considered a very far right figure at the time. But hey, you put a little money to grease the wheels, and all of a sudden this seems normal. This seems rational. This seems good. And and you have the Democratic Party buy into the primary tenets of not just conservatism, right, but Reaganism, right? It's a disgusting thing that happened, and it has fucked up our politics for so long. And you do have these dead enders now. With their attempt to, I don't know, like, I'm not the one that's hypocritical. You're the one that's hypocritical. Like, I don't know, this Captain Ginyu technique. But yeah, we got to get into this. Hutch and the rest of Live and Learn had a conversation about this tonight. They brought on Whick, which I've always wondered, like, do they do that much? Any live and learn? I thought I saw Hutch chatter earlier. Are you still here? Patriotic Scroat? Is Patriotic Scroat still in the house? Maybe Patriotic Scroat can explain us to us, or maybe not. Do they have Whick on very often? Is, I guess, my question. We do need to turn on the timer. That's a good idea. That's a chatter that cares about my well-being. Yeah, thank you, Direful. Thank you, Direful, for caring about my well-being. Yeah. Gotta do what we do every day, chat. You know the drill, right? That's the timer. We reset it, and it sets to 4 hours. Then we hit start, and the time goes down. The timer goes down, 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 down in one direction, letting me know when to end if I want to do a 4-hour stream. Now, there is a countervailing force involved, okay, in the timer, right? And that is, oh my god, I need to set it up. I need to set a bunch of stuff up here. That is this right here, the goal, okay? As doomer, as doom-pilled as the counter might make you feel, as I slowly react to the content, as I take, you know, I don't know, 2 hours to get through 1 hour of React content, the only countervailing force, the only hope that we have is to make number go up, right? Number go down, what is the solution? You know it, it's capitalism, chat. We're all inculcated, whether we like it or not, with capitalist realism, right? And so number go up is the magic cancer logic of capitalism, up and up and up and up and up, just like the prices of houses, and they got to go up, right? Or else the boomers will be unhappy. We can't have the price go down. It's got to go up and up and up. All right, sorry, this goes down and down and down. This goes up and up and up. When does it go up and up and up? How do you make it go up? How do you make number go up? Simple, right? There's actually several ways. There's several ways that you can make a number go up, right? Those ways are super chatting, doing it using a super sticker, which you'll have to get my attention for that, because for some reason it's silent. It's almost like the stealth way of supporting the stream, right? I don't hear anything. There's no noise. I don't know why. I don't know why they decided that they implement the super stickers. They don't make them make noise. Anyway, chat, I think it's a Stream Elements problem, and I just found out today in a very nasty way that Stream Elements has been bought by a company called Razer. Now, this doesn't surprise me because Stream Elements is, you know, monetization strategy. Oh my god, I'm doing the weave here, chat. The way that they were gonna make money was off of sponsorships, and it didn't go well. It didn't work, right? They put a lot of money into development. They didn't get it back, right? They're not, Stream Elements is not making much money. I'm not giving them any money. I'm not doing sponsorships with them because I know who, you know, where the ownership is in Tel Aviv, and I've got, I do not want to be supporting that, right? So please, if you support me, anything but the Stream Elements link would be preferable, right? Yeah, we'll find out what I had to sign. I had to like hit a thing of like, you know, it was like, do you want to delete your account right now, or do you want to accept Razer owning all of your information? Which I think is what I think that's the monetary strategy going forward, is just to sell my data to evil companies. So, but like, it's literally, oh, do you want to keep using the software that you need to stream with, that you or do you want to like delete your account? And I was like, I guess. God, I mean, talking about putting a gun to your head. Anyway, so chat, yeah, the monetary strategy for this stream, and the way that you make the number go up, is through super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, and I was just getting into that and saying, I don't think they're going to fix the super chat thing, right? I don't think they're going to fix anything. I don't think there's going to be a lot put into Stream Elements going forward. And I will be looking for new software, because honestly, it's bad and it's just going to get worse. But yeah, Stream Elements BDS. Well, we're not giving, yeah, as long as we don't give them money. I think we're just costing them money at the moment, but it's not even about Stream Elements anymore. Now it's Razers. R-A-Z-E-R, chat. Is that the same name of the, anybody have a Razer phone? Wait, is it R-A-Z-E-R? Yeah, I think so. Is that the phone company? Is that the company that used to make flip phones? I don't know if it's the same company. I'm getting in the way of myself, chat. I'm trying to tell you how to make this number go up to make this number go up, right? Because only by this number going up does this number ever go up. Otherwise, it just continues to go down, 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 and we run out of time, and the stream dies a slow death. It's the mouse company. Thank you. Phone was R-A-Z-R, no E. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe does this get stream elements out of Tel Aviv at least? I mean, not like I'm gonna do sponsorships with them. I do not trust this company. It's got like 3 snakes. Like the logo is like 3 snakes, like in a triangle or something. I don't even know. Yeah, I think it's a different Razr than the mouse company. Different than Motorola Razr. It's Singapore. Don't trust it because it's Singapore. I mean, there's another. What do you mean? The nation state of Singapore, gnarled by nature, you don't trust? But look, what you can trust is that you'll get 1 extra hour if we make this number to go to 100. You'll get 2 extra hours if we make this number go to 200, right? And what else do you get? You get bonus content. Some of you, yeah, 3 snakes. That's pretty sinister. Some of you are voting for the bonus content right now over on YouTube. If you're not, if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over youtube.com/nocommentchick. That's where the voting takes place, right? You got to click on the live stream, you got to click on the chat, and then you got to click on the poll, which should be in the bottom, and then you too can vote, make your voice heard. More on that a little bit later. But yeah, we love the great nation state of Singapore, right? The Strait of Malacca. We'd like to do importing, and we'd like to do exporting. And what we don't like is guys named More Pegasus yapping defamation, right? That's not something that we like. Razr product service. I don't know if it's the same company now. People in chat are saying it's not the phone company, so not the cell phone company from way back in the day. But yeah, the things that make it go up, again, super chat, super stickers, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which, look, I mean, it's a great way to support me. More of your donation actually gets to me if you do it on Throne. But hey, right now, don't support me on Throne unless you want my hair to look better, right? Unless you've been looking at old video and saying, God, I miss Irene's hair actually having some volume to it. Be nice if that happened again. Yeah, if you're that person, then yeah, absolutely support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, because I am trying to crowdfund a little bit of volume to this hair, a little bit of defrizzer, and yeah, cutting off these split ends, etc., etc., etc. And I think I know a better Thai hairdressing place to go, and I know a little bit more Thai. I know that this is Palm. When you wash your hair, you wait, what is it? Sack palm? Anyway, I might be able to communicate and actually get a decent hairstyle, cut, and maybe even a little bit of color. Maybe even a little bit of color. But yeah, you can support me there on throne.com/nocommentchick. It's like actually right down there. I don't know if you can click on this or if you have to copy it or what the deal is. I think maybe you can click on it. I'm not sure. But either way, it's throne.com/nocommentchick if you want to help my hair be a little bit bouncier, be a little bit bettier, be a little bit shinier, and maybe a little bit more blonde to boot. You can do that on throne.com/nocommentchick. You can also support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick. And you can even support me on, yes, twitch.com/nocommentchick. And if you do that, I just want to make sure you understand something. Like, do not buy a membership if you have Prime, all right? If you have Amazon Prime, you already have a free membership waiting for you. All you got to do is integrate your Amazon account with your Twitch account, and you'll get a, you've basically already paid for a sub via your Amazon Prime membership. So don't pay for a sub twice, all right? You've already got one if you have Prime, and yeah, you can just hook that baby up. You'll get what's called a Twitch Prime sub, and you'll be able to use it on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, chat, then you will get all of the benefits. You'll be able to rewind the stream. You'll be able to turn back time, even though you can also turn back time this way. You will actually secretly turn back time in this way as well, because like there's a little hack involved with supporting me on Twitch that some people seem to have figured out. I'm not going to be I better shut up about it, or else everybody will figure it out, and I'll be here all day if that's the case, chat. But anyway, yeah, you can support me on Twitch with a Twitch Prime sub. A little bit of that money non-money, because it costs you nothing. It comes to me, it helps me out, I appreciate it, and it also makes, importantly, the number go up, and then this number going up makes that number go up, right? You can also buy yourself a sub. It's $6. It's twice as much as a YouTube membership, right? But people do enjoy a premium viewing experience that is Twitch, and you will never get any ads if you have a sub to me. What is the other thing that you get? Oh yeah, emotes. You get emotes, and you get little Persona 2 badges by your face, which upgrade. Yes, they upgrade with how long you've been a sub, right? And if you can't afford that, never worry, all right? Because if you're on Twitch, or actually, well, if you're on Twitch, sometimes people come by and they gift subs. That can happen. That does happen. It's more likely to happen to you that you would benefit from somebody else's generosity that way if you are active in chat. So yeah, that's your best bet, because I know not everybody can afford to support me monetarily. If you can't support me monetarily, right, you can still do your part. You can still support the stream just by liking the stream on youtube.com. That actually helps me out a lot. The other thing that helps me out a lot is clicking on the blast off tweet and going over to Twitch to like that. So, I mean, should we take a look at that right now? And it'll kind of get us started, get us into what we're going to be doing today. I want to sort of hurry, because like on the off chance that we don't get to 100, I want to make sure that we have plenty of time to cover all of this, because we're doing, I guess, basically Hutch slash Live and Learn today, possibly Destiny tomorrow. Destiny's involved in this shit too, and Destiny's sounding like I mean, like, usually blue MAGA is a figure of speech. You know what I'm saying? Usually blue MAGA is not a real thing. You're not literally talking about somebody that is like a Democrat or a liberal voting for MAGA. But in the case of Destiny, it very well may be. Right? What was this thing I'm trying to remember. He got asked AOC or JD Vance. AOC or JD Vance, and he could not give a straight answer. He could not give a straight answer. You know, his answer was something to the effect of, well, you know, maybe JD Vance is secretly kind of centrist. I don't know, AOC, you know, because maybe she's endorsing, maybe she's going to do an executive order abolishing capitalism all in one fell swoop. Who knew that it was that easy, chat? But hey, the Supreme Court made it that easy, right? AOC could just snap her fingers, abolish capitalism, and Destiny would be really, really unhappy with that. So he's not sure. A lot of these fuckers are talking about like endorsing MAGA candidates, I don't know, as a clapback for losing the for their liberal candidates losing elections to DSA candidates. And as more and more energy accumulates on the DSA, on the left flank of the party, and more DSA candidates are successful in knocking off long-term incumbents, and especially, chat, if that success translates into general election victory, as it very likely will, yeah, you're gonna see more and more coping and seething and just like powerlessness. This is what this is, chat. It's a powerlessness. All right, let's get over to, I said I was gonna take you to Twitter, show you a few things on there. Oh my God, already, chat, already. We got like 11, we got 11 likes on, I can't talk. 11 likes on the blast off tweet. So let me bring that up for you. And ooh, it is right here. No, it is not right there. God damn it. You would think I know how to do this. All right, there. Oh, okay, fix something. Sorry, it's not as easy as I thought it would be. Let's just... God, we really do have to find something better than stream elements. Okay, I don't know. I think it's gonna get worse from here. Yo, Dr. Hubs with the 40 stream streak. Congratulations on that. Dr. Hubs is streaking over here on Twitch. I hope that's okay with the TOS. I know Twitch TOS is famously and ridiculously stringent in the worst way. So yeah, this is the thumbnail for today. This is the go live notice. This is the blast off tweet. If you want to come over here and help me out with this thing, I mean, don't forget to like the stream you know, where you're at if you're watching on YouTube, or even come over and maybe when you're voting, you can like the stream on Twitch if you want to. But I'm going to put the go live tweet. I'm going to put the blast off tweet in chat just for anybody who can't find. It's also pinned, but if you can't find it pinned, find it here. I just put it in chat. You can go over here. 13 likes so far. Awesome. And give me some support on twitter.com. Because again, Elon does not like people seeing tweets that have links. And this is a link. He votes blue for the most amazing reasons. What is that meme from? Zara with the meme today. I don't know if Zara's in chat. But yeah, I thought I saw Tyler's, Westside Tyler's Twitter like name was like red for the most amazing reasons. Anybody want to explain the meme to me? There's a meme. There's definitely a meme. I'm missing a meme, chat. I'm usually the one explaining the memes and being embarrassed that I know so much about the memes, feeling like I am terminally online for knowing memes. But this time it's other people that know the memes, and I am not the meme knower. But anyway, that is the blast off tweet. If you want to help us on that, you can click on the liked, or you can click on the link that I just put in chat. All right, so what else do we have going on? We've got Omega Star picking Master Shake. Let me get this going for us. Oh yeah, and then there's one more thing I gotta put on here. I want to be able to bring up member chats, which is what Omega Star just did. Member chat. Boom. I pick Master Shake. So that's another thing that you can do too. When you support the stream through any of those ways that I was talking about, right? Super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me even on twitch.tv/nocommentchick it can make the number go up, just like Omega did by weaseling up, which is kind of like phasing up. No, it's not like phasing up. I don't know anything about FaZe Clan, chat. Talk about memes that I should not be talking about. I've heard FaZe members say it's time to phase the fuck up. I don't know what that means. It's like face up to the vax, something like that. Wait, did I get demonetized for the meme the other day? Wait, which meme? Do you mean like something that had it had music behind it? But yeah, Omega Star also showing something else really cool that you can do, right? When you do support the stream in any of those ways that I mentioned, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, or you can even let me know if it's like a super chat, or if you support me on Throne, you can let me know in the message itself, like which of these topics up here, right, that you want to see. Because I am... Oh my god, I still need to... Talking with chat, and then, yeah, let's update this. Blue no matter who. Okay, it's talking with chat, and then blue no matter who. That's what we got on the agenda for today. Phasing up means exiting out of a game when you have fucked up. Really? Wait, do you mean like stopping playing the game, or do you like quitting the game, or like is like the Dr. Disrespect when he like deletes the game? No, I think that's because he hates the game, right? No, he deletes it. He deletes it because he's too busy with the, like underage people in his whispers. I don't know. We're talking about Dr. Disrespect. Never felt more excited to vote in a primary before. One for El Sayed, but two and bigger for my sister who got involved. Seeing how scared anti-trans politics was making me nice, Meowning Star. Yeah, long fair, it is kind of long. But anyway, Omega Star just let me know where I could where to put the donation. Did you say Master Shake? You did say that's what phasing up is. Alt F4, literally. That's all it is. Master Shake. Okay, so yeah. There we go. Master Shake has got 3%. Okay, so let me show you how this works. All right. So if we go back to this screen right here, you will be able to see all of the lovely items that I got for you to vote on today. And this is a reward, chat, for hitting 100 on the ticker, right? If we can hit 100 on the ticker, we add an extra hour. What am I going to use that extra hour for? What am I going to use that extra hour for? I'm going to actually use it to do bonus content, right? And what bonus content will I be doing? Well, you have a say in that, right? That's what the poll is all about. The poll that's going over right now on youtube.com/nocommentchick is to decide which of the bonus items, should we hit 100, are going to be, the first. What will I jump into first? We got Paige Christie on the Ethan David situation. This is Ethan and Girl with a Microphone talking about a child who was allegedly unalived by this singer, right? And they're making weird jokes, like after the stream, like, yeah, that's a nice tight little package of a stream. They're making some really off jokes considering the subject matter that they're talking about. Paige Christie, amazing editor, amazing YouTuber, and I guess maybe also streams these days, has got a video explaining exactly what happened and how it happened and giving her commentary. We can watch that. We always love to watch a Paige Christie video. We got Master Shake. If you know who that is, I'm gonna have to get out my Master Shake the image, right? The ping. Because whenever we watch Mark Levine, chat, he sounds like Master Shake from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, if you remember that show. He's got he's the same voice actor doing Mark Levine on Fox News as did Master Shake. I actually think I think Mark Shake was the Mark Shake. Whoa, I just completely confused them there. I think Master Shake was actually voice acted by Mark Levine, because it's a dead ringer. So yeah, we'll have to put the Master Shake ping over his face, because that's what we always do. And he's got some more stuff to say about Hasan Piker and what a lowlife he is, right? Mark Levine, just uber omega Zionist, right? He's Zionism's harder than most he Zionism's more before 9 o'clock in the morning than most Zionists Zionize all day. There's a lot of Israel comes to Haley Stevens in her dreams. Israel comes to Mark Levine in waking life as a hallucination, right? He just all of a sudden sees Israel and hears the shofar and hears the trumpets blowing, and he gets all inspired, and he has to take down Hasan Piker. So yeah, we're gonna be going over some. Now this is gonna be Live and Learn that we're watching today. This is it's a panel show with Hutch, yes, our favorite guy, our favorite blue, no matter who streamer, but also with Pisco, Josiah. Sorry, let me just say the actual names of the people that are. What is it? Pisco, I'm Really Important, Soy Pill, and Hutch. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? That's all of them right now. They used to have a guy named Josiah who you might recognize from Live and Learn. Sorry, you might recognize Josiah from Pondering Politics is his channel. It's a fairly large channel, fairly fast-growing channel. It's similar to other anti-MAGA, pro-Democrat channels. Similar kind of vibe to Midas Touch and or even somebody like Keith Edwards, right? But it's what's noticeably absent is any sort of infighting, right? So on one hand, on these channels, you're not going to hear a lot about, a candidate that sucks on Israel-Palestine. You're not going to hear a lot of shit talked about, like an AIPAC candidate that's, gotten sick. I'm sorry, Haley Stevens got, 30 million from AIPAC. I believe the other 30 million were from, DTE Energy Company and Blue Cross Blue Shield. So it's not just AIPAC, it's also big insurance and big power that is in Haley Stevens' pocket. Wait, am I pronouncing his name wrong? It's Mark Lavin. Wait, it's not Mark Levine? Like, what did I say? Mark Levin. I'm sorry, you're telling me I gotta hit a hard N on his name? Is that what's going on? I'm trying to understand here. I'm trying to understand. If you say ultra Zionist, you ain't getting, you ain't gotta get ultra Zionist. Oh, if you stay ultra Zionist, yeah, he stays ultra Zionist. He doesn't have to get more ultra Zionist. But now I know what phasing up means. And knowing is 3/4 of the battle, or so I've been told. Actually, breakfast is half the battle. You know that, chat? I didn't eat breakfast yet. I'm still trying to. I'm still trying to charge my batteries up here. Did not get a chance to eat yet. Wait, let me get the pronunciation on Mark Levin right. So that's the second topic. The third topic, we got James Carville leaving the Democratic Party. Is he really gonna leave, or is he just bitching? Is he just complaining? Like, I don't know. I don't think, chat, here's the deal. Like, by the time James Carville leaves the Democratic Party, or somehow, like, reorients his politics, or starts some kind of, like, I don't know, like a bulwark for liberals? Like, you know how, like, the bulwark for, you know how the bulwark is, like, conservatives that don't like Trump? It'd be like the bulwark for liberals. Liberal for those who don't like the... What is becoming quickly the mainstream of the Democratic Party? That's the question. Now, I don't think he can do. I don't think he's got that much life left in him, Chad. I mean, I feel like by the time he crawls out of the Democratic Party, there's gonna be nothing left of him. He's gonna wither away into a husk. Wait, are you confusing me here? It's Lanvin? Wait, no, there's no way. It's Levin. Mark Levin? Lavin. Mark Levin. Wait, is it the accent? Am I putting the accent on the wrong syllable? Levin, like Levin, but Levin. So I'm doing Levin, and it should be Levin. He's like Levin. Wait, isn't Levin a thing from the 60s? Isn't that what happened when John Lennon and Yoko Ono went into a bed store and had sex on the bed in the store? Is that not what a love-in is? La plus vin. So it's lavin. I had it right before. Oh my god, I'm so confused. Yeah, he's the McLovin of the of the Fox News world. But anyway, that's the second option. Then we got James Carville finally leaving. He's like, no, for real this time, I'm going to leave the Democratic Party. We're going to do a dirty split. What's funny about this is, like, the dirty split is like a theory that, like, I don't know, the DSA is running candidates in the Democratic Party with ill intentions, that they want to, like, wreck the Democratic Party or something like that. This is often what's used as, as a justification not to support a DSA candidate, which is a little bit, what we're talking about today, right? What they finally came to is that they were, vote scolding anybody, even if you were not anti Kamala Harris. Like Hasan Piker clearly wanted her, preferred her over Trump, was not suggesting third parties or anything like that clearly voted for her, but what he didn't do was endorse her. And what he did do was question her, her platform and ask if there was not anything that she could do to just give people a sign, right? Just performative, right? Because yeah, you're vice president. You can't really do much in the White House, but you could say something. You could say, hey, listen, some of these policies that we did under Biden didn't work out too well. All right, bear hug strategy, that's going by the wayside. Kamala Harris didn't have the guts to do that, right? Even having a speaker that is pro-Palestinian and in support of Kamala Harris was too much for her. Just the basic things that the uncommitted movement, which wasn't about voting for a Republican or not voting for a Democratic candidate, it was about trying to use the primary as a time to signal, as a time to, if people vote uncommitted to show how much energy there is in pushing the Democratic Party out of its bear hug with Israel. And anything like that prompted vote scolds, prompted, blue no matter who, prompted, them to just yell. And now that, the shoe's on the other foot, they are the ones doing the dirty split. And this is the thing, is they think that this is some big own, okay, well, if you're going to run your candidates and they're going to win, guess what? We're not going to vote for them. Or maybe we'll even vote MAGA, right? That's not, you're doing the dirty split, right? And the thing about the dirty split is it looks bad, right? It looks, there's a competition, chat, when you've got allied forces that are allied in their opposition to MAGA, but have some different, very different ideas on, actual policy, right? You're sort of in this beauty contest, right? Like how beauty contests, you go up and you speak and you're like, the Iraq and the like, I'm sorry, that's a old reference to the around the Gulf War time. But essentially, the bad look is when you go up and say, if I don't win, if I don't get what I want, I'm taking my toys and go home, right? That's a bad look. And you don't have that from any prominent, you don't really have that from prominent figures. What you do have is voters who are saying, God damn, if Kamala Harris can't do any better for us, why am I fucking voting for her? Or like, I lost family in Gaza. Why she can't say anything? Like I'm supposed to vote for this, I'm supposed to vote for this candidacy that that doesn't give a fuck, if my family members live or die. You had people that couldn't stomach voting for Kamala Harris, right? It's a little different than people advocating against it or whatever they want to say. But yeah, they're doing the same thing now. Omega Star with the 6 community subs getting us started over on Twitch, which brings us up to 33. I think we're at 33 right now. I have got to get going pretty quickly with this chat because I'm starting to... I really should have eaten. That's what I should do. I should wake up and I should eat instead of... Okay, Fat American TV says, I would have voted for Biden again, but not Kamala. Sorry. Wait, am I missing something? Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It's 36. 39. I would love to... This might be bait, but I'm biting. Why? I haven't heard this one before. Wait. So wait, I'm trying to understand. Okay, Hype Train has just started. You got a limited time. You can support me on Twitch anytime you want to, but if you do it in the next, I think 5 minutes or so, if you support me on Twitch in the next 4 minutes and 40 seconds, you're gonna get a little something extra for your trouble, and that will come in the form of an exclusive emote. Yeah, if you've got a Twitch Prime kicking around, or it's about time to resub, it's a good time to do it now. You'll get a little something extra for your trouble. No, I just want to hear this. I haven't heard this before. The Biden good, but not Kamala. And I'm sorry. Please don't be intimidated. I'm literally just curious. I just have not heard this before. Yo, Blitz 9K, thank you for the support there. And Darful, thank you for the bits. That gets us up to 43 out of 100. But again, chat, yeah, this is the way that you make the stream last longer. If this number goes up, then that number goes up. If it gets to 100, I add an hour. If it gets to 200, I add 2 hours. And if it gets to even 100, I'll do some bonus content. If it gets to 200, I'm gonna do even more bonus content. So you're extending the stream, you're unlocking more bonus items, and you're also able to do what Omega Star did earlier. Yeah, which was you can add your dono if you want to. You can put your money where your mouth is just by letting me know in the chat which of these topics appeals to you. You can add to the end total, right? So we're doing a poll over on YouTube, right? I'll add the poll number along with whatever bonuses people add when they donate. And at the end, we'll decide if we get to over an hour, then I'll use that to decide what is first, what is second, what is third. If we did do 3 bonus contents on Friday this week, so yeah, it is possible to do more than one of these. So that's why it's so important that you vote. Then the last option for you is Bill Maher going after Hasan and the DSA. I haven't seen this one yet, but I think if we watch it through Hasan's channel, we'll be okay as far as look at that, level 3 now. It's up to level 3. The hype train is up to level 3. Yeah, like, because sometimes Bill Maher shit, if it's not what do you call it, club random, if it's not club random, it gets copyright claimed. Bits didn't go through for some reason. Wait, yours did? Unless, yeah. There you go. Let's see, 9K with the 400 bits. I guess those are like weirdly. So it cares how you type it, apparently. It cares how you type it. Yeah. We're almost halfway there, chat. We're up to 47 so far, so we're getting close to being able to secure that bonus content and secure that extra hour. Okay, hopefully the Democrats sweep the fat American. I'm so curious. All right, please don't be intimidated or think that I'm trying to call you on the carpet or make fun of you or anything like that. I just want to know the like Biden yes, Kamala no. I need to know this rationale. If it wasn't bait, if it was real, I just haven't heard this before. Well, if you want to give your rationale, I'm curious. But if not, you keep your secrets, chatter, if you want to, because we got to get moving on. We got 3 hours and 35 minutes left here. More if we get to 100, and I gotta get us started on well, first I gotta shout out my Patreons. That's an important thing to do. So yeah, if you are a Patreon of mine at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. If I can make it actually open, which is not wanting to do right now. Patreon not playing ball right now. Patreon, I'm trying to shout out my members. What is your problem? It's just slow, chat. The site is slow, I guess. I don't know. We're not going to get too worried about it. Again, chatter, sorry if I'm missing some of the chats. I usually read more chat than this. I just am like literally, come on, struggling here to put enough calories in my body to where my brain works. Let's try that again. Yeah, Patreon is being really, really slow today. I love the little weasel, the little wiggle weasel on Twitch. Yeah, that's the advantage. I think that's why people look. I mean, look, if you look at it, the YouTube membership has really climbed. It's almost to where the Twitch subscribers are, but those are still a little higher. I always wonder why, since considering the YouTube membership is half the price. You know, why are there more Twitch subs than YouTube members? And I think part of the reason is that we've got the weasel on YouTube too, but the weasel doesn't move. The weasel just stands there. YouTube has not been able to get moving emojis implemented quite yet. 8 seconds left in that hype train. If you want to get on board, it's your last chance. Hype train coming into the station. Coming in hard. Why does that sound weirdly sexual? Coming in hard. Okay, I get why that sounds weirdly sexual now. Okay, I still haven't heard the logic of the... Yeah, choo-choo indeed. So can you show me the... No, what it just happened? Hype chest on the way? Yeah, let's get the hype chest. Come on. What is going on? Oh my god, I'm just breaking everything. Hype chest is on the way. Come on, hype chest. Come on, hype chest. Wait, I don't see it. Okay, anyway, it's not working for me. If you got a special emoji in your hype chest, let me see it in chat. Anyway, chat, we're at 47 out of 100. If we get to 100, we'll add an hour. Let's see now if maybe if Patreon is gonna play ball with me today. Patreon, why do you suck? I was just bitching about stream elements, right? And now I'm gonna bitch about there we go. Okay, so here we go. So yeah, like I said, if you support me at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. Let's do that now. Shouts out to my fancy weasels. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. And shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerex. So, this is where we're at right now. Let me get us started here. Whoa, that's not the right button. That's the right button. There we go. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a rehash for those of you who have not been following along on this current discourse, this blue no matter who thing, coming back to bite the asses of all the shit libs that vote scolded, right? We had a lot of vote scolding in the 2024 election. Even somebody like Hasan Piker, who supported and voted for Kamala Harris because he did not endorse a candidate that was part of the fucking administration that sat there and enabled Israel doing a genocide, right? He still got shit. He still got shit on. He still got lied about. They still, this effort to kind of bully people into voting for a candidate that should earn the votes of their voters. If you're, if your voters, if the people on your side are not voting for you, there's probably a reason. Carvel just does not know how irrelevant he is. Simon Pierre Dubé, thank you for the membership. Thank you for weaseling up. Thank you for phasing the fuck up. But yeah, chat, I'm usually more interactive at the beginning of stream. I'm just trying to stay focused now so that the stream does not run off the tracks. And I'll try to get to responding to more of chat later. All right, 50 out of 100. Okay, so here, I don't know, maybe you should go in like reverse order here. What is this Dark Woke Flanders? I don't even know what this is. Like evil Flanders? Like what is Flanders with a lazy eye code for, chat? Like he's like Christian nationalist Flanders? I don't know. But it scares me, and it should scare you too. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, this is a good place to start. Yeah, this is a good place to start. This is a Destiny tweet, and again, I'm blocked by Destiny. I don't know why, Chad. I think I made a post about Hutch. That's when I noticed that Destiny had me blocked. I'm not sure. I mean, I've definitely commented. I've criticized Destiny, so it could be any number of them. Maybe he blocked me a long time ago and I just didn't notice. I don't know, chat. But regardless, this is how I have to interact with him. I have to, you know, I can't quote retweet him. I can't respond to. I can't even bookmark the dude. So you know, I'm bookmarking my own tweet here. Rules for thee, not for Tiny D. Watch how streamer Destiny brushes aside his talking point now that the DSA candidates are winning. MAGA Steve are commencing. I mean, the way he's talking about it really does feel like he is going to do some kind of a conservative arc. He doesn't realize it, but he is more conservative than the mainstream of the Democratic Party at this point. So yeah, leaving the left arc when, Steven. Vote blue no matter who never meant vote for every single Democrat out there over every single Republican now until forever. Look, with certain thought experiment-esque exceptions, Epstein, Hitler, you know, like Ted Bundy, right? You know, then yeah, it kind of does. It kind of does. And look, what the left flank is saying right now is not vote blue no matter who, or not like, you know, you guys have to vote blue no matter who. It's that by your own fucking logic, look, if we got to accept, you know, just MAGA in a Democrat's cloak and vote for that, even when these, you know, revolving cast of villains are constantly getting in the way of any kind of progressive priorities, actually helping Trump, actually voting for Trump on his priorities, right? Then you got to live by the same code. You got to live by the sword. You got to die by the sword. And instead, Destiny's like, no, I'm taking my marbles and I'm going home. Never meant vote for every single Democrat over every single Republican from now until forever. It was in order to defeat MAGA. You guys decided you didn't want to participate, though, so we didn't defeat MAGA. We lost. They won. What he thinks he's at the end of history, I guess, right? And he may be. I mean, we may be at the end of history, but like this kind of fucking attitude, I don't know what the fuck this is other than a dodge and a, you know, I mean, you know, they're trying to flip the hypocrisy. This is always what they do. This is the way they love accusations of hypocrisy, because they can, you know, as soon as you turn it back on them, they'll be like, well, no, I'm just going to do what you guys are doing, right? You're the ones vote scolding, okay? You're the ones vote scolding. Nobody's really vote scolding you. They're just pointing out what a hypocrite you are. And if you want to leave the party, Steven, leave the party. It would be better off without you, honestly, right? You're a loser. Just like Maddie Iglesias, just like Whick, just like Hutch, you're all a bunch of losers. You're loser liberals. And, you know, you being considered in the left party in the United States is what has been a measurable gift, right? People like Destiny, neoliberals, conservatives, basically, who've planted their flag in the Democratic Party, what used to be somewhat, at least, the party of labor, you know, the party of civil rights. I mean, this is the guy that said, mow down BLM protesters if they're inconvenient to you, or he hoped that rednecks would mow down BLM protesters, right? Yeah, I mean, maybe you never belonged in a left party to begin with. And honestly, with losers like this, I do not mind MAGA taking them. All right? They've done nothing but lose and flounder and drive people away while they were in the Democratic coalition. I think them, you know, going over to MAGA is just fine. Yeah, so this is, if you can't beat them, if you can't beat them, join them, right? I mean, he doesn't say it in this one. There's another tweet where he's, or no, sorry, it's not a tweet. In fact, I think we watched this. It's a clip where Destiny basically says, yeah, like AOC versus JD Vance. Oh, I might vote for JD Vance. It would depend on what his positions were, what AOC's positions were, right? I mean, he's already setting the move for his leaving the left. So, and it's in response to Kyle calling out the hypocrisy. Blue no matter who, unless they're actually left-wing, then lol, get fucked, will smear you and support the Republicans. I mean, it's basically what Destiny has said at this point. So now we got Hasan finding out that Haley Stevens' internal pollster called her and told her that there is no pathway to victory against Abdul El-Sayed. It's been triple confirmed by staffers, right? So now look at this fucked up community note. Stevens pollster has confirmed that this is untrue. Too bad your staffers hate your guts, Haley Stevens. Too bad that the rats are leaving the boat right now that it's sinking. Right? That's not what this is. Oh my god. Okay, so how do we do this? Okay, so chat, I am not brigading this. You do whatever you want. I find this to be let's see. Okay, so it's not incorrect information. What it is yeah, missing the key point or relevant, right? That's not what's being asked. About what does Stevens pollster say? It doesn't fucking matter. Staffers, 3 different sources on Stevens' staff have said this is true. The fact that the pollster would fucking take one for the team and like lie for Stevens, not too surprising. All right, so it misses the key points and is irrelevant. I never know about this argumentative or biased language. That doesn't actually sound like a good reason to. I don't think this is it. Also not needed for the post. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm saying. If enough people say this, maybe it'll get overturned, but this shit has seemingly been botted lately, right? Especially when it comes to Hasan. Hasan's not talking about what the pollster says. Hasan is talking about 3 sources on the Haley Stevens staff. Okay, let's see what this is.
Allegedly, Haley Stevens pollsters called her up and told her there's no path to victory. There's obviously a mole in the campaign because I heard an hour ago that a pollster called her and she's down by 14 points. Is this wraps for the Haley Stevens campaign ahead of Tuesday? Update has now been.
It's just like a community note that you'd see from MAGA, where there's some inside source in the Trump administration, and the community note says Trump has denied this statement. No shit, a liar's gonna lie. Who fucking cares, right? But yeah, now the Blue No Matter Who crowd is doing the same thing.
Triple confirmed by staffers close to the campaign. I mean, that's not surprising. It's just, if an intern was showing 14, I might be right. Remember, I told you 2 things. I said 60 and I said plus 20. But the people that I've talked to, on the ground, like, you know, their estimates are far more conservative than mine. Oh my god, Haley internal leaked? Haley internal leaked?
What? Really?
Allegedly, Haley Stevens pollsters called her up and told her there's no path to victory. There's obviously a mole in the campaign because I heard an hour ago that a pollster called her and she's down by 14 points. Is this wraps for the Haley Stevens campaign ahead of Tuesday? Update has now been triple confirmed by staffers close to the campaign.
I feel like if you're gonna do a community note, you should have to be calling like what the person that you should have to be disputing it. This doesn't dispute that. This is a separate fucking matter. I'm sorry, I'm still mad about.
It's not surprising. It's just, if an intern was shown.
Because community notes low-key is a good idea, right? But the way it's being used on Twitter, it's kind of
14. I might be right. Remember, I told you 2 things. I said 60 and I said plus 20. But
wait, this already
that I've talked to.
Okay, anyway, so yeah, it's triple confirmed. I don't know what their problem is, right? Vote no Blue No Matter Who, except for progressives who criticize billionaires and Israel. Oh, so this is kind of new. Representative Hillary Scholten refused to back Abdul El-Sayed if he wins Dem U.S. Senate primary. Blames distinctly anti-American sentiment, right? Kind of crazy. They're doing the dirty split. They're doing the dirty split instead. And chat, what's going to happen with this is people are going to see this. Regular Democratic voters who don't get into, like, don't know that there's a civil war in the party, and they're going to pick sides, and they're going to pick against the person that's not supporting the takeover of the Senate. Do you understand? This is a Senate candidate. Even people like, I mean, there's a few people on like the Hutch side of things who, at least for the Senate, are willing to endorse Abdul because they know how important it is to block any Trump appointments, and B, you know, as a way of you know, doing investigations and into all the corruption that Trump has been about, right? The Senate is hugely important. Crazy that a representative, a Democratic representative, refuses to endorse. All right, so here we're starting on, this is basically the history, right? That Direful has dutifully annotated, right? The history of the Hutch, Blue No Matter Who, I don't know, story.
Who were like pro.
So does everybody remember this guy? This is Prime Kai. He was one of the big panel guys back in the day, a friend of mine too, until I heard what he was doing to an employee. That kind of changed things for the worse. But regardless, they brought him on. You know, the old panel host meets the new panel guys, Soy Pill, Hutch, IRI, and Pisco. And say what you will about Prime, and I do think that Prime often made himself a useful tool for the anti-leftist part of the Twitch poll amalgamation, right? But he, you know, at least on issues like this, he's not full of shit the way that Hutch is, right?
Who were like pro-segregationists. You'd say like, well, I welcome them within the party, right? They have a D in front of their name, not an R. And so thank you, like, please, let's fill up with pro-segregationists. You're welcome here.
I mean, we'd be going back to the Democratic Party of, you know, 5 or 6 decades ago, right?
Sorry, that didn't answer my question. Would you welcome?
Oh, the answer is probably yes. Yeah,
be?
in that context, that wouldn't you rather have the New Deal and Great Society stuff than not? Brian?
Sorry, sorry, stop trying to dodge the question.
Wait, isn't the answer yes?
I'm not.
No, hold on, no, it's not. Hold on, we're not time traveling because he's like, oh, we're going back in time. No, we're not doing that. I'm saying, hey, like for 2025, right, or into 2026, we have brand new pro-segregationists coming into the Democratic Party. Would you welcome them because they have a D in front of their name instead of R? He says no. Pisco says no. Hutch, what about you?
Maybe. Yeah.
There you go. All right. Yeah. So that's a difference of opinion here, right? Like I'm against segregationists, no matter what decade it is.
Well, do you? I mean, I don't want to get hung up too much. We can move on to the.
I mean, like a more, you know, if you wanted to do a more realistic possibility, a Democrat who advocated, you know, imprisoning homeless people, right? That's a more, you know, realistic possibility. What we're saying is like, you know, if you got somebody that is blatantly reactionary on one or more issues, right? Does Blue No Matter Who still apply, right? In other words, like, is your scolding of people concerned about Gaza and therefore concerned about the Kamala Harris candidacy, is that you know, does that like, you know, where does that end?
The next topic, but like, do you think that Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes.
Okay. And so,
well, Hutch, let me clear it up, right? Because Hutch, the reason you would say yes.
But go ahead.
Okay, but tell me if I'm wrong, Hutch. The reason you would ever.
Vicliffe super chatted $9.99. Breaking news: James Carville will be leaving the Democratic Party for working with Hasan. This will cause a Republican century. There are 100 of millions of James Carville voters.
Yeah, just like Charlie Kirk.
Raging Cajun.
Just like you just made 100 million. Even if James Carville, you know, dies off as, you know, he looks like he's on death's door, right? There will be 100 million James Carviles that rise up to replace him. You were exactly right, Davy. Good point. And thank you for the super chat as well. That gets us to 60. We are 60% of the way towards adding another hour today's stream. And if we add enough hours, chat, I might actually be awake for part of the stream. I apologize so badly, chat. I'm having so much trouble concentrating, and I don't want to be as spacey as I was. I think it was it Saturday stream? Yeah, like that one I was lacking sleep for, but I don't know what's wrong with me now is I didn't eat anything for breakfast. And I'm kind of spacey, but I'm starting to come down to earth, chat. I'm drinking some coffee smoothie here, some coconut water, and I got, oh, chat, check this out. I got papaya salad, rice, and a vegan egg. Oh my god, but do I have a fork to eat them with? We'll find out in a second. I do have food, I just can't shove it in my mouth. And I can't eat it until we're into the react part of the stream. So that's why I'm so spacey.
Say yes to a pro-segregationist Democrat is because what's on the other side is now the right has moved so far, even past segregation of, yeah, we're doing segregation and a lot more worse stuff, right? Not in, right now, everything the same, but you would welcome a segregationist Democrat?
Say that question again? I'm not
right now, every policy on the right remains the same. I do think this is like we're fascist, treading into fascism, but they haven't, said they're going to bring back segregation yet. They're teasing the idea of miscegenation, revisiting that.
But we're talking about fascism, right? Like,
wait. Where's the anti-miscegenation stuff? I think I heard about this, right? Again, this is an older clip, just so you know. We're kind of going back in history, and it's lucky to have that Direful has this kind of memory. Mute the mic and take a bite. It's not about like I'm worried you're going to be grossed out by my eating noises. It's more that like when I'm eating, I can't talk, and the beginning part of the stream relies on me talking a lot of talking, a lot of yapping. There's many things I have to yap about, in fact. But thank you. Like I'm glad that chat would be, at least part of chat is like, I would just watch you eat. I would be okay with just as Hasan doesn't really do that. Like he'll have some, like even Hasan, right? When he eats his big bowls of chicken or whatever, he's got something, going, right? So something's on the screen. That's what I don't want to do, is leave you with nothing to entertain you and just like me nomming. But thank you. I do appreciate, chat cares about my well-being. I noticed this and I appreciate it. Need to be 100 million Ross Perot's to give James Carville. That's right. God damn. People talk about Davy. That's a good point, actually. People talk about James Carville like he's some sort of mad genius, right? That he is the I don't know, the magician, right? That reached into his hat and pulled out a rabbit of a Bill Clinton victory in 1992, right? And we're forgetting the big factor that made Bill Clinton win was not James Carville. It's the economy, stupid. Or anything like that, right? It's how centrist Bill Clinton was. It was H. Ross Perot being slightly more conservative coded. I never explained this, chat. Yeah. Oh my God, Rocco's live. I thought about the blue daba dee daba da. I thought about that as for the thumbnail. But yeah, nobody ever talks about this. Like Ross Perot, the reason that he took more votes from George H.W. Bush, this is W's dad, H.W., the guy that did the Gulf War, and the reason that he took more from H.W. Bush is because he was a nutter. A lot of his policies were incoherent. And I do think they actually, like economically at least, the policies do seem to lean to the right. I don't even know on social issues what he'd be, but I'm sure, he's not a very woke guy. Right, and he's just an old, angry, I'm H. Ross Perot. Let me see if I can do H. I can't do it, chat. It's just I'm just doing an angry old guy now. But he sounded a little bit like that. Like, I'm H. Ross Perot. This guy would buy infomercials. He would buy infomercials because he was so rich. And that's the only way he was able to kind of manifest a third party. Yeah, the last time that we had a third party, in fact, I don't even know if it was a party. He ends up making something called the Reform Party, which kind of dies without him and is not nearly the same factor in the 1996 election, right? But at the time, I think he was just independent. But yeah, this is what allowed him to run. And actually, chat, there was times if you look at the polls in 1996, you will see H. Ross Perot ahead of Clinton and Bush, I believe, in the summer of 1992. Summer of 1992, right? There's like an H. Ross moment. Okay, he's winning, and then he drops out, and people are like, oh, okay, I guess it goes back to the normal kind of election. Two people, right? Two men enter, one man leaves. And then he drops back in at the last minute. He was like, I'm staying in the race. I'm H. Ross Perot. I just love to make fun of H. Ross Perot, chat. I don't think I have his voice down. but I love to make fun of him because he's such a character. He's such a fucking character. But yeah, he jumps back in. That's why.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $10. Peak's metaphor was before its time. So the coal mine was a mine. Well, more specifically a tunnel. A tunnel to Marx's ghost. And by canary, he meant obstructive snitch. Got ITTTT. The more you know.
You know, this is, you're catching me up with the goings on in chat. I am just like, I'm just coming back to earth right now, chat. I was like a little bit, I was concentrating so much on the stream that I did not concentrate on the chat, but I did see the metaphor of the canary in the coal mine. The canary is an obstructive snitch. The more you know, the tunnel to Marx's ghost. Wait, the coal mine was a mine. Sorry, I mean, I assumed it was a mine. The coal mine is literally a mine. Or it's a tunnel. The tunnel goes to Marx's ghost, and by canary, an obstructive snitch. I need to have chat explain this to me. How does it connect to the doxing website? Yeah, good question. Good question. Plays Hutch, nice. Only facts here. I'm a little weird about the fact, but I hate optics of Hasan eating, and something dire comes up on screen that he's unaware of. What I mean is, it will start talking about the famine and yeah. Well, I mean, there's some images that just do not. This is kind of what happened to Ethan, right? Like his jokes that about you know, a situation where a child was literally unalived apparently by this, you know, well-known YouTuber and singer, allegedly. I must say allegedly. You know, just doesn't go with jokes about tight little fuckable packages. In fact, it's a little, yeah, it's like of all the things you could do, and yeah, good point, of all the things you could be doing while talking about the famine in Palestine and famine in Gaza specifically, yeah, the eating is a little bit discordant with that. Strict father, it sees someone shoveling food in, making mouth noises. My misophonia, strict father upbringing. My parents were the same way. They were more worried. I think they were worried about, like, you could see, if you could see your food. They used to say, like, do you like, what's that joke? Like, you like seafood and then you like open your mouth, like, right? You know, they don't want to see food. What's the deal? But I guess the noise is probably also, but we're at 75, says Direful. Let me bring us there as my brain comes back to me from wherever it goes to. It's probably that dimension from Full Metal Alchemist, chat. I don't know. All right, so let's.
When we talk about fascism, we should get into the specifics, right? What does that actually look like?
Right, but if the Democrats are pro-segregationist, that's worse than the current right-wing party.
You're saying that if we had, like, for example, like one, thankfully there are no emerging segregationist Democrats. I'm happy to entertain your hypothetical, but even if we were to do this hypothetical, ridiculous. Like, you're saying that, like, let's say like one or two like segregationist Democrats emerged and all of a sudden they were competitive in like fucking Nebraska or Missouri. You're saying that us adding that to like get a Senate majority would be worse than the MAGA movement right now? In terms of like,
I think it would be, I think it would make the, so if I believed empirically it would help stop Trump, I would encourage you to vote for them. But we just have a different thought process on the empirics. So the empirics are that I think, and I think Soyjack is convinced, that allowing segregationists into the Democratic Party would like hurt mid to long-term results in the brand of the Democrats, such that it would worsen our chances. To
I mean,
oh my God, I gotta ask something here. I mean, this is like,
to entertain your hypothetical, but even if we were to do this hypothetical, ridiculous. Like, you're saying that,
have these guys learned nothing from Fetterman? I don't know. Maybe Hutch is okay with Fetterman. Maybe Hutch looks at Fetterman as like a guardrail on the wiles of the you know, left flank, right? That as long as Fetterman's there, nothing too radical can get through, can get voted on, right? But like, have we learned nothing from Fetterman? The lesson of Fetterman should be, if you bring a conservative dim on, right? Manchin used to threaten this too, that they might just take up with MAGA. They might end up having more in common especially once they're elected. There's no real check on them. And with the Senate seat, right? Like what we're talking about with Stevens and Syed, that's a 6-year term, right? This person can get a fucking aneurysm. They can flip on you, and be a tool in Trump's utility belt. Before you can even, I don't know why I thought I was going to be able to eat this, but anyway, they've learned nothing from Fetterman apparently.
Let's say like 1 or 2 like segregationist Democrats emerged, and all of a sudden they were competitive in like fucking Nebraska or Missouri. You're saying that us adding that to like get a Senate majority would be worse than the MAGA movement right now? In terms of like,
I think it would be. I think it would make the. So if I believed empirically it would help stop Trump, I would encourage you to vote for them. But we just have a different thought process.
But thank you for the super chat, Narwhal.
On the empirics. So the empirics are that I think Soyjack is convinced that allowing segregationists into the Democratic Party would like hurt mid to long-term results in the brand of the Democrats, such that it would worsen our chances.
I mean, do you guys?
Okay, so the canary in the coal mine is Carville. The canary is gone, so they don't know to start digging or to stop digging. Oh wait, it was like a chatter that was like legit saying. I thought chatters were memeing. So, but somebody was like seriously like, hey, Carville, he's the canary in the coal mine. We gotta watch out. Carville going off means there's gas. There's gas in the coal mine, and all it takes is for one miner to accidentally strike their pickaxe against some flint or some quartz or something like that, and all of a sudden the whole thing goes up, right? We better be careful. There's gas in them thar mines. Okay, I think I get it now.
It's interesting that like black civil rights leaders, when they were, deciding who they wanted to endorse when FDR was running, they endorsed him even though he opposed an anti-lynching legislation. And even though a third of the Democratic caucus were segregationists and Dixiecrats, because their concern was fascism was rising. And yet we have a conversation these days about like Donald Trump is a fascist threat, and you propose.
Okay, that's the end of that clip. And Sassy, my thoughts exactly. Sassy. Sometimes you can say it best with an emote. And Prime just cannot believe what the fuck he's hearing. Like, this is craziness. What else do we have here? It's a war, a nasty, deadly war, but it is a war. And I'm guessing we're not talking about Iran, right? Are we talking about University of Kentucky versus, what is this, Villanova or Vanderbilt maybe? I don't know. Guessing college basketball, given the score. The death toll is harrowing and awful, but I highly, oh no, God, no, Hutch. He's talking about Gaza. Motherfucker. It's a slaughter, Hutch. And yes, it's a genocide. I know those words don't rest easily in your mouth, but that's the truth of it. God damn. Okay, so what do we have here? Wait, is the... Oh my God, there's a lot going on. Like, I think we got 3 clips to watch here.
Chat kind of gets pissed at me sometimes for saying it, but it's just the truth. Like, when we look at the numbers, like the person right now who is best positioned to win in 2028 is Kamala. Like, that's just what the numbers show. We're 3 years. We got 3 years, little under 3 years, and so there's just so much time for things to change. But like right now, there is a very non-zero chance that Kamala wins the nomination again. Well, I guess she didn't win it the first time, but she wins the nomination in 2028. And then at that point, guys, like, I like her odds against Vance. I don't know about you guys. I fucking like her odds against Vance. Are you kidding me? I get chat kind of gets pissed at me. So
Wine Ant versus Christian nationalist uncle. I don't know.
I got into like a Twitter exchange with this fucking dopey moron.
Oh shit.
No brigading, no brigading, no brigading. I'm not even going to show you the context. I'm just going to show you the
Not even a little bit as a treat, Hutch.
the tweet here. Conservatives will keep winning if Democrats give people no reason to vote. Like, you can just tell that this person watches Hasan and just repeats the stupid shit that he hears. I keep hearing.
I love the idea that you only are going to get this from Hasan. Look, not enough people are saying this, but yeah, this is the big challenge, and the thing that the Democrats still have not learned from 2016, right, is a piece of shit and a rumbling heap of garbage and trash that says interesting things and stands against shit that the party has put up with, right, and that voters are sick of, right? And in Trump's case, it was it was essentially the war on terror. Like, Trump signaled hard against the war on terror. Trump signaled against corruption, a very false signal, obviously, because he's the one corrupting the politicians. But somehow that's better than all the people saying, well, we've taken money from all these campaigns. Trump is like, I've given money to both Democrats and Republicans to get what I want, right? I know what the anyway, yeah, like, it's something like you got to learn that your number one imperative in the post 2016 world is to get your voters off the couch, is to get them interesting, is to own the fucking media cycle. For so long, the Democratic Party has been afraid of the media cycle, right? Just keep the media from talking about Biden's whole strategy was like hiding, was laying low, was making the least amount of news he possibly could. You saw what that got him. Absolutely unworkable. Absolutely unworkable.
Hearing this, like, I can't tell you how many times I've heard Hasan say.
And the split between what the party base gets, which is we don't want money going to Israel, right? And we don't want candidates that are backed by AIPAC or really any kind of big money, that's going to turn them against the interests of voters, right?
Democrats are just going to keep losing if
like, they've been losing since they went Republican right in the 1980s. You don't have to be Hasan, and in fact, there are like larger perspectives, more historically deep perspectives than Hasan's, right? Hasan, for all you know, picked that up from someone else, right? Not saying it's me, but probably someone else.
Dude, did your mind turn off?
I'm sorry, you're asking that with your mind has been set in like a denture jar, Hutch. Like, you open up your head, you took out your brain, you put it into a big jar, and then you dropped like the fizzy dissolving cleaning tablets, right? You should not be streaming after you take your brain out of your head.
In November 2024, did you just stop paying attention to politics? And
did you ever pay attention to politics? This is a guy that's got no fucking historical perspective whatsoever. Whatever you want to say about Hasan's, and I will say sometimes it's incomplete, but compared to you, Hutch, compared to Destiny, compared to all these droolians out there, Hasan is a breath of fresh air. And then here's the last one.
It shows you think Hasan is worse than Jeffrey Epstein. That's what it shows you, Hutch. That's what it shows you.
What is Jeffrey Epstein?
You did when you said I would Jeffrey Epstein over fucking JD Vance.
Tell me, what is Jeffrey Epstein's policy platform?
Dude, you don't need.
That's a fair question, isn't it? Isn't that relevant to the analysis?
Okay, look, I'm a big fan of Sam Cedar. Some things that Sam says, I'm not a big favor of. I'm not a fan of, right? Like, I don't know, I've learned a lot from Sam Cedar, but there's some shit that he says that like it's either like incomplete or it's downright dangerous, right? And the whole thing about like I want to vote for the candidate with 4 concentration camps instead of 5 concentration camps. Look, point taken. At the end of the day, it is policy that's more important than winning, right? If you win and you don't enact any policy and then Republicans win the next time, and they do, which is likely to happen if you don't make things better, if you don't fulfill some sort of promise, if you do not, you're sort of making a promise, you're making a contract with your voters, right, in your campaign. And if you don't seem to live up to that, very likely power will go back to the other side and they're going to ratchet it down, ratchet it down, ratchet it down. Republicans go ham on policy every time they win. Democrats often are afraid to touch the policy for fear of getting, I don't know, electrocuted. They think that everything is a third rail. And as a result, they don't get anything done.
I don't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein's politics.
But yeah, Sam always says that. And look, I mean, there is a point to that. There is a point to, vote for the better policy, even if it's only slightly better. Don't get so hung up about like the candidate and whether you like them or dislike them. That point taken, right? But at the end of the day, you got to trust that candidate to be able to achieve that policy. And you got to recognize when somebody like Rahm Emanuel is holding out goodies for you. Ooh, you want funds cut to Israel? I can do that for you. Give me the keys. Don't trust Rahm Emanuel when he says he's going to do something that's going to negatively impact Israel. He's probably lying. He's probably lying, right? You also got to be able to trust the candidate. Jeffrey Epstein obviously does not pass the smell test, to say the least.
Would he push for a public option? Is he a Medicare for all kind of person? I don't know anything about his politics. The reason why I would not necessarily disqualify Jeffrey Epstein electorally is because first we would have to establish if he supports liberal democracy. Because the whole thing with Hasan...
First, you have to establish whether you trust Jeffrey Epstein, okay?
Is that he doesn't. And I had people in my own chat last night that thought I was being ridiculous. I don't, why am I being ridiculous when we're talking about Hasan?
So you're gonna vote for you're gonna vote for a far-right Israel guy, all right, who says he's now liberal over somebody that is socialist but very pragmatic. That's what you're saying. And this is why you're worthless. This is why you're worthless, Hutch.
Do you trust that he would not nuke Israel? Do you trust that he would not...
Look at that craziness. That fucking craziness. Hey, Hutch, he's not Vosh. No, I don't think he's going to glass
help
Tel Aviv.
China invade Taiwan? I'm crazy for being worried about our fucking nation's secrets? If we gave power to Hasan Piker? I'm the crazy one?
You're not crazy. You're just doing classic Red Scare shit.
Who's like, I don't know, what's Jeffrey Epstein's policy position when he glorifies the current Chinese Communist Party as like a model of government?
So if Jeffrey Epstein was like, hey, we got to watch out for China, all right? They might invade Taiwan, and if they do, we're going to be there. You're going to vote for that guy that's saber rattling? Trying to start a war with China over Hasan Piker. Wonderful, wonderful.
Of government? I'm the crazy one.
Hasan nuking Israel's not realistic, okay? Jeffrey Epstein or any kind of somebody of his ilk, starting a war with China is. And in fact, even fucking a Democrat, like a more normal Democrat starting, shit with China is.
Somebody who idolizes Vladimir Lenin, and I'm the fucking crazy one because I don't want to fucking live.
You're not crazy. You just got no historical wherewithal whatsoever, Hutch. You just commie man bad is basically. Oh my God, is that it? No, it's not, right? We were in the middle of bookmarks. Yeah, we were. All right, so
I'm almost ready to say, you know what? I'm not even gonna, the blue no matter who rhetoric, I'm not doing it anymore. Because it feels like unilateral disarmament, doesn't it? First of all, how much of that particular term is helping the discourse? I have never in all my years on the internet ever once witnessed a productive exchange about the concept of blue no matter who. Every time it's ever come up in my experience,
it feels to me, okay, now I will agree that I don't think blue no matter who is a productive discussion, right? That was my problem with it. Blue no matter who is not something that that the left is like getting behind, right? It is something that people are bringing back up to remind all the shitheads that are now talking about voting for MAGA or not supporting, not supporting Syed, not supporting Chevalier in their general elections, right? We're rubbing your nose in it, Hutch. All right. For you to act like blue no matter who, that's crazy. What the fuck are you talking about? No, Hutch, this is your shit. Okay, you shit on the floor, Hutch. You shit on the carpet. Now we're gonna rub your nose in it, all right? Smell that. This is you. You did this. This was you. This was Destiny. This was Witch. This was all of the shit libs in 2024. Smell that shit. Now, chat, in reality, if you have a dog, please don't use this as a training method. Rubbing your dog's nose in the shit is cruel, and your dog is not gonna understand like what you think that you're making it understand. But I think Hutch would. I think that if Hutch was the one who took a shit on the floor, rubbing his nose in it would be absolutely effective, right? Especially if he's there taking a shit on the floor. Who would do that? Hutch, it's you. This is your poop. Come on, smell it. Smell it. Do you recognize that scent? That's what you smell every morning, Hutch. That's what you smell. That's you. That's your scent. Don't fucking put this off on the DSA, on Crystal and Kyle. They didn't come up with this. They didn't come up with this. You did. Smell it, Hutch. Smell it, okay? Now, obviously, chat, don't rub Hutch's nose in actual poo. I'm talking about metaphorical poo that he apparently does need his nose rubbed in because he does not remember, authoring this shit in the first place.
Every time I've ever witnessed it come up in other spaces, it's always a shit show. And, it's just, I can't stomach people like Kyle and Crystal weaponizing the concept of blue no matter who to benefit their preferred candidates when these people were never about that life.
That's not what they're doing. Look, it doesn't work, okay? Anybody will tell you that, right? Vote scolding doesn't fucking work. Does not work, right? You're not going to get more votes by shaming people, okay? The candidates, yes, have to bring people out. And look, if Abdul El Sayed depresses some of the Zionist vote that would have voted for Stevens, right? He's going to have to make up for it on the other side, or else he will lose. He's going to have to motivate all the voters in Michigan, who are a majority, who don't want to see any more of this Israel shit, right? So it is true. It is true, right? Rub poop, H3 Hutch collab. Do you think that Ethan, I don't know, it feels like Ethan's the kind of dog owner that would have really questionable training techniques there. Wait, somebody's asking me about fresh, uncooked greens. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, this is what comes with papaya salad, chat. I mean, not every place, but in a good place, you order papaya salad, you get this. You get a bag. It's got oak leaf lettuce. It's got cabbage. Sometimes a little cilantro. Oh, check this out. Right? This one's got cabbage, ginger, cilantro. Oh, you can barely see it, but there's a little hot pepper down there. It's got the let's see if I can pronounce this correctly. Accoutrement. Or if you are one of my if you're one of my family members from the South, it's an accoutrement. We got them accoutrements. Right? Sometimes the cooter needs a mint, and you got the accoutrement. It's not quite like that. They don't sound like that. I'm just doing a bad imitation of my my aunties and uncles down there. Anyway.
So disingenuous that I don't think it's productive to even push it anymore. You know what I mean? That particular phrasing. I think it's about.
But yeah, Thailand does tend to protect its fresh produce from contamination a little bit better than the US is doing right now.
About time we retire it. Just be like, you know what?
We retire it when it applies to us, right? All we're trying to do, Hutch, is get you to recognize the smell of your own shit and stop trying to blame it on Kyle and Crystal. They didn't come up with blue no matter who. Like shitty streamers like you did, right? All we want you to do is be like, yes, this is my shit. I will try not to go on the carpet next time. I will try to go outside next time. I will scratch on the door if I need to poop instead of just taking a big fat shit on the kitchen rug or wherever, right? You just got to be like, yes, I'm a bad dog. I'm sorry I vote scolded. That's really what people are trying to get you to recognize, right? Vote scolding doesn't work, right? People shaming you is not going to make you more likely to vote for, whatever, I don't know, DSA candidate that you might have the opportunity to vote for. Just like yelling at people that lost family in Gaza is not going to make them more likely to vote for Kamala Harris. Telling the uncommitted movement that despite being just completely snubbed, completely shut out, that they gotta go do the thing anyway. A lot of them will hold their nose and they will vote for Kamala Harris, right? But when Kamala doesn't give anything to that to people with those concerns, right? Don't be surprised if Trump comes into Flint or wherever, and he says, "I'm going to stop this war. I'm going to put a stop to it." Now that is a very vague statement, and knowing how much money Trump has taken from the likes of Miriam Adelson, one would be right to question that. One would be right even to come to the conclusion that that Trump is going to be worse than Kamala. But it's an unproven thing until he gets into office and turns Gaza into the Riviera. Gives it to his son-in-law, and it turns into another vector for corruption, right? You've got it's your job as the candidate to let people know there's a difference between how I'm going to handle this and how Trump is going to handle this. And when Biden handled it with a bear hug, and you're saying there's no daylight between me and Biden, that gives a lot of people pause. That gives a lot of people concern. It turns a lot of people's stomachs. And yes, in some cases, gives Trump that opportunity that he should never have. Because guess what, chat? There's low information voters everywhere, including Dearborn, including Flint, right? There's low information voters everywhere. And when you're giving them no information and Trump's giving them false information, don't be surprised if some of those voters buy the false information.
Let's just all stop pretending like this is something that's, a consistent thing. And
okay, and then this is what he ends with. Look at the end of the day. Look, at the end of the day, the Democratic Party is not a cult. No politician deserves blind loyalty. If El Sayed, he might be just copying somebody's tweet from. This might be like a copy and a cast of a tweet from 2024. If El Sayed wins the primary and wants the support of Stevens voters in general, he's going to have to earn their votes. Yes. And that would be one strategy, right? To try to chase the losing competitor for those votes. You want to talk about some low information voters? Stevens has got them. Right. So I don't know if there's like like those people might just, if they're parasocially up Stevens' ass or whatever, or they like think that, Syed is the devil, if they're Islamophobic, right? He's probably not going to get those votes anyway. So what does he do instead? He gets people excited. He gets people off the couch. He gets volunteers. And that's why, Hutch, they're beating your ass in the QRTs. They probably are beating his ass in the QRTs, but I mean, they're beating your candidate's ass in the primaries, right? This is why this is happening. People are excited about El Sayed. People are excited about DAC. People are excited about, all these DSA candidates and these left flank candidates in a way that nobody of your political persuasion could ever get them excited. Anyway, chat, I feel like we need to jump into the content right now. God damn. 10,000 Abdul volunteers to Haley's 80? Motherfucker, Morebear, that's a great statistic. That's crazy. 80 volunteers, 80 people working the streets, working the phones, smiling and dialing for Haley. But that's okay, because she's got $60 million from AIPAC, from the Detroit Power Company, DTE, and from Blue Cross Blue Shield to make sure that we never get affordable health care in this country. Anyway, we got 2 hours and 39 minutes left, chat. We're at 75 out of 100. That means we're 25 away from adding an extra hour. I kind of want to show you like a Hasan clip. Yeah, this is like the only time I'm going to be able to get This is the only time I'm going to be able to cover this, I think. And Vadim has been barking at me to not bark, but Vadim doesn't actually bark at me. Vadim meows at me, actually, meowing at me to watch this on stream. And I think Vadim's got a point here. So anyway, look at this chat. 21 likes already. Make sure you are going out there and supporting me on Twitter. If you are an unfortunately use the hell site just like I do, I'm going to put the link once again in the chat if you want to help out with that. And there's this thing where like, I don't know if we get to like 20, wait, we are at 20 likes. Hey, that's really good. But like it even more. Don't let up. And also make sure to like the stream, right? When you vote, speaking of the vote, let's take a look really quick and see where we're at as far as the poll goes. 68 of you have voted. We got 68 whole votes. The next person Hong has 7,000 volunteers. Nice. The next person to vote is going to be number 69. And if you get it, claim that, because that's a great distinction to have. Be voter number 69. But anyway, Paige Christie, a vid on Ethan Klein, is in first place. Second place goes to Bill Maher, going after Hasan and the DSA. Third place goes to James Carville, leaving the Democratic Party just like he left Las Vegas. Hopefully drinking himself into a well, let's not go there. Anyway, chat. And fourth place, Master Shake, Mark Levin, calls Hasan Piker a lowlife. So let me grab this really quickly. Hopefully this is not going to put us off too far, because it's a short video, a short and sweet video that helps us intro what we're going to be going into today with the Live and Learn debate. Oh yeah, make sure when you're voting also to like the stream, right? That helps a lot. Last time we didn't quite get to 100 likes, but I can see the difference, chat. If we get to 100 likes, a lot of people watch it afterwards. A lot of people watch the VOD. We bring more people into the community. If we don't get 100 likes, not as many people see it. So you are doing your part if you are liking the stream. Let us now proceed to the content proper. Dispense with the formalities here.
Entertaining shit. Yeah.
I mean, Hutch is always the most entertaining shit, isn't he? I mean, it's entertaining to rub his face in the shit that he took on the carpet, right? And be like, Hutch, you need to recognize the smell. Who did this? Was this Crystal and Kyle's poop? Was this Hasan Piker's poop? Nope, Hutch, this is your poop.
Yeah, this is a funny moment. Hutch changes his mind about blue no matter who.
I'm almost ready to say, you know what? I'm not even going to, the blue no matter who rhetoric, I'm not doing it anymore. Because it feels like unilateral disarmament, doesn't it? First of all, how much of that particular term is helping the discourse? I have never in all my years on the internet ever once witnessed a productive exchange about the concept of
blue, but it matters who? Root for DSA to lose? Wow. That's so strange. That's so strange, dude. Turns out this guy is just like, ideologically a neoliberal. I was wrong about this. I didn't realize that he was. The guy who said he would rather vote for Jeffrey Epstein instead of me is now saying it's not vote blue no matter who. That's the new sex pestiny meta. Root for Abdul and Fran to lose. Oh my God. Why did these guys literally fucking position themselves on the losing side of every issue? This is what happens when it's just like personal spite and resentment are what drive your politics. It's crazy because this is Hasan derangement syndrome through and through. But what I find very odd about it isn't that it's just like online weirdos now. Now you got like party bosses, old bosses. I get D, but why does Hutch hate you? Because Hutch is basically the Destiny dick rider. That's why.
Every time it's ever come up in my experience, every time I've ever witnessed it come up in other spaces, it's always a shit show. And, it's just, I can't stomach people like Kyle and Crystal weaponizing the concept of blue no matter who.
Hey, only facts. I gotta, are you still here? I gotta request that if I do any misophonia or like there's like gross shit, like I'm like eating I'm digging into the papaya salad with my with my cabbage and my like nails get dirty or something, you know, like if I do, or if I'm like eating in the midst of a rundown on like a famine or something, just let me know, right? You'll keep me honest, okay? Yeah, keep those ears attenuated, because I need that feedback. I don't ever want to do like, you know, gross eating content.
Who?
Wait. Weaponizing the cause of the blue no matter who. So it's not, so you're doing that.
To benefit.
Oh, good point. No sound coming out of your face could be worse than the shit Hutch is spewing. You're fine. And also Hasan will probably eat something in a more visible and audible way than me anytime now.
For candidates, when these people were never about that life. It's so disingenuous that I don't think it's productive to even like push it in.
So it's weird. It's like, to call me a hypocrite, you would have had to be when Destiny or whoever says vote blue no matter who, when they're vote scolding, you would have had to be like, yes sir, right away sir, here's my endorsement of Kamala Harris, right? Never mind the family members that but the Biden administration enabled Israel to unalive, right? Never mind how much my stomach is turned by the bear hug strategy, right? You have to be about that life. You have to be like, yes, sir, right away, sir, blue no matter who, coming right up. Like, who do you want me to vote for next? Fetterman, Rahm Emanuel, what Joe Manchin, what shitlib do you want me to fucking support? What future villain of the week that's going to be voting down my healthcare, voting for mass detentions and mass deportations would you like me to vote for?
Anymore.
Otherwise, you can't call them on shit. Also, I did misophonia recently by calling Japanese restaurant and ordering miso soup. Oh, misophonia.
You know what I mean?
Misophonia.
Phrasing. I think it's about time we retire it.
Quit acting like that somebody else made it up, Hutch. If this is not a phrase that has come out of your mouth, it is a phrase that you have said the synopsis of before. I'm like a school headmaster or whatever, the person that just went around being harsh about manners. In my school, it was like our computer, skills teacher, computer science teacher would throw dry erase markers at us. If anybody was like asleep after lunch, if you had computer class after lunch, he would just start launching dry erase markers and erasers at you.
You know what? Let's just all stop pretending like this is something that's,
But this was the logical extent of vote blue no matter who. So I guess he's still consistent on that.
No, it shows you think Hasan is worse than Jeffrey Epstein. That's what it shows you, Hutch. That's what it shows you.
What is Jeffrey
Epstein? You did when you said I would vote for Epstein over fucking JD Vance.
Tell me, what is Jeffrey Epstein's policy platform?
Dude, you don't need...
That's a fair question, isn't it? Isn't that relevant to the analysis?
Like, even his audience is like, Hutch, Epstein raped children, you fucking moron. Like, that's what one of his chatters was saying at that.
He just called Francesca Hong a CCP op. All right, I'm on it, Morbear. Thanks for the...
I don't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein's politics. Would he push for a public option? Is he a Medicare for all kind of person? I don't know anything about his politics. The reason why I would not necessarily disqualify Jeffrey Epstein electorally is because first we would have to establish if he supports liberal democracy. Because the whole thing with Hasan is that he doesn't. And I had people in my own chat last night that thought I was being ridiculous. Why am I being ridiculous when we're talking about Hasan Piker? Do you trust that he would not?
Wait, actually, Hutch, great question. Why are you being ridiculous? You want to see Hutch be ridiculous here, chat? Check this out. This just came across Morbert's desk. Hutch thinks Francesca Hong's appearance on Fox News could have been legitimately been part of a CCP op to tank the Democratic Party. If anything, if it's as bad as you say it is, it would be tanking the DSA, not the Democratic Party. It was only the only way I knew how to make sense of it because I could not understand the logic of going on Fox and espousing support for all those policies.
Hong, I don't even know how to make sense of that. I mean, I don't know how to make sense of that. I mean, I don't have a lot of faith that she's going to win that race. Especially if she's making these Fox News appearances. I just can't explain that Fox News appearance, guys. When I was watching that, you guys, I legitimately...
So I don't know if he's responding. There was like a Polymarket odds, not a poll. Like, you know, sorry, not Polymarket. It was Kalshi. Kalshi put up the odds of, I guess they had like Democrat or Republican wins Wisconsin. And as we're approaching the election, the odds are going up for the Republicans, down for the Democrats. They're now, at least according to Kalshi, more likely, you know, the Republican, like the blue line, the red line crossed the blue line, right? And so a lot of people are making hay over that. You got to understand, right? Part of what Kalshi and Polymarket are there for are to interfere with races, are to be mentioned on CNN or anywhere they can trip dumb people into doing it. Yeah, okay, so here's the deal. Tech bros, dipshits, crypto bros, they don't like Francesca Hong. Surprise, surprise. All right? That's what that tells you. And very little more. And if you're going to put faith in that shit, I don't know if this is where, you know, what Hutch has been talking about, but yeah, here we go. I can't.
I had the thought, I'm like, is this an op? You know, like, is this like
actually, is this an op that you're falling for?
A CCP op? Are we allowed?
Is it a Kalshi op?
To
a lot more likely, and a lot less racist of a conclusion to fucking draw. Jesus Christ.
Speculate publicly, like, is she being paid by a foreign government to purposefully tank the Democratic Party? You know, like, it was the only way I knew how to make sense of it, because it was just, I could not understand the logic of her.
There's a lot of things you don't understand, Hutch, and it's because you're intellectually incurious. And that's why your analysis is so worthless. And that's why we got to keep on rubbing your nose in your own dog shit, Hutch.
Going on Fox News and espousing support for all of those policies that I just don't, it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so let's, this is what I think he's responding to, right? There it is. And this is what they can do, right? They're affecting races. This is an attempt to rat fuck Francesca Hong by people that you should know better than to trust. Jesus Christ. And I'm not even saying it's like Kalshi, like, you know, is secretly like manipulated. Like, I'm not saying that this is not, you know, the votes that they've got. I'm saying that the people, it's not votes, sorry, the bets. That's what Kalshi, let's be really clear what Kalshi is. They take bets. And if the red line is above the blue line, that means more people are betting on Republicans. If the blue line is above the red line, that means more people are betting on Democrats in this particular case, right? Again, you are going with you're looking at a bunch of fucking douche bros and being like, oh yeah, well if the douche bros, you know, think that Republicans are going to win now, that they must be right. Again, it's a kind of a self-reinforcing thing here. Anyway.
Israel? Do you trust that he would not if he supports liberal democracy? Because the whole thing with Hasan is that he doesn't. And I had people in my own chat last night that thought I was being ridiculous. Why am I being ridiculous when we're talking about Hasan Piker? Do you trust that he would not nuke Israel? Do you trust that he would not help China invade Taiwan? I'm crazy for being worried about
help China invade Taiwan. Like I'm gonna fucking swim over there, over the strait, dude. What the fuck? This is Hasanabi derangement syndrome through and fucking through.
Our fucking nation's secrets. If we gave power to Hasan Piker, I'm the crazy one who's like, I don't know, what's Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes. Someone said yes. This guy's like, I would rather vote for Jeffrey Epstein over any fucking Republican. Then doubles down and says that he would rather vote for Jeffrey Epstein over me, and now is saying vote blue no matter who. Like, It turns out you just want to vote for Jeffrey Epstein, I guess. Like, if I was the Democrat...
I'm sorry, we're talking about state secrets. And look, chat, when I say state secrets and Jeffrey Epstein, anybody else have red flags go up? I know it's a thought experiment. I know Jeffrey Epstein is dead. I know he's not running against Hasan Piker in anything. I know this is all one big, debate bro wet dream or whatever. Right, but state secrets and Jeffrey Epstein, does that not mean anything to you? Is there not, if you're going to invoke state secrets, is there not a particular reason that you might be concerned with Jeffrey Epstein?
Candidate, if I was a Democratic candidate and Jeffrey Epstein hypothetically was alive, famous pedophile Jeffrey Epstein was running as like an independent, Hutch would literally vote for Jeffrey Epstein. Well, at some point, we just got to realize, at some point, that just means you want to vote for Jeffrey Epstein. That's it. That's your preference. You're just pro Jeffrey Epstein, like pro voting for him. Maybe you're pro his platform, which I suspect is about lowering the age of consent. Like, I don't know what else Jeffrey Epstein is like really known for. He's being an elite pedophile. So it's really funny that he's like, actually vote blue no matter who. It doesn't work anymore. Sorry, it doesn't work for me anymore.
Epstein's policy position when he glorifies the current Chinese Communist Party as like a model of government. I'm the crazy one. Somebody who idolizes Vladimir Lenin, and I'm the fucking crazy one because I don't want to fucking live under an authoritarian leftist regime.
Hutch is a single issue voter. He's pro Jeffrey Epstein.
Ceci Sasarai says if this is an op at any rate, it's more likely, coordinated effort to sanitize Epstein. Look at, we hit him with the Epstein thing over Destiny. NSC supporters in my comments did not like the comparison of NSC to being Destiny's Ghislaine, right? And so now their move is to try to rehabilitate Epstein.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, here are the Michigan voters' phrases for the word cloud for Haley Stevens, by the way. When respondents are asked what, if anything, they've heard, seen, read recently about Haley Stevens, here are the most common words and phrases they use. Corporate, money, AIPAC, take, support, Israel. I'm noticing that receipts are not one of the words, which is interesting. I'm noticing that receipts are not one of the words. I'm noticing that stick it to them is not a word in the fucking cloud, which is strange because this means that she was defined by us. This means that she was defined by what we wanted her to be defined as, which is, by the way, fair, right? AIPAC should be exactly what defines her, considering that it's the largest outside spender on this race to the tune of $35 million. But this is what Republicans do very effectively towards Democrats, just so you understand. Democrats, corporate Democrats who cannot define themselves by policies will get defined by their opposition. Now let's look at Abdul's Medicare, money, women. This obviously has been a negative ad campaign saying Abdul is bad. I'm noticing that a word that Abdul is not defined by, or rather a tiny word in the word cloud, is Hasan. Perhaps that wasn't a very good line of attack. Hasan. And it being green, I assume, is like both positive and negative, because if it's red, it means like this is a negative association with him, right? Criticism, Muslim in red, women in red. Green, I assume, means neutral. Blue means positive, right? Or does it not mean anything? Yes, I am up there. Tiny. Up there, or maybe it doesn't mean anything because UAW is in the red too. This word cloud is a perfect demonstration of the benefits of having policies. When you have policies that you can be defined by, you get to define your own candidacy. When you're just a corporate Democrat, utterly devoid of policies, you are endlessly definable by your opposition. This is a big part of the reason why Democrats lose. This is why they lose all the fucking time. Hasan is jealous of Ludwig appearing in Chinese games. This time I'm the most jealous of my colleague, a rich second-generation noble from Europe who lost all of his gold coins gambling in a tavern with nowhere to go. Ended up
this is Billy
begging on the streets. Hasan secured a folk intellectual
Billy
from the Asia Minor Peninsula. Dissatisfied with the rule of the Byzantine Empire, followed the Arabs of the Tang Dynasty for a field investigation. I see The reason why he looks bald after shaving is not because of his face, it's his hairstyle. His hairstyle looks like a toilet lid. His face itself is in line with Chinese aesthetics. The problem is the hairstyle. But a face like this, the forehead must be exposed. The hairstyle should be changed to a side part. They said, Chinese netizens said my hairstyle looks like a fucking toilet lid. That's crazy. Classic Lemon Bro. After going around among all streamers, Hasan is the only one who didn't get Chinese traffic. Hasan and XQC, wait, they think Ludwig is XQC. Hasan and XQC aren't very good at learning. Speed and Ludwig are actually starting to learn Chinese. Hasanabi's lips are now rosy, and his hairstyle makes him look much younger. I remember before he came to China, he looked really worn out. Pale lips, pale complexion, like he'd been eating white people food for decades without vegetables or fruits. Now his skin is darker, with a few freckles, and he looks much healthier. What the fuck? Hasan shaved off his beard and looks even more handsome than before. Bro, he literally was able to dupe the entire Chinese internet with this bullshit, okay? Motherfuckers actually think he knows how to speak Chinese now. That's crazy. That's crazy. Now I'm getting extra lemon, bro. Extra jealous.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry.
Oh my God. So yeah, Hasan did see that. For anybody wondering, Hasan saw the Hutch clip. Now let's get to the Hutch stream. So I don't know if you know this, chat, but Hutch, he is a member of the Live and Learn Collective. Oh my God, trying to eat enough power pellets so I can chomp those ghost monsters in Pac-Man. Not David Pac-Man, the other Pac-Man. What if you redid Pac-Man as a JRPG? Would it work? Would it hold up, chat? If you turned, like Pac-Man, like... Okay, so we're starting here at... Oh no, I might want to just like... Hopefully this stays up. Oh God. Did Pisco keep this up? Yes, he did. Wait a minute. I gotta make sure I'm following the right... the right thing here.
Also really fucking having done this conversation now for, I don't know, 4 or 5 days and having some basis to say this, there are people who are saying that the lesser of two evils in the Wisconsin governor's race is Tom Tiffany, the MAGA Republican. Tom Tiffany, who said he would overthrow the 2020 election. He would vote not to certify Joe Biden as a victor. Tom Tiffany,
I wanted to jump off on what Hasan said. Does everybody understand what defining a candidate means in an election? Does everybody understand what that means? When we say define a candidate, right? So look, when somebody like Kamala drops into the race, she's got some name recognition. She's run for office before. She's the vice president, but she's kind of been hidden away. That means there's a great opportunity to define what Kamala Harris is about, both for Kamala Harris in terms of the policy proposals that she wants to make her signature, and in terms of the Trump campaign, in terms of what they want to say Kamala Harris is about. A lot of Democrats will avoid defining themselves, and this has been a problem since the 80s, right? They talked about Dukakis, and honestly, I think Dukakis is probably better about defining himself than some more modern Democrats, right? I don't remember which Republican apparatchik it was that talked about Dukakis, but they said we are going to cut the bark off of him or something. We're going to peel the bark off of him, right? And that is a statement that we're going to replace what people know about Dukakis as the Massachusetts governor. They might have said this about Kerry too. I don't know. For some reason, a lot of bark metaphors when it comes to Massachusetts politicians. But the peel the bark phrase was like, we're gonna cut off the bark and we're gonna inscribe like this guy loves letting like black murderers out of prison to go rape people. right? That's what won HW the 1988 election. A guy named Willie Horton had been given a weekend pass, and he was in prison, I think, for I think for murder. No, there's no way. I actually don't know this. He was in prison. He gets a weekend pass. He goes out and he does a particular crime that this is like the wet dream for racist Republicans that have basically figured out how to dog whistle racism instead of just saying it, right? A famously Atwater quote back in the 50s. If you wanted to, if you wanted to define your opponent as being pro-black, which was a bad thing back then, you would just say N-word, 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 right? Nowadays, that hurts you. You can't do that anymore. So what we do instead is we talk about busing, we talk about welfare, we talk about all these issues that are like coded in the white imagination as being racist, so that the white people that are voting out of racism can feel good about themselves and not realize that I'm voting against a rapist. Actually, I think Michael Dukakis raped people. No, I mean, like, it's a tried and true trick, and it doesn't work. It wouldn't work with FDR, for instance, right? A lot of people wanted to define FDR as a communist, but what did FDR define himself as? The guy that's putting a chicken in your pot, the guy that's making your dinner suck less, the guy that's putting food in your belly, right? That's a great thing to define yourself as. And the Democrats have been afraid to do this for a long time, and that's why they can do she doesn't stand for you, she stands for they, them, and it almost doesn't matter. The whole transphobic dog whistle, I mean, I'm sure it works for some people, but you can just replace that they, them with whoever, right? With whoever you want in that case. So again, this is why it's important to actually stand up for policies, to proactively have an agenda, to let people know what that is, so that they cannot come in and say, well, I don't really know what she kind of popped up at the last minute. I don't know what she's about. I guess if you say she's about, giving every trans person, surgery that walks into a women's bathroom or whatever the hell that commercial is implying, they will buy into it. They will bite into it.
Who is one of the most insane Trump sycophants, and that is not a joke. And so the irony, I'm sure it might have some effect on a lefty or something who's inclined to hear that, but I'm not so sure that everyone is being ironic.
Well, Pisco, I mean, those are just streamers, right? So how much could their opinion really change much? Like if they endorsed El Sayed.
Oh, I'm sure it won't matter. Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm being ironic again because they said the same thing about him.
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean,
I don't think it'll matter, but
who are you? So are you talking about Destiny and Moot and who else? Who else was saying
I'm talking
this?
about Mootin, Wick, and everybody in my replies and Josiah's replies. But specifically, I asked of Mootin, I said, would you vote? I mean, I used the word, would you vote? And his answer was, yeah, in this context, yes. Wick, I don't think said vote, but he would say he wants Tom Tiffany to win in that context. And I just think that that's crazy. I mean, this is a traitor. This is a piece of shit. Yeah. This is I think that the Wisconsin governor's mansion is too important, given what we've seen with Wisconsin.
Wait, did he just who did he call a piece of shit? That's risky. Again, Pisco. So just to go over who these guys are and how they relate to like DGG and the Liberal Action Network and all this stuff. These are normie. Most of these are, I guess I would call them, everyone except Hutch, maybe an IRI, I would call normie liberals, right? And the normie liberals take is like, listen, I may not prefer a DSA candidate. I might be worried about some of the policies that DSA has got on their platform. But at the end of the day, I am blue no matter who. I was blue no matter who with Kamala Harris, and I am blue no matter who when it comes to Hong, when it comes to Syed, when it comes to any of these, people, right? And I think that is like the mainstream liberal take right now. Hutch is a little bit more slipping into kind of the neo-McCarthyite camp. So is IRI, incredibly, disgusting Zionist. And so, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the breakdown on this. They're talking about which Whick and Destiny having had takes that, yeah, insinuated that they would be willing to, you know, if there's a particularly reprehensible DSA candidate that they hate, they would be willing to consider the MAGA option, right? Either to keep those people out of the Democratic caucus, to keep them out of the Democratic Party, to keep them from gaining power, or whatever. But yeah, I mean, in this election, what you're talking about is forfeiting the Senate at the very least, if not the House, by not by not being consistent with, at least with your blue no matter who brainworms.
Gerrymanders with attempts to try to fuck with the election results from Trump specifically. You want to say that we want to be competitive in like 10 more elections. We got to get to those elections first, folks.
Could you steel man the argument? I'm just curious.
Oh my, yeah. I mean, I know it. It's something like we need to, the DSA is going to hurt our party brand. It's going to make Democrats like unable to win in competitive places. And that therefore it makes sense, if you think that like Republicans are a threat, to kill it in its crib now. And so we should vote for the MAGA Republican in Wisconsin.
If we can kind of keep the chat at this point while we're watching the content, if we can keep the chat related to the subject at hand. And I know nobody was trying to do this, but there's sometimes people will come in and like advertise for another another streamer, another content creator. Yeah, we'll just
and lose this race for the promise of having more electoral advantage in the future.
But if you do want to, if you do have a content creator that you're really into and you want to let other people know, a great place to do that, we've got something called wait, what is? Oh my God. Self-promotion. I know it sounds weird because you're not promoting yourself, you're promoting your favorite content creator. But yes, you can use the self-promotion. I almost gave you the wrong things. Stream suggestions, if you want me to see it and you want me to maybe cover some of the content, or a self-promotion if you are, just kind of like trying to let other people in the Discord know, hey, if you like nocommentchick, you might like this other person too. That's the best place for that. But yeah, just because we're getting into the topic, I gotta focus here, chat. My brain is all over the place right now.
Sure.
Which, by the way, is the Hasan argument against Kamala, which I think is fucking stupid. And if you're using that now and saying, well, look, if you get a moderate lib in, you'll disaffect voters. And that's what led to MAGA. It was Biden, it was Obama. And so we can't vote for her because that will just make MAGA worse. Right? Like, that's not how this works. We're talking about mitigating the worst parts of MAGA right fucking now. And the idea that this is like, oh, well, maybe the DSA will hurt us. And then like 4 years, 5 years down the line, the Democratic Party brand won't be so good. Hey, they're fucking cutting healthcare today. They're gutting USAID today. They're being fascist today. They're cracking down on free speech today. Do we give a shit about that? Or are we like doing these weird hypotheticals about how this is going to affect us maybe 5 years from now? Like, this is pissing me off, honestly.
I know we said we weren't going to do don't-know call-outs, but I got one from Benjamin Gilbert of PV. He said, PV is supporting libs in the general. We just announced our Senate plans, which includes Peltola in Alaska, Brown in Ohio, and likely Vindman in Florida if he beats Angie Nixon. Also lefties darlings like Abdul Troy and Tallarico. Now, I was familiar with the fact that PV has done like actual canvassing, advocacy, that kind of stuff for lib candidates. Whatever issues I've had with PV, that's not really been the issue.
Yeah, didn't they canvass for Ossoff and Warnock and all these other, like, whatever you want to say? I just think that like people who, and I'm seeing individuals saying like, I'm not doing the Steelman correctly. Go look.
Yeah, Soypill's starting to look a little jacked in the biceps, maybe. He's on a vegan diet now, apparently, right? I always wondered with Soypill, like, what was that name about? I think he's just sort of making fun of the, Republicans and the Soyjack. Yeah, Soyjacks. It's kind of like a nod to that. But what was it, like on Dare or something? He tried to go plant-based for a week and it turned out he really liked it. So vegan lifter, I guess. But anyway, yeah, as far as the Discord goes, I just added roles for a bunch of people that were in here. And so if you did not get added yet, or you were in there and you were like, it seems very small. Like, right? There's only 1 or 2 channels in the Discord. No, that's just because you're in the airlock and somebody has to come by and change your role to follower. Oh God, I need to have a discussion with mods over on Discord that is the procedure.
At my exchange with Whick says it's like a game of chess, don't you know? I'm sacrificing my bishop to like protect my to win the game. And so tell me why. I mean, there's kind of 2 strands of it, and it's unclear what someone is invoking at any given time. There's the strand of imminent illiberal takeover of the party and turn to Stalinism. There's that strand of it. And then there's a strand of they're going to make us so fucking unpopular we'll never win another election. And I just think that both things are just not justifiable bases to vote for a traitorous MAGA Republican who tried to steal the 2020 election in one of the most pivotal swing states in anticipation of the 2028 presidential election, which is the election that most matters. It's what you have to be focused on.
Yeah, like I'm open. If people were saying like, oh man, like DAC is crazy, I would vote for John Kasich over. Okay, yeah, he's not a MAGA Republican. He's probably more moderate. He doesn't want to destroy liberal democracy with this org that's saying, you know, destroy the Western civilization. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about MAGA Republicans. That's like where vote blue no matter who came from. It wasn't vote for the Dem every single time. This is politics. If you don't like the DSA people, primary.
Do you think the left will ever have that? You think the left will ever be like that? You think the left?
Oh yeah, and just for anybody, you know, just for anybody that, oh my God. Sorry, I have to turn the fan off or else you're going to hear the fan when I talk. But yeah, for any of my fans, all right, feel free to, you know, share the stream and stuff like that. Just don't do it in an obstructive way in other people's streams. Don't make it like, you know, go into somebody else's stream and be like, hey, you really should be watching NCC over here instead, right? People don't like that. It could get you banned. Definitely would, you know, put like bad vibes out there to other streamers for me. So, you know, we don't do that. Hopefully other people are not doing that kind of, you know, technique of either.
Will ever give you that great? Like,
no, they won't.
Wouldn't that be crazy if everybody just advertised in each other's streams? So like, no, don't watch this stream. Watch this stream. The mighty something stream.
Who cares? Like they're deeply unserious and they don't have these principles. Yeah.
You think we call that shit out. It's fucking cucked. And I'll say it right now. It was cucked for Kyle Kalinske not to endorse in every single one of these elections between Trump from 2016 onward. It was cucked for Crystal Ball to not publicly do it. It was fucking cucked for Hasan not to be vocal about it, regardless of.
I think there is a practical reason, a very pragmatic reason for supporting a candidate and having that be a different level than endorsement, right? When you say, I want endorsement to mean something, right? I don't want endorsement to be just like, hey, I'm voting for this candidate. You should too, right? I want endorsement to mean like, this is a candidate that I am, you know, I can get behind, right? And for that to mean something, you know, for candidates that aren't quite there or haven't said the right thing to get people's attention, to get people's support, to know that, hey, I mean, like, you know, you got a lot of people pulling for you, got a lot of people that think that you're better than Trump. You got a lot of people that think that you're better than Vance. But, you know, in terms of endorsements, right, you know, you're still lacking, right? I think that's absolutely a good thing to do. And it's kind of crazy that these guys don't want to do it. It's a little bit crazy that these guys are like they call it cucked. You either support the candidate or you don't. You either endorse them fully or you don't, right? It was really clear to anybody that watched Hasan Piker, which is what matters, Pisco, right? Not whether Pisco happened to see the clip where Hasan was clearly in favor of, you know, Kamala over Trump, right? But whether the chatters are taking that message, right? And if you watched Hasan for any length of time, you got that message without you getting the message that Hasan is like, without you being confused of like, hey, Hasan, I thought you were anti-genocide. Why are you supporting Kamala Harris? Hey, Hasan, and you know, there's a distinction there. There's a distinction between lesser of evils voting and somebody that you truly believe in, somebody that you're excited about, right?
whether he actually did vote or not. It was cucked for all of these people, including and especially left-wing commentators. And I'm going to be consistent. If you want to go back on vote blue no matter who, and again, that is just a proxy for have a really, really high bar. I wouldn't vote for Hitler if he were a Democratic nominee. Yes, you're right. There are some lines. This person, Hong, does not cross the Hitler line for me, okay? And compared to a fascist, it makes me think, honestly, that some of the Republicans were right in one sense, that many of you weren't serious when you were calling Trump a fascist threat. That's what it makes me think.
Do you think it's kind of like, so go ahead, Guy.
What are we worried about with fascism? What's the ultimate fear with fascism? Chat, can we answer this? It's pretty clear, maybe? What's the worst case scenario? A fascist gets elected, what do they do? What do they do? What do fascists do? That there's a lot of bad things that fascists do, okay? Well, what is the worst case scenario? What is the reason that fascism is such a red flag? Yes, Narwhal, genocide. Yes. Now, level of separation between Biden and Kamala and the genocide that's going on in Gaza, right? That they are not, they're not in control of Israel directly, right? But they are absolutely have done nothing to slow Israel's roll. So yeah, while we've got a person threatening to do fascism in the United States, we've got two enablers. What do they call this in World War II? Oh my God, what is the word that the people would always use for Neville Chamberlain? It's the Neville Chamberlain thing. Yeah, and chat, that goes double if it's a smaller streamer. All right, definitely. I don't want to hear anybody trying to don't be sounding like you're trying to get people to come over from a smaller streamer's stream into yours. Appeasement, thank you. I could not think of it, but yes, appeasement is that wasn't a test, chat. I literally could not think of it. Thank you, OnlyFacts. Yeah, like appeasement at the least, but I mean, like we're talking about like a strategic alliance, right? And that's the U.S.'s diplomatic stance has been for years and years and years, and even more so doubled down on under Biden. The bear hug strategy, like this is so yeah, even in the midst of being worried about a genocide happening in our country, or at the very least an ethnic cleansing, which we are seeing in a lot of ways, and yeah, it turns out it's not as much about it's not as much about like the following the law or immigrating in the right way or whatever. It's more it's literally it's literally like a pro-white anti like kind of policy, right?
Sound like you were about to jump in there.
Oh well, I just can say this is too serious of a position to give to a Republican Wisconsin governor. I mean, this is a swing state that plays a pivotal role in presidential elections. I think I'll take Hong any day over Tom Tiffany. I mean, that's a lot different than a congressional seat, one of 435 congressional seats. So I don't know why people are drawing the line there. Also, Hong has distanced herself from the national DSA platform, saying she doesn't support some of the crazier things.
I mean, listen, I wish she would just lie more. I don't know. Did you see her Fox News appearance?
Yes.
It was bad. It was really, really, really bad.
And very robotic.
Yeah, she's not a charismatic person. I agree.
It's not her charisma that's the problem. I can tolerate charisma, rizless politicians. That's fine, but
we know about that. We know about that. Yes, he's down for rizless politicians. In fact, I feel like he prefers them. Look, this is the Democratic Party brain rot. Just so people understand, this is the Democratic Party brain rot. That that causes you to you're not even like, you say that you want to win, you say that you want to defeat MAGA, you say you've got all these things, you're all about winning, you don't really care so much about policy, but in terms of winning, you kind of need charisma. You kind of need to look for that, right? What the brain rot is that Hutch has somehow and again, this was before Hutch's time. I mean, this this ethic of the Democratic Party was set into place before Hutch's time, that they would rather have a candidate that makes no news than a candidate that makes news, and possibly maybe some of that news is bad, right? They're so scandal averse. They're so what do you call it? Like when you say something wrong, a faux pas. Yeah, they're so faux pas averse that they will go with a rizzless content creator, or like Narwhal by Nature says, a rizzless streamer over somebody that is actually got excitement, because that excitement, maybe it turns, maybe it takes a turn, right? Maybe it causes a controversy. Maybe
I don't know. When I watched that, I legitimately asked myself, like, is this woman a plant? Like, is she actually here to like fuck the Democratic Party? Because I don't know how else to explain some of her answers, given that she's running for governor in a state that was ground zero for the 2020 riots, which have been used as a cudgel against the Democratic Party. I mean, still to
here we go. 2020 has not ended in the minds of MAGA constituencies, and also of the liberal the liberal establishment, right? Now, there was sins committed in 2020, but they are not the sins that people are talking about, all right? The sin was that you had exposed to everyone and their brother the disproportionate violent impact of policing in the United States on the black community, right? And on, non white people in general, right? This was exposed. And what did you do about it? Nothing. You were too afraid. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not nothing. Nancy Pelosi wore kente cloth. You turned your Twitch, and probably Hutch did this too, where you turn your Facebook profile pic into like a black square. You did performative shit. You said, "Oh my gosh, that's so we're so bad. I mean, that's so bad." And then you even said shit like you tried to jump onto some of the slogans without even understanding them. Some of you said "abolish the police" without even thinking about what that actually means, without actually learning. So then when you go to explain it, you're like, "Yeah, abolish the police means that, well, the police are hurting people, so we should get rid of them." And then somebody says back to you, "Then what do you do when there's a murder?" And you don't know the answer, and you're like, "Oh shit, I fucked up." No, I didn't fuck up. BLM fucked up. I'm gonna blame them. I'm going to blame them for my lack of intellectual curiosity about what defund, abolish, whatever kind of slogan that you want to say was really about. And then you put it out there, and now everybody thinks like, "Oh, geez, it's like crime is legal." That's what BLM was about. They wanted to make crime legal. No, mother, you tricked yourself into thinking that. And it's a huge self-own. And this is why, like, people like this are not an asset to the party. They are actually a liability to the party. People that performatively, when the zeitgeist says so, endorse movements and then get mad at them after the fact and don't end up solving the policy problem that was there. Even a very, like, I mean, all we got, chat, was body cams. And you know what body cams do? Do we know what body cams do, chat? Body cams have made police violence more tolerable by presenting a POV of the cop, right? Just like when you embed journalists along with troops in, like, the Iraq War, for instance, you are putting, the viewer in the POV of our boys, our soldiers, and you're kind of doing like low-key war propaganda. I mean, you're also kind of keeping yourself safe and not taking some of the risks that reporters in the past would have done. But the same thing is true for body cams. And I'm not like against it. I mean, again, there have been issues. In fact, I think I saw a body cam video where a cop beat the shit out of some guy. And what was it? It wasn't actually on his body cam, though. It was on something else. It was because he took the body cam off. But there are singular instances where body cams expose malfeasance and abuse of power by the police. But for the most part, it's just made people okay with the ongoing disproportional violence. You got to solve these problems. You got to actually respond, right? That's why 2020 is still an issue. I asked myself, had some of this stuff been put into policy in an intelligent way, like not in a, kind of straw man that they run of like, yeah, we're just gonna fire all the cops and crime will be illegal. We'll abolish all the prisons. So overnight, there's no more prisons. We let all the murderers, all the rapists can go free, right? That's not what anybody was asking for. But instead, what they did was the same thing that they did in Capitol Hill. They came down on the protesters with, chemical weapons and so-called less than lethal weapons, stuff like LRADs, gas and flashbangs. And when they ran out of those munitions, in the case of Seattle, they just they withdrew the police to try to change the narrative, and they got away with it because too many people didn't really take to heart what BLM was actually about. Obviously, Hutch, and Destiny in general are enemies of any attempt to curtail the malfeasance by the institution of the police. It's about changing the institution, right? It's about recognizing how the institution got started, where it comes from, and that if you want an institution that protects and serves, it's not going to be a group that came from, just like the IDF chat came from these murderous, gangs, these militias, right? These 3 militias in Israel. The police, our modern institution of the police comes from, slave patrols, comes from anti-union thugs, comes from, this is what the culture is. And the culture is not going to change just because you offer better training. It needs to be a new institution. And it needs to be dedicated to actually doing what we want from police, which is protecting and serving, keeping people safe. I would love to see, chat, police, like if somebody, somebody get their tire, they got a flat tire, right? I would love to have like that maybe the police come over and help you with that. Is in anything that where they're actually protecting and serving, where they're actually about the people, where they're not a bunch of fucking racist white dipshits that come into a city from the suburbs and treat it like it's the jungle, like it's Vietnam, like every person there is like a potential, is potentially going to shoot them, right? There's got to be a better way to do law and order than the current institution. Yeah, what is the and all the militarization, the training with Israel
6 years later, and so that did not inspire confidence in the general. I mean, I agree, Pisco, with what you're saying. I think on both ends.
But what Hutch wants is for Democrats to apologize for that. Look, I'm sorry we ever had a problem with the police. The police are great; they're awesome. And George Floyd, he was no angel either. Did you know that he might have had some fentanyl in his system at the time? Yeah, that kind of puts it all in a whole new light. Yeah, absolutely. Stomping the life out of somebody, is completely justified. That's what these assholes want the Democrats to say. And if you want to say that, then you can take the strongest constituency, the most reliable constituency. Yes, chat, I'm talking about Black Democratic voters, and tell them to fuck off. Tell them you no longer need them. All the get out the vote that goes on in the Black community, just throw it away. Throw it away. Because you're not serving that constituency. You let them down. That's the sin of 2020, not whatever garbage Hutch is talking about.
I think the analysis is wrong. The idea that there's an actual threat of an actual socialist takeover in the Democratic Party, I find just really laughable. And then on the other side of things, I disagree with the idea that any damage that Hong does to the party brand would somehow be more than the damage that Tom Tiffany would do, or any Republican as governor
based
in Wisconsin. But I am reminded of the whole
So again, notice this is the difference between a Hutch and a Witt, right? Notice the difference between a Pisco and a Hutch. Notice the difference between a Hutch and a Wick. Although I have problems with it, chat. Anybody catch me doing this? I responded to a Hutch tweet, and I called him Wick. I have caught myself multiple times now confusing these two guys, and there is a difference, right? Wick is like, I don't know, Hutch with being like if Hutch was lodged, like a foot further up Destiny's ass and a little bit less intelligent, he would be Wick, right? there is actually a difference between these two. They both are both shit. Well, they're both rolling around in shit right now. But at least Hutch has the wherewithal to say that, you know, Hong is a better outcome for Wisconsin and for all of us than her Republican competitor.
Epstein fucking versus Hitler hypotheticals we did back in the day, segregationists, you know, and the argument that I heard from a lot of people was like, well, you know, if you elect a segregationist, it'll make the party look bad. So some people are capable of that kind of analysis. No, it just
no. I will grant that there are moments in which that like might overtake the value of the given position. Maybe there is some line somewhere, and a segregationist would account, or a rapist would account, or a I don't know, Epstein, a reformed, revived zombie Epstein would also account, or Hitler would account. Like, all of this is fair game, to put aside like the policies or whatever, but it's just not before us. And if you think it is before us, then you're going to have to be like, well, there's this different line between the governor and the Senate. I would vote for Hong if she were a senator, but like,
welcome Raider, welcome Raiders, welcome streamer. Good to see you, Christina. Thank you for the raid. Everybody go follow Cosmopolitics if you're not followed already. Sorry, you caught me in between. You caught me in the middle of a bite. I didn't have my. I went ahead and went to stream, fully caffeinated, but without having breakfast today, and it has been a big mistake on my part. Again, apologies, chat. I'm usually more interactive with chat. I'm just trying to make sure I stay on task, make sure I stay on topic. Speaking of which, we're 25 points away from adding an extra hour. We have an hour and 42 minutes of the stream au natural. But you know, if you wanna artificially what do you call this? Enhance the performance of the stream. If you want to increase the hours of the stream, if we can just get 25 more points on the ticker, I will add an hour. I will add the bonus content. What's winning right now with 78 votes? We got Paige Christie video on Ethan Klein, exposing Ethan Klein's weirdness, talking about the murder of a child here. That's in first place. Second place, we got Bill Maher going after Hasan and the DSA. Third place, we got James Carville. Oh my God, the Raging Cajun actually placing in third here. And last but not least is Master Sheikh himself. That's right, Mark Levine calling Hasan a lowlife.
I was suggesting, if the Senate is important enough for you to vote for Hong if she were the candidate for senator, then
Morebear asks, important question, do bits count towards time? Absolutely. I never mention them, but they do, and we need to do something funner with our bits, right? I don't know.
You should be just as assuaged, I think, by the governorship in Wisconsin. I would almost argue that it's a toss-up between which is more important. I don't know about you guys. I mean, like, this is a key.
Yeah, I never mention bits. They're kind of like an afterthought, but yes, absolutely, bits count as well.
Swing state. It could affect other races too, right? Because if you have unified control in Wisconsin, you could have another gerrymander, and we know what they've done with Wisconsin, both on the state gerrymander side and on the congressional gerrymander.
Blitzy 9K with the 70 bits.
It has been one of the biggest disasters ever. That's why, by the way, Elon Musk was spending so much money and so much time in Wisconsin to win the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. It's just such an obvious trolley problem. And yeah, I don't really have the stomach for people who are having this traitorous opinion that we should promote Tom Tiffany as a means to some, vague and unsubstantiated.
Okay, so yeah, as many problems as I have with Pisco just being unable to remove himself from Destiny's orbit, from Destiny's periphery, there we go. There's an important distinction with Pisco, right? And I guess this is what's gotten, because I was a little confused, chat, when I saw Destiny and Usurp the Chef and bunch of people coming in hot to Pisco's Twitter space. I was like, wait, what did Pisco do? Like, he's kissing your guys' ass. What? How are you upset with Pisco? This is it. This is it. He's calling it, yeah, traitorous to say that you're gonna vote for MAGA because you don't like a DSA candidate.
Right, because to be clear, is literally going farther than the shitty dumbass Hasan opinion, which is like, oh, I don't know, I'm not telling you what to do. You're literally saying vote for Republicans, which is like,
Hasan never did that.
Even worse. But Guy, who was the
again, Soypill, if you ever want to have a conversation about what Hasan did in the 2024 election, I seem to know more about it than you do. All right. There was no confusion about whether Hasan thought that, you know, the outcome of where Kamala Harris is elected was, you know, people, you know what people do? They take one out of context clip, and I know the one, right? In this case, it's Hasan saying that there is no indication, there's no proof, right, that Harris would have been better than Trump on Israel and Gaza, right? And they'll just cut the Israel and Gaza out of it, and they'll show it. Oh, look at that. He says there's no difference between Kamala and Trump. I guess he was saying, throw your hands up in the air, chatter. Maybe vote for a third party. I mean, what, he wasn't scolding people who were like, you know, gonna, you know, vote for the PSL, but it was pretty clear that he thought that the best chance of, you know, having a non-fascist outcome in that election was going to be voting for Kamala Harris. It was pretty clear that he himself was voting for Kamala Harris. The only difference is he didn't outright say, I endorse the vice president of this, you know, administration that's just been absolutely horrible on that issue.
Politician that AOC and all the others came out against. She was a Democrat, and she was so anti-Semitic that was where Democrats drew the line and said, we're you know, no, absolutely vote against this person.
That was a race in Texas, Galinda or something.
Right. And it's like, there are limits to vote blue no matter who, obviously, right? If this person is coming out and is explicitly saying...
Blitzy says Kamala would not have started a war with Iran. Very few U.S. presidents would have. Very few, right? Netanyahu tried to get Obama interested, tried to get George W. Bush interested. George W. Bush ultimately chose against going to war with Iran. Now, that might have been because he got bit by his failures in the Iraq War. I mean, one might wonder, you know, had that not been such a disaster for him, would he have taken the bait with Dick Cheney? Because Dick Cheney absolutely wanted war with Iran. But yeah, for ever since Reagan, at least, you know, Israel has tried to pull the United States into a war with Iran, and you know what most people do is they talk to their generals and they say, "Hey, how would that go?" So you know, maybe not for the right reasons, right? Because Kamala is a war hawk, and let's not forget the world's most lethal army. Again, this is another way that she shot herself in the foot. Right? She doesn't need fucking a left flank, you know, a hostile left flank talking shit about her to, you know, to lose to Trump. She did that quite well by herself. But yeah, likely, definitely, you know, a better outcome than Trump being elected overall, and likely a you know, better outcome even in some of the areas where the Biden administration and the Kamala campaign fell short.
Like neo-Nazi rhetoric. As bad as MAGA is, right now, that's worse than MAGA. That is like, oh, you are like the Nick Fuenteses. Like, they're not there yet. They're getting there, but they're not there yet. So obviously, it's still a trolley problem. It's not just if they have a D, but like you have to be able to make that calculus in your brain. But sorry, go ahead, guy.
Well, I would challenge people. What do you think is more harmful? Election denialism fueled by a Republican governor in Wisconsin in 2028, undermining the election results, sowing doubt, helping Trump sow doubt, or a DSA governor who gets nowhere near accomplishing the most extreme stuff they want to do because they don't have the backup to do it, nor do they have the resolve, and they're already backing off their more extreme positions. I would argue the threat to our democracy by undermining the election results in 2028 is a much bigger concern right now.
Now, hang on a minute. I just got to ask the question. Is it Hong's job to court the moderates here?
Yes.
Like,
yes,
is it her
Hong's
job?
Like, yeah, absolutely.
Win those votes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
all right,
absolutely.
Okay. All right.
By the way,
Wait.
I want to wait. You guys, you got a call out in the chat. I want one. Slinks8 says, "Quote: Okay, but he literally said he would not promote. He said he would prefer." And Pisco tried to push him to say promote. Okay, you can say he didn't say endorse, but he said it would be his preference, and he said he would vote. I asked him specifically, I think it's at 38:20. Someone get the timestamp. I put in one of the comments. He said he would vote. So don't talk to me about clickbait this, clickbait
Is this Wick
that.
or Moot?
This is Mootin. This is Mootin. Wick never said it. But at a certain point, like, this distinction is meaningless to me. Oh, I prefer, but I wouldn't vote. I prefer, but I wouldn't endorse. Just fuck out of here. This is not a close call.
Well, he's not voting for the Republican.
No, he said that.
He said he would.
When you hopped on the stream with them. I watched it like an hour ago. He said,
did he
like,
say that?
I would say vote for the Republican or don't vote.
Did Moot say that? I don't even remember.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And listen, it was a good conversation. Listen, I got less frustrated at that conversation. It is frustrating because there's a big delay with the internet. I don't know if it's good right now, but he was forthright, right? And he was like answering all the questions. And I thought that was like refreshing and very good and very cool. And I think it was a way better conversation than some of the other conversations I've had with people in like the Twitter spaces where they're just like dodging, dipping, and diving. He just bit every bullet. I mean, he had the jaws of titanium steel, and like it was, but like that makes it a more pleasant conversation. I don't have to like be pushing that hard. And he was very forthright, and I do appreciate that for Mootin. It was a pleasant conversation, but don't bite those bullets. Those are crazy bullets.
Guys, real quick, should we let Wick on? He's got a little bit of time before
please
the show.
do.
So chat, they are talking shit about a lot of people, including including Wick, right? And yeah, that's what this is going to invite, right? In general, in the DGG world, when Monday comes around, all eyes are on Live and Learn. These days, skeptical eyes, right? These days, hostile eyes from the hardcore Destiny supporters, from whoever the fuck watches Wick. In other words, more Destiny supporters, because Wick is not a actual streamer. Wick is a carbuncle on Destiny's ass. Wick is a a boil growing on Destiny that feeds entirely off of Destiny's community. Same thing with food shops and a lot of those kind of dick suck streamers. So are all these guys Dorbiters? They're well, okay. Let's go over this. The Dorbiters are mad at Soypill and they're mad at Pisco. They're a little bit, not super happy with Hutch over some of this, over him saying, him saying, because at the end of the day, Hutch mostly, although he has said, not blue no matter who, he's gone back on his blue no matter who thing, but he mostly is supportive of, I think he was supportive of Syed. Yeah, there was a moment where all of these streamers, everyone on Live and Learn, endorsed Syed, right? Which should be an easy thing for them to do. He's obviously going to win the primary. He is for more of their issues than Stevens is, and other than IRI, maybe, right? I don't think any of them are particularly, deciding on support or non-support for politicians based on Israel coming to them in their dreams. So, but again, Pisco, had the opportunity to leave the orbit, and he didn't take it. He does kiss Destiny's ass way too much still. He's still needs to make nice with these people. So as much as I would love to see a redemption arc from Pisco, who's been, in the donkey mines of DGG for way too long, right? Being helping Destiny's career or lending tacit support, failing to disavow such a vile person the way that he should. And I guess you could say that the same thing for the Soy Pill. They do enough to peeve DGG, so it's a little bit. There's a spectrum. They're on the spectrum, right? They're on the spectrum between Hutch, who is really fucking deferential in most ways, although might not agree with Destiny on every single thing. IRI, who mainly just wants to see Democrats win. And the policy doesn't really matter. You can see all the campaign, stuff that he's got in his background because he's all about the campaigns. He's all about the elections, not so much about holding these politicians to account. It's a spectrum, I guess. Would you say, actually, Darfil, are you still here? I wonder if you would say, I wonder what people would say about, like, do you think maybe Soy Pill is the most, like, oppositional of the group? Like in terms of like who's most on blast from Destiny, it's either got to be Pisco or Soypill. I think it kind of goes back and forth.
And I'm involved.
All right. Okay. I sent him a link.
I just want to give, hold on. I just want to give people a heads up in my chat. We decided not to read donations on the pod because it was too distracting. So
yeah,
I
there's
appreciate
too many. You guys gave too much money. You should not give us any money, in fact.
If you guys want to donate and do super chats in my chat, that's awesome. But we're not going to read it out. And I just want people to know that.
Oh, is he not here yet?
He is not here yet. I gave him the link.
Oh,
Listen, I hear you, Pisco. I hear you. At the same time, I feel like it's cuckoldry, a form of cuckoldry, to like go after libs, defending people who never believed in blue, no matter who. Like I'm not going to do that. I just simply
defending them. What are you talking about?
I simply refuse.
What do you mean defending them? Like we're trying to defend the fucking results in given places. That's what we're doing. But you're like, oh, because it inures to the benefit of a left-wing person as opposed to a center-left person, then it's like you're sweeping. Was I sweeping for Kamala?
No, I didn't. I honestly didn't even see your post, so I don't know the extent of the commentary that you've given on this. But so I didn't have it in mind.
Destiny calls who an anti-Semite? Calls Soypill an anti-Semite or Pisco?
I wasn't like throwing shade or anything like that.
Oh, there's the Whig class himself, the head honcho.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Josiah DM'd me or super chatted me. He's like,
good to see you as always, Amanda Panda Sensei.
Hey, DM Soypill to get on Lib and Learn.
Get Josiah in here too, man. Josiah, I know you're watching. Get in here, buddy.
Yeah.
Come on in.
Me and Josiah had a little back and forth this morning.
Pull up a chair. You know you want to. Get in here.
And Josiah straight up left Live and Learn because it got involved too much in the, kind of Destiny discourse, right? Josiah, if you want to understand him, he wants to be Midas Touch. He wants to make videos calling out MAGA. That's all he really wants to do, right? And so as a result, you won't see him, criticize, I don't know, Haley Stevens for, being a Zionist. You also won't hear him criticize, Francesca Hong for being a communist or something like that, right? He's just like, he wants the big tent. He wants it to work. And he doesn't want to deal with controversies, right? Which, has its negative and its positive. On the positive, he's going to be supportive of some of these DSA candidates, even if he doesn't agree with them on every issue. On the negative, obviously, there is, stuff that needs to be called out in the Democratic Party that you're not going to see him call out. But yes, he, I believe, jumps in as well. Do we have a mini F? I didn't see it. Okay. Well, everybody refresh and reload if you need to. Should I take a moment here? I'm starting to feel better, chat. I don't know what it is about mornings, but especially if I don't have my breakfast, and I'm that's probably what happened is I'm starting to eat and starting to everything's okay. I'm not falling apart. I was like sweating and I don't know. It's not good. It's not good. But yeah, I think what are we at right now on the poll? 83 votes so far. So make sure to get your votes in on there. Still Paige Christie with the Ethan video in first place. Bill Maher with the Hasan with the Bill Maher video rather. In second place, James Carville still leaving the Democratic Party. He's left the left just very slowly. He's in bullet time or something, leaving the left. I don't know. That's in third place. And Master Shake, Mark Levin, in the last place, because nobody cares about Mark Levin, apparently, except for me. I think he's really funny. It's the most important meal of the day. You're absolutely right about that. I should have just eaten, and instead what I did was I just started working on a thumbnail, right? Everybody liked the thumbnail? I just wasn't sure what I was going to do with this, right? And it turns out I found a good... I like how it turned out. I mean, it's always hard to it's a challenge to get a good picture of Hutch. Believe me, this is the best we could do. All right, unfortunately. But yeah, I did that. I prioritized that over eating, and this is probably a mistake. Maybe I would have made an even better thumbnail if I'd eaten first.
You can't resist. Watch. He'll join. Mark my words.
Don't worry. As we talk, I'm sure
he will want to have a few things to say.
Well, before we argue, Wick, do you want to promote your Liberal Action Network? What does that do?
Yeah, I want to hear about the Liberal
pay
Action
money
Network.
to do Liberal Action. I just want to
Well,
go places and canvas.
We're not asking for money.
Okay.
We're not asking for funds or anything like that. Right now, the Liberal Action Network, it's very new. It's something that has been cooking up for a while, but they just released it on my birthday, which was a few days ago.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Well, thank you. And it basically is liberal streamer NATO, like we talked about. It is well, no, for real. It's for
An
people.
attack on one is
So a fake defensive treaty group that's meant to just like, yeah, that's great. Like, we pretend it's about defense. We pretend we're under attack, but we actually use it to put pressure on the.
an attack on all. Article 5.
It's a defensive alliance, right? Where
Yes.
people who have
Defensive
have consistently been coming at
We're under attack. All right, the poor liberals must be supported. They're
our throats, right?
liberalism has the right to defend itself. There we go. It's AUKUS, Chad. It's AUKUS.
Can communicate together, work
We got any AUKUS heads in chat? Anybody vote for Biden because of AUKUS?
together, because again, alone we get isolated, we get separated, we feel like it's hopeless, like there's no one around that shares our values. But it's a place and a system where we can just support each other and promote liberalism in
And
the
brigade
broader
lefties
online
and
discourse.
snark on them. Yes. No, listen, I'm all for it. Look, you guys go off on your Liberal Action Network, and I think that like that's all cool and base, and we should defend ourselves against bad faith attacks and shit from lefties and stuff like that. And if Josh Shapiro becomes the nominee and there's like this bullshit about the murder shit, I'm going to be adding the Vanguard at some point. I want to have a debate with them because I've been hearing them go a little crazy. That's all cool, whatever. What the fuck does it have to do with this conversation?
Oh no!
Well, people asked me, and I told them.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
please go.
That's on me. That's on me. I haven't mentioned it.
I don't listen to people talks either, to be clear.
We're not talking
but-
about your fucking book right now. All
right,
Wick.
also, we
go
had to
ahead.
push the Pac-Man conversation. Heads up.
Oh yeah, we rescheduled. Pac-Man's a very busy man.
Wait, go ahead.
I think Pac-Man chickened out.
So is Wick, are you in the camp that would vote Republican? I'm not trying to put any. I honestly have no.
One of two things happened, chat. Either Pac-Man took a look at what they got going on in Live and Learn, and it's a mess that Pac-Man could not give his blessings to, or yeah, Pac-Man knows that his own community. This is the whole thing, chat. Pac-Man is getting attacked, sure, but it's not by Hasan people. It's about his own community, right? His own community does not stand with him, does not agree with him, does not look at, I don't know, Destiny as the victim in his own, IRL harassment campaign against Hasan. They're just not buying it. Purple's a big Aussie vote, an AUKUS voter over there, right? We gotta have AUKUS, Jack. We gotta have more nuclear submarines. Certainly do not do any diplomacy with China, as would be in your interest, Australia.
Yeah, why you're up here? No offense. I'm happy to have you up here, but I don't know what position do you have that has brought you to this table?
So I think that if I were to be in Wisconsin and Hong were to win the nomination, I think that I would not vote. I would choose the couch.
So
I think
you would prefer the Republican, as you said in the tweet exchange.
Well, hold on. If I had my preference, we wouldn't have Hong as a nominee.
I know, but given the general, you did say now when IRI is asking you, right? You don't want to disappoint your dad, and IRI has this very fatherly presence about him. Really, truly. And I look up to him. I think everyone should look up to him. And you're hiding your power level. You said in our Twitter reply that your preference is that the MAGA Republican Tom Tiffany in a matchup with Francesca Hong.
I think it's better for the Democratic Party. Yes, I think it's
so
better.
Why not say it with your chest? Why be like, my preference is this entire thing never happened in the first place?
Because when you say it's my preference, you act as it signals that it's my first choice. It's not. We are in a situation, however, where I don't get my first choice. I don't get my preference. And since we are in a situation where Hong has, I think that Hong threatens liberalism in many of the same ways that MAGA does. And I find it more insidious than MAGA because there are people who would never defend MAGA who will defend Hong. And that's why I think she's a greater threat. Now, look.
Wick, let's be real about it. You would consider voting for MAGA over Hong because you correctly perceive yourself as having more in common with the MAGA party line than you do with Hong. That's why. You want to compare her to MAGA? Motherfucker, I'm going to compare you to MAGA. And it's a lot more apt of a comparison. There we go. That's the way that we summon the rave, is with the discussion of AUKUS.
I think that when it comes down to it, Hong's not going to win the general. I think that's what
just
the
a
evidence
dodge.
suggests.
That's like just doing a prediction. We're not asking you for your Nate Silver take, bro. We're asking you for your outlook in terms of who you want to win, not what you expect
Again,
will
I
happen.
think it's better for the Democratic Party if she loses. Yes.
You know, I don't think we need to speculate too much.
Better for the Democratic Party to have a election denier stop the steal guy as the governor of Wisconsin than to not. That is what he's saying. That is what he's saying.
I mean, I don't know if we've ever had a DSA.
Big Leafy Tree. I am gonna give you a chance to catch up on what's Pac-Man's been saying lately before I respond to that, because yeah, I'm not trying to tear into a chatter who just has not gotten the memo yet. But yeah, there's a little bit that you should check Pac-Man's recent videos.
Governor, but we've had DSA mayors, I think, right? And we've had, you know, people. They've had some prominence in like local politics. They've done decently well at the state level in some cases. And you know, what was the worst that happened? They did some stupid policies that they ended up rolling back a couple years later. So when you
see, what you're not getting is that Pac-Man made an anti-Hasan video first, right? That's the part that you're missing. Pac-Man's own people mostly were not with that. Pac-Man said something that disappointed his audience, right? So just the same way that, you know, we don't say that, you know, the Vosh lost audience after exposing his lolicon fat folders, right? Because, I don't know, Ethan or NCC or somebody made a video about him. It'd be silly to say that Hasan has got this like great big influence on Pac-Man's community, or that he's sending people over there. No, it's Pac-Man people. And Pac-Man's been losing audience for a long time. If you like Pac-Man, your best bet is to, you know, encourage him to move forward and to look at this. I don't know if this is a lost cause, chat, because Pac-Man's an anti-communist. See, Pac-Man's great as long as you don't get into foreign policy. I think that's what the chatter may be saying, right? That there's a lot of what Pac-Man said, just like there's a lot of what Vosh says that's unobjectable. I'm sure that you could find stuff that Destiny says that's unobjectionable. But in the area of foreign policy, Pac-Man is basically a right-winger, right? He's gotten bitten by that anti-communist bug and by that Zionist bug, and I just don't think I think this is something that maybe you haven't seen about your content creator, right? This is a side of David Pac-Man that he usually tries to keep under wraps, but you know, when it comes for whatever reason, I think it's probably a grievement. He's just lost a lot of steam. Like he was next to TYT and Majority Report, like Pac-Man was like one of the biggest like lefty content creators for the longest time, and then October 7th happened, and you know there was a lot of like non-coverage of issues by Pac-Man. But then when there was coverage, when there was a take, it was a disgusting and genocidal take, right? So he's lost a lot of people there, and I think he kind of holds a grudge against some of the streamers, because as Pac-Man goes down, becomes less influential, becomes revealed as really not being a left-winger on a lot of issues that people find to be really important. Hasan is entering into the mainstream. So, right, it's really easy, just like Ethan Klein, in a situation like that, to say, well, he's going up, I'm going down. he's taking my viewers. They're doing something bad. They're doing brigades. They're doing this and that. And so, yeah, surprise, surprise, Pacman sides with Destiny after a year before refusing to speak on the same stage with Destiny. It's not that Pacman doesn't know that Destiny is a fucking predator in his own community, is a sex pest. It's that Pacman ultimately doesn't care and sides more with that community than with the actual left. So yeah, Pacman can leave the left along with all of his supporters, and you know, but yeah, I'm not wanting to rake anybody across the coals over this, because this is something that you could have missed. I don't know how people consume David Pacman, probably in videos. You know, they come up on your feed and you click on them if you're interested in. Maybe you're missing a few things there. So yeah, I would encourage you to read the comments if they're not deleted, and ask yourself, do you think this is a Hasan brigade, or do you think this is more likely David Pacman not doing right by his audience and not being in tune with his audience, and you know, just endorsing the same you know, genocidal Zionist politics he always has, the same anti-communist drivel that he always has, and maybe people just noticing and caring about it for the first time.
When you say like Hong represents just as much of a threat to liberal democracy as MAGA, that seems kind of crazy to me, Wick, a little bit, because MAGA, you know, as a political movement, a majority of them think that, you know, 2020 was stolen, and they straight up literally tried to steal an election.
El Said's been playing with, and El Said isn't DSA, but, and I will vote for El Said if he wins. I want to make that clear, because the Senate's just more important. But I think that El Said's been playing with electoral election denialism too, saying that if he loses, it's because of AIPAC and
no, I agree. That stuff is cringe. But that's not even in the same universe.
No.
As
Syed is smart enough not to talk about losing, and you know what? He's probably not going to lose. Very unlikely that Syed will lose. That's not even a consideration, but he wants to say it. What El Syed has said is that my opponent is backed by AIPAC to the tune of $30 million and, you know, overall $60 million combined AIPAC, DTE, and Blue Cross Blue Shield, right? That's what he said. And Wick, I guess, is sore about this because, look, in the past, here's how it would work, all right? You back Israel, even if it's not popular, right? Like, I don't know, Jamal Bowman's district, for instance, right? You are going to get money spent on you. This is more true, I guess, for Cori Bush, right? You're going to get money spent on you by AIPAC. And they're not necessarily going to be like, Cori Bush is an enemy of the Israeli state, of Netanyahu and of the people, because that wouldn't work. What they say is that Cori Bush is, you know, all bluster, and she didn't get anything done in when she was in. Like, they just spam all these negative airwaves. So, like, in the past, like, that just happened, and there's nothing you could do about it. Syed, because of the insanity of a, you know, $60 million being dropped on a race like this, Syed has made it a campaign issue, and I want to see more DSA and left flank candidates do this. I want to see more of them. Look, when they roll out the AIPAC money on you, what else are you going to do? You got to call it out. You got to say, look, I know that, like, you know, there's money in politics, our elections are corrupt, but this candidate is particularly corrupt, and look at her backers, right? And it worked. And Wick is sore about this. And he's like, oh, that's kind of like an election denial. Well, yeah, if you put fucking words in his mouth and have him say, and if I lose this election, it'll be illegitimate, it'll be because of AIPAC, and the people should rally at the state house to, you know, refuse to certify the results? What does he say? No, nothing like that. Nowhere close to, like, dragging out multiple court cases, losing on every single one of them, and then saying, I guess the judge is in the election, in the tank for Joe Biden as well, right? There's a huge difference between, and it shouldn't even, I mean, it's ridiculous that he would even say this, but again, you got some low information people, maybe even on this platform here, not noticing that Wick is just straight up lying.
As what Trump did in 2020.
My argument here is that if Hong were to win in the general.
Yo, L-Dog the God, thank you for the Prime subscribe. That gets us up to 79% chat. We are 21 points away from being able to extend this stream into another hour, which I'll definitely need if I'm going to get into any of this bonus content, and even if I'm going to give this a good shake at this point. Yeah, we're down to 1 hour and 10 minutes otherwise, so hopefully people can get shit together the way that L-Dog the God is doing. L-Dog the God, our leader over there, at least at the moment. No, we got a lot of leaders. We got a lot of people doing a lot for the stream, and I appreciate it, including you if you're liking the stream, right? Because I always forget to say, when I'm talking about, adding an extra hour for donos, that liking the stream really helps us out a lot. I appreciate it, and it's something that you can do at no cost to you. And for most of you, that's what you're going to need to do, because not a lot of people got disposable income. And if you don't have disposable income, don't be sending money to me. Take care of yourself. Take care of your family first, of course. And just send me your thumbs, okay? I'll be happy with your thumbs, but I'll be even happier if we can put together $21 by the end of the stream and be able to extend for another hour.
It would make it harder to defeat MAGA in the future. And let me lay this out for you. Like, we know that Hong is underperforming, and most of the DSA candidates are underperforming the environment right now, right? So we're in like a D+8, D+7 environment. They are either underwater and probably not going to win, or they have taken winnable races and made them either a toss-up or likely red.
I'm sorry, but if you got 80, again, Wick, I don't know if you know this. What was it? 8,000 volunteers for El Sayed. All right. 80. 80, not 80,000, not 8,000, 80. 80 volunteers for Stevens. That's a doomed race. That's a dead campaign.
Likely Republican. If she wins...
Oh, why is this flag backward? He flips his screen. So, everything goes like he reverse, like on the screen, he like reverses it.
What's going to happen in the primary is people are going to want to go towards, or be more likely to go towards her style of politics and campaign with the same people that she's been campaigning with, right? That I do feel are an existential threat to the
but I would grant you that, Wick, and I would still say that that's not that's a less bad outcome than having a Republican governor.
And how is that different from the Hasan camp saying the exact same thing about Kamala? Like, hey, yeah, obviously trolley problems, she's not as bad, but if you elect her, then we're going to get more liberalism, we're going to get more do-nothing Democrats.
Because
they're not
I
going
like
to push the party
liberalism,
line,
and I don't like illiberalism.
and MAGA is
That's
going to
different.
take over because...
But you're a McCarthyite. You're illiberal, bro. Like, you're halfway to fascism as it is, just not through intentional, not that you think Nick Fuentes is cool as fuck and you want to be like him, just through your own dumbassery. Just through your sycophancy for Destiny and your own dumbassery and your own reactive kind of overly personal grievance-based politics. Yeah, you got that in common with MAGA too, Wick. You're a little closer to the fascist right than you even realize in embracing. So, and yeah, that's absolutely what the Trump administration is about right now, is about suppressing free speech. I need to refill my drink and stuff like that. I guess, yeah, I'm going to leave this on so I can hear what all of these guys are saying. Let me just check how we're doing on, we got an hour left, hopefully 2 hours left. That's on you though, chat, whether it's 1 or 2 hours. Because again, the way that we make that number go up of the timer is by making this number, this number go up over here. And we're 21 points away from that. So I strongly feel like there's a good chance that we're going to get some bonus content, although I will operate, or we'll get some bonus time, although I will operate as if we don't, just to maximize our time on everything. So, oh yeah, I need to check and see where we are at in the watch through. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I can let this run. What is coming up though? So yeah, Wick is joined now. We're going to see Josiah from Pondering Politics join as well. Then Keith Edwards. Does one in chat if you know Keith Edwards, right? I know this guy from his clickbait content, but you know, he did have a go at Hasan, but somehow they worked that out. I actually didn't hear about this. I saw the video calling out Hasan, and then I've seen sort of how Keith is adjusted afterwards. I never saw like whatever the interaction they had was, but yeah, Keith Edwards is coming on. Leftist Blondie. Anybody know of Leftist Blondie? And I think Wick might have even crashed out of this thing. Anyway, we're gonna let it. Let it run. I'm gonna listen to it on. Oh God, I gave you too many questions. I'm like type 1 if any number of things, and now chat's like 1 1 1 1. I'm like, oh no, which one? Which thing was it? Yeah, let me. I'm gonna pull up the stream on my phone, and make sure that I am hearing what everybody has to say, so that if there's anything that I need to respond to, I am able to do so. And I will be back. Until then, chat, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Irene. I don't know, why is it so hot today? It's not even, it's just like muggy.
It's going to disaffect voters, and people will say, well, they're not delivering. Like, this is the exact same argument that I said is total bullshit from him. And that's how, like, part of the reason we get millions of people dead from US aid cuts. That's how we get all our institutions covered.
The difference is they're being shown a pizza and saying, oh, I can't eat pizza, it's poisonous, okay? And then I'm being shown a plate of cyanide and saying, I can't eat that, it's
You're doing
poisonous.
the Nina Turner thing.
We're making the same argument, but the facts of the matter are not the same.
You're doing the Nina Turner shit
I'm correct
thing.
and they are incorrect. But
so that's the only argument is I'm right and they're wrong. Like, you don't have like polling to show this will happen down the line.
I just pointed to what's happening with El Said and Hong, right? Hong has taken a winnable race and made it so we are going to have much harder time winning that. Can we acknowledge that reality?
Well, the
100% yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the polls.
So
polls say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we don't want that to happen in the future, we don't want this constant taking winnable races. If we just have generic Democrat or someone just fucking moderate, and then making them much harder to win.
This is an argument.
If I may finish.
Yeah, but isn't that like this is why we shouldn't elect her in the primary? Like, I don't want to vote for her in the primary.
Yes, this is a primary argument, not a general argument.
No, it's a general argument too. If she wins the primary, it's much. If she wins the primary, and then so by some miracle she wins the general, what's going to happen is there's going to be more people. We knew we could get him in here.
I knew it.
I'm not saying anything though. I'm not saying anything though. I'm just gonna sit here and show you that I'm conquering my fucking addiction, and I can be here and I can be in the midst of this, and I'm not gonna say a word. So
not to leak any private DMs, but Josiah, he called me a couple nights ago, just crying. He's like, Niels, I can't stop. I can't stop. It's hours and hours. I'm stuck in these calls. I can't stop super chatting. I can't stop entering these arguments, and I want to quit. My wife, she says, Josiah, please come to dinner. Please, please. And he won't come. He's locked himself in the garage. He won't stop joining. And this is our intervention, Josiah. This is all of us in a circle around you saying,
you actually baited me here to have me an intervention. Wick doesn't
You need
actually
to
believe a goddamn thing he just said. It was all to provoke me to get here.
True. No, you know what? You got
get Moon in here. Get him
I
in
will
here.
say, look, I will say I missed dinner before.
What the fuck is Mootin?
It's very unfair right now. You guys are going to need more guys, okay? Very unfair for you.
We need four more.
You're going to need more guys.
Wick, I'm curious. What is your reaction to my argument I made a few minutes ago about the governor of Wisconsin will play a role in the certification of the 2020 election results and could undermine public trust in our democracy? Isn't that worse than any damage DSA could do to our party through Hong as governor?
Yeah, specifically, a candidate had said, I want to subvert the election and certify Trump, knowing that he did not win, basically.
That obviously is a risk, and it's something worth keeping in mind when everyone has to make this choice for their own. I don't mean to downplay that.
Well, you're saying it's not as important.
Yes, because I think the other threat is much more dire than that.
Stealing the election is worse than someone not even committing to doing the craziest thing on their platform.
I don't think it'll work.
We don't think prison abolition will work.
So the Ben Shapiro, the guardrails will hold, so we're good. We can just keep electing these people who are going to try to subvert the entire democratic process.
This problem, MAGA is waning right now. Their influence is waning. They are being beaten on every front. In polls. In special elections, we see us flipping seats from red to blue consistently.
So stop keeping the pressure up on him and vote for them. Even is that what the argument is?
I can't finish the argument, right?
You're triggering me. This is ridiculous. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought MAGA was a fucking existential fascist threat, and they're like, they're on their way out. The guy's talking about running for a third fucking term.
Hold on. What is Trump's approval rating right now?
It's really bad. He just crossed like 30.
I think it's probably the 5th lowest ever, right?
Yeah, but Wick, who cares? Who cares if he doesn't fucking win the election if he tries to fucking steal it?
That is a problem and a threat. But
that's a risk I'm gonna take.
A little one that I'm willing to take to just make sure Hong doesn't win.
Hong, look, so say they try, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but say they try another false slate of electors scheme, right? Where they get the swing states that go blue, inshallah, in 2028, right? They put out a false slate of electors, say it was stolen, and they send it to the Congress. And J.D. Vance is a spineless cuck and will just do whatever Trump says.
You don't have to
Mike
say
Pence,
because they have all said they would do this, by the way. J.D. Vance said, I would have certified for Trump. So, okay.
Yes. And then when he does say, okay, we're going to accept these false slate of selectors, what happens? It goes to the House, doesn't it? Is that what
I don't think anybody knows.
You're asking the procedural?
No, I'm pretty sure that's what happens. It will go to, because I watched Dev's video on this.
There are many different stages to it. So if you're trying to interfere through Congress, then yes, the House can vote as House delegation, as a state delegation.
Yes,
and then it's out of 50. But it's not just that. Hang on. So there's layers to this. The first was just to have Mike Pence declare Trump the victor. The second was to have the state actors actually send the official slates to be the Trump slate. So to obviate the need for congressional support and just have the governor send over slates of electors. And that's why he went after those state electors first. Remember that? That's why he had these people on the phone. Raffensperger, he brought in the Michigan guys. Like, this is why the state actors matter.
Wait,
because there's multiple levels.
Wick was about to say something here, and he's about to walk into a trap, but go ahead, Wick.
Or walk into a trap.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's going to go to the House, correct? After
that's one avenue.
We can't know which slate of electors is true. We're going to have to go to the House and vote on it, right? That's as I understand.
That's one.
No, wait. No, Pisco, don't let him finish. Let him finish.
Is that correct? Am I correct in this?
You're kind of correct.
Kind of
correct. How am I wrong?
Well, wait. Finish your thought. Wait, finish your thought. Don't let's let him do the punchline.
Oh, I think I know where you're going.
Yeah.
Okay. If we are going to want in 2028 to maximize our chance of stopping that, the thing we need to do is ensure we win the House. Would that be logical? Correct?
Yes, but here's the problem. Winning the House is not enough. Do you know why?
Well,
who was Speaker of the House on January 6th?
In general.
No. Who was Speaker of the House on January 6th, 2021?
The Speaker of the House in 2021, I don't remember.
It was Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi.
Fair enough.
Simply having a majority in the House doesn't protect you because it's about the state delegations. And guess which party has more state delegations than the other party? The Republicans.
State delegations, that would be Republicans, correct?
Correct. So if it were to go to the House and the House were the ultimate arbiter of who would win the election, it would be Republicans, even with a Democratic majority.
Hold on. How would that work, though?
It's 50. So it's 50 states, and every member votes within their delegation, and the majority is the vote for the state. That's the fucked up system we have.
So
I mean, even if it wasn't, by the way, like, this is where I thought you were going, Josiah. Like, the governor is going to affect any kind of gerrymander that's going to occur. The governor could literally have an effect on the House of Representatives just based on, like, the thing about it. With
Hold
Newsom,
on, no, not for 2028, sir, because
who?
Time. Again, who's currently governor in Wisconsin?
Right now, it's Evers.
Evers, right? Evers, as I understand it, is an election denier, is he?
No, but if Tiffany wins, Tiffany would be seated for the remainder of between January 2027.
28 is what matters.
Yeah, until January 3rd, 2028. And remember, the new House is seated before the election is certified on January 6th. So
I don't believe that's true, actually.
Wait, can I jump in? Because I feel like we're getting a little lost in the weeds here. What is happening is we have two options in primaries. We have DSA people and we have the not DSA people. And in the places where DSA people are winning, we're now saying the only way to cut the cancer out, to make sure they don't win, is to vote for MAGA Republicans or not vote.
No,
and
not vote.
Hey, what happened in this primary that made us get rat fucked so hard we didn't win and beat these people that apparently have this so unelectable platform that they shouldn't be winning, but they still are? The voters are picking these people. So liberals, if we want these people out who have crazier ideas, we need better fucking candidates. And the idea that the solution to cutting DSA out of the tent is let's elect MAGA is fucking insane to me, regardless of whether or not you think the guardrails are going to hold. Like, this whole conversation is like, we're so past the, hey, why don't we run better politicians? Why don't we actually make sure that we can address voters the way that they
should
feel being heard? Well, we're
why
not.
Why are you getting mad at Whick right now and not?
Because he's saying basically,
well,
like, the only way to do
mad
this
at Whick
is
and not mad at Hong for courting his vote.
He's also.
I'm not mad at Hong. I want Hong to get as many voters as she can.
Well,
I'm mad at Whick for saying
it's her job to earn the votes.
If Wick's, no, it's fine. He could do it. I mean, like, look, I get it because these are dumb arguments from the left, and if you repeat them, it's like, yeah, I understand these dumb arguments. But the point is, if Hong is unable to court Whick because Wick's position is, Hong, you're so bad, I want a MAGA instead of you, and I think MAGA is better down the line, what the fuck is she going to say to him?
I just want to say for the record, I was correct. They are seated on January 3rd, 3 days before January 6th. I was right. I'm always right. Don't question me on Senate procedure shit.
But again, the gerrymander won't come into effect. There's just not enough time to gerrymander in.
It's 2 years. Wick, what are you talking about?
Okay, when's the next House election? 2028?
2028, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so you have the 2026 midterms here in November, and then the next House races are during the presidential election in 2028.
In 2028, yes.
They definitely could gerrymander in those 2 years for sure.
I'm
not sure how much of an impact the gerrymandering would have.
I don't see that as. I just don't see that as going to be. That's not going to be salient. It's not going to be able to be outcome determinative on this.
But
what will be outcome determinative, and what we know will happen, is that if Hong wins the general election, right, and we have to fight for all these primaries where we take winnable seats and we make them much harder to win, we're going to have to need more resources. We're going to have to need more time, effort.
But here's the thing, Wick. You know me. I would grant you all of that. I agree.
Yes.
I think if she, is the general candidate, and if she wins, it's going to make Democrats' jobs harder. It's impossible to quantify.
I leave, and Josiah comes in, and it's just like a bloodbath. Like, right, the thing that, like, I mean, don't get me wrong. These other guys, like, I mean, Wick is a little bit of an outlier. He was in the chat. He was angry at how Live and Learn is going. He wants to think that his bizarre sex cult position is the mainstream normie liberal position, and it's just not. And it never was, and it's never gonna be. And he comes in here, and yeah, the rest of these guys, I mean, they're against him, but yeah, Pisco and Josiah, they kind of put it together. I mean, he's just phenomenally ignorant, phenomenally useless, right? Make it just doubling down on, like, no, actually, I know when there's no way that the House is seated before the election results are certified. When anybody who paid attention to January 6th, 2021 knows, right? That was a very salient fact that the House was seated before. It doesn't know who. I don't know who was the last House Speaker. I don't remember who was the. It's Nancy fucking Pelosi, dumbass. Why are you here? Why are you here? Like, how the fuck does Destiny manage to turn politics into a goddamn sex cult where anybody that hates Hasan sufficiently and goons to the right, goons to the right, age of consent, questionable porn is like, considered a political prognosticator, right? How did we get to this point where this backwards flag ass motherfucker is sitting here telling people, that to listen to him, to take him as the voice of authority with this ridiculous proposal, right? Again, who was it that mentioned, chat? I was listening to this, so I didn't see who it was, but that if you vote for a MAGA candidate over Francesca Hong, what are you telling the next Democratic candidate? Run closer to MAGA, I guess. Maybe that's what Whick wants, but I don't think anybody else wants that. And this is why nobody takes his shit show seriously. That's what it is. That's what Twitch politics always has been. And he is the inheritor of God, what is the line of royalty that produced the Spanish War for Succession? The Habsburg. He's the inheritor of the Habsburg DNA of Twitch poll. And no, chat, I'm not talking about, we're not doing eugenics. We're not calling anybody dysgenic. We're not doing any of that looks based stuff. But yeah, this is I'm not saying Habsburg is in the deformities that the Habsburgs developed after inbreeding for years and years and years. I just mean that it's rotten. There's something rotten in Denmark, and it is coming. The smell is coming from Whick's room. That's all I'm saying. Just because I've been noticing a lot more of this. I don't know. I mean, they are a bunch of freaks, but their looks are not the problem. Their takes are the problem.
Is that really going to be specific to that region of the country? Is it even going to affect a race like Alaska? I don't know. But, the angle that I want to hit you with now is why wouldn't we just anticipate that the same thing that happened during Trump 1.0 is going to happen this time? Which is to say, the DSA is going to have they're going to have good.
Can we rewind this a little bit? Are people okay with that? We got 48 minutes left. I don't know if I should, chat. We're 21 points away from adding an hour, but we only got 48 minutes left. I kind of want to, God damn it. I'm going to, the best I'm going to be able to do is look at the transcript.
Nights, which relative to them is 4 people in the Congress.
Like I said, chat, a very good chance we add an hour, but I'm going to proceed as if we don't add an hour, so that just in case we don't add an hour, you get the best, you get the most of the greatest percentage watched of this content. Because it does go on a ways. We're not going to watch the whole thing, obviously, but there's a lot of good stuff still to get to, and we'll get to that if we get 21 points further on the ticker, get to add an hour to the timer, and even do some bonus content to boot,
whatever. And they'll probably have another good night in 2028. But when we look at the trends right now with Trump's approval rating, and it is abysmal. And no one has ever, as far as I understand, nobody comes back from that kind of polling. They just continue to go down.
There's no transcript. Never mind. Yeah, clearly Trump, especially, right? After his polling goes down, we all know that Trump's his fortune never changes. Certainly not after a very boring Democratic administration.
And so what I think is the most likely outcome here, Whick, is the same thing that happened last time, which is the next time we have a Dem trifecta, the DSA is going to burn out, and they're going to plateau, and then they're going to decline because they have no pitch when a Democrat's in office. Then then their shit is unpopular. Hence Bowman and Cory Bush losing their primaries.
You would grant me that the DSA is currently on this cycle expanding its seats. It's expanding its reach. It's not a lot.
Yeah, this is like saying they doubled from 2%
but it is
to 4%.
Getting worse, right?
I just listen. Do you see them? Do you see them realistically?
Is that not true, what I just said?
Again, but it's like saying,
oh yeah, this is what I wanted to latch on to. What does Whick want done? What is his call to action, chat? What because it's one thing to say, I don't think that these candidates should win these elections, and they're winning the election, right? Somebody in here, I don't remember if it was I couldn't tell if it was Josiah or who, maybe it was even IRI, but made the really good point that, look, if I was to give these people advice, if I was to be on their side and say, look, I want you to get what you want out of politics, but you're not going about it the right way. What I would tell them is look, you got a lot of people excited about these DSA candidates, right? They're excited for a reason. Figure out what that is. and run better candidates. That's all you could do. That's all you can possibly do is, ironically enough, push your candidates to adopt at least some of what is making these DSA candidates popular. Because chat, it is not just the name DSA. The name DSA is not magic. Again, you know, it's got like a positive amongst Democrats. It's more approved of than disapproved of. But you know, Democratic Party itself is slightly more. You know, it's not like more popular than the Democratic Party, right? It's not that you were putting a DSA stamp on people and suddenly they're getting elected. It's something about their platform. And until these guys figure that out, they're going to keep losing and losing and losing and losing.
Going from 1% to 2%, right?
Yeah, but that's why it's easy to nip in the bud now. I don't want it.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Wick, you're losing the election. What do you do different? Do you make it illegal? Do you force all Democratic Party candidates to sign a pledge saying, I will never talk to anyone in the DSA, I disavow the DSA, I won't join the DSA, I'll look at their platform and do the exact opposite of everything that's on that platform? What is his action step? Chat, please, somebody tell me. What does he want to happen? Does he want all these guys to say, yeah, DSA bad? Is that all he's looking for? Because that won't win you the election. If you got Hasan to say DSA bad, that wouldn't win you the election. I don't know what he thinks is driving this thing, but there's a popularity to the platforms that's the common denominator. Because chat, like I said before, it's not their, you know, DSA. In fact, you know, plenty of people who are not affiliated with DSA are winning. What is the bottom line? What is the common attribute to all these candidates? It is policies. And it is some policies, Wick, that you're going to disagree with. All right. So if you're like, we got to nip it in the bud. How do you nip it in the bud, Wick? What are you doing? Do you want to be like completely anti-democratic? Do you want to join the Republicans in McCarthyism and like, let's lock all up these candidates? Any candidate that is further to the left than Haley Stevens gets goes to commie jail? Is that what you're going to do? Re-education camps? What are you going to do, Wick? What is your fucking plan? How are you going to nip it in the bud? That's crazy, chat. That is a Barney Fife quote. Nip it in the bud, I believe. I mean, I'm sure he wasn't the first to say it, but this is this was a episode of the Andy Griffith Show, right? That was focused around nipping it in the bud, and Barney Fife is kind of like the Wick character, I guess, of the bunch. He's the wacky guy with bad ideas.
20%
no,
or 25%.
I do not. No, listen to me.
It's not easy to nip in the bud. You're saying the solution is elect MAGA. That's not an easy solution.
Shut the fuck up and let me talk real quick. It actually doesn't, like, we're not nipping anything in the bud. You understand that when Republicans are in office, the DSA does better, right?
Well, that's why they try to get Republicans elected. Yeah.
Demonstrably the case. They elect more DSA people. They're more successful when Republicans are in office at the state level and the federal level. So, if you acknowledge that, I don't understand how you could abide a Republican governor.
One seat, one governorship.
I mean, look, I don't much like Hutch. I don't much like IRI, but seeing them gang up on Wick is, I've got to say, kind of satisfying.
Again, we know in 2026 that we are going to, in at least every metric I see, we're taking the House. We're getting 230 seats. We might even take the Senate. That's up in the air, and it's going to be harder. But those things are destined to happen, right? What's going to happen if Hong wins?
Destined to happen. So he's like, these are our seats, and then these weirdo DSA people are coming by and taking them. The people are choosing to take them away from you, Wick. The voters, the Democrats, to be specific. You're losing these elections. They're not being fucking taken away from you. And the only thing that you could do to nip it in the bud would be some kind of like anti-democratic, sort of proposal, which would actually, further enshittify the Democratic brand, which is already in the toilet, chat. It is already rolling around in the poop with Ethan Klein. It is rolling around in the Giardia with Ethan Klein and the Klein, poop family.
Huh?
I mean, that didn't happen. The betting markets right now have a 15% chance of Dems losing the House. Now, you can say it's likely, and we would agree. It's likely.
Sure.
But,
okay.
but,
Most
but
likely.
don't count your
Very
chickens
likely.
before they hatch. And this,
but no, oh my God, it was worse than I thought. He was saying, he was actually saying, like, look, we're gonna win the House and maybe the Senate, or probably the Senate, like, right? Like, as if, like, voting, the one thing that could change that, Wick, right? Especially if it's on the edge, like you say with the Senate, the one thing that could shift that in a way of not winning the House, not winning the Senate, is if, you know, Democratic candidates lose, right? Especially in a state like Wisconsin. So if you get your way, and we're teaching the DSA a lesson, don't run too far to the left or whatever, you know, by voting for a MAGA Republican, which doesn't make sense, because again, you lose to a MAGA person, especially the Democratic Party, the general response is to, like, well, we should be more like MAGA, I guess, right? You're and the action that you're talking about, and your petty little vengeance, and your hate boner for everything socialist, is like the one thing I guess that you could do, you know, to affect the election, and it's not going to be for a good way. It's not going to be in a good direction. It's good. Yeah, you could lose the Senate because of fucking around like that. You know, like you try. Like anyway, he's not going to be successful, chat. It doesn't matter. That's a good name. His new show could be Rolling Around in the Giardia with Ethan Klein. Yeah, and then his first guest could be Adele. She had an album called Rolling in the Deep.
Yeah, and we don't want to hand them a crucial swing state governorship.
What we don't want to do is hand DSA this kind of victory that they can use to galvanize and get worse.
Sorry, the Senate had, just so I'm clear, the Senate has more to do with Michigan, right? We're talking about a governor's race here in Wisconsin. But yeah, if he's successful at this, it's not gonna. Anyway, I feel like I'm explaining something that everybody in chat already understands. So let's just, yeah, we got 37 minutes left potentially. So I'm gonna move as if that's all we got.
So it's not just during the Republican years where they get stronger, but it becomes something that happens in other years as well.
They will burn
this is
out.
I think you guys are. I think you guys are really, really underselling the threat here of these people. Right? They are illiberal. They are going to make it harder to beat MAGA. They're going to make it harder to elect liberal Democrats. This is something that they say they will do, right?
I don't want to hear about illiberalism from a guy that says he wants to nip a political movement in the bud, okay? I don't want to hear about illiberalism for a guy that's talking about, like, you know, sandbagging victorious candidates in an election.
Mike from PA, you got Kyle Kulinski, you got Emmett Vigeland, all saying that they are enemies to the Democratic Party, right? That they are, I believe Mike PA said he was going to depress Democratic turnout until we bent the knee to the left or whatever.
But all that's what you're saying now. We hate those people for saying.
No offense to Mike from PA, but he is not going to suppress shit.
Saying that, and you're saying, yeah, and maybe we should vote for MAGA.
No,
the best way to beat MAGA is to elect MAGA, you fool.
I have advocated to sit out and not support.
So you disagree with Mutin when Mutin says vote.
So you're anti-electoralist, I take it, right?
Did Mutin say to vote for the?
Yes, he sure did.
You're against voting. What are you, some kind of radical anarchist, Wick? God damn. Goddamn, Wick.
Yes, he
yeah,
sure
I
did.
think he's wrong for that.
Okay, but then how? Like, this is I fucking call Hasan out for this shit. I fucking hate that a guy with 2 to 3 million fucking followers and all this money. Like, look.
So he's got to do this. He's got to do this to be like, hey guys, hello fellow libs. I'm just like you. I hate Hasan Piker. He could take his millions of dollars. He could sell his mansion and his dog, and he could give all that money to
candidates that finally align with him. It's like, hey, why the fuck didn't you do that when it mattered to beat Trump? And you're essentially saying the same thing as he is and saying, well, down the line,
why didn't he do it? Because it wouldn't have fucking had that effect. He went to the DNC. He did get involved with campaigns, but there were not look, if you saw what happened with Ramen, wait, some of you saw. Chat knows who I'm talking about. Nichia Ramen, running for mayor in LA against Karen Bass, narrowly edged out Spencer, maybe not so narrowly, edged out Spencer Pratt. Nichia Ramen. Anybody remember Nichia Ramen's appearance on Hasan's stream? Anybody see that? If you say nobody saw, if nobody saw that, I'll just explain it. Nathan saw it. So there, yes, Foreign Sticks, you remember, there were some moments in the interview with Nichia Ramen. Now, mind you, Hasan is not trying to, you know, he's not an op, you know, he's not trying to sandbag her campaign. You know, he brings people on that, you know, he would, you know, consider voting for, consider endorsing, right? But there were some questions that Hasan asked that Nichia was not ready to answer and did not give very good answers. So, oh my God, that was related to Soyjack. I'm sorry, I mean Soy Pill virtue signaling about hating Hasan. But yeah, in terms of what Hasan could do for candidates, right? And him saying that Hasan could have, I don't know, helped Kamala more. Do you not find that a little silly? Do you not find that a little bit silly? Like, no, how is Hasan helping AES this weekend, chat? By appearing on stream with him. By showing him on stream, by being there with him, talking him up, and then encouraging people to phone bank and to canvass, right? How do you do that with Kamala Harris when she kicks you out of the DNC? I'm sorry, he was there to support the Harris campaign as much as he could, given his actual moral stance, which some of you seem to, you know, see as a detriment in some way. But, you know, it makes the majority of the people that watch him instead of you, which is most of the people. I mean, that's why. That's what you're missing, right? I mean, that and, you know, some other, maybe a little bit of charisma, maybe a few other things. But no, the big, you know, difference is like you don't have like, you know, you certainly didn't have takes like that right after October 7th when it was hard. And, you know, to the extent that you've come over, you've done so kicking and screaming in terms of having any sort of moral compunction about what's going on in Gaza and the United States' role in it. But you're asking Hasan to somehow break into the Kamala campaign and make them win before he even had this mainstream like name recognition. Like, do you understand? We're talking about 2 years ago. You know, it's kind of amazing that he was able to be like an influencer for Kamala and get access to the, you know, convention as much as he did. But in terms of like moving votes, you know, you know, he's not. What he can do is marginalize. He can marginalize. He can mobilize volunteers, right? But to a limit, and with the right candidate. Do they not understand? Hasan doesn't just give it, like him giving his, like being like, yo, everybody go out and canvass for Pete Buttigieg, right? There's going to be a lot less smile and dial for Buttigieg people than there are for AES, right? There's going to be a big difference, just even with Hasan, you know, giving the exact same treatment. And when somebody comes on and, you know, answers questions the way that Ramen did, yeah, it's going to be kind of a mixed result. It's not going to be as useful. What's useful is a person like Syed, you know, like being able to, it's because people want somebody like Syed that he benefits so much from his, you know, collaboration with Hasan, because, you know, there would be an argument to be made if Hasan was not doing anything for him, that, he could do kind of what Zoran did and say, hey, I don't like the thing about 9/11. That's not something I agree with. Mr. Piker was wrong about that. And, that's all it takes to, distance himself. Hasan would obviously understand. And, if it was, but it's because he's such a good fit with Hasan's audience that audience can be mobilized in the way. Anyway, just responding to Soypill, we got 30 minutes left. Let's see what the bonus content would be if we get to it today. 88 votes so far. Paige Christie in first place. Bill Maher in second place. How did that happen? Wait, was that? Maybe it was always like that. James Carville in third place, and Master Shake, Mark Levin in fourth place. Make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already. And just know that the stream could go one of two ways. It could end in 30 minutes, actually 29 minutes now, with just not really seeing what's in the second half of this clown show, or we could hit 100 and it could end an hour later with a lot more exposition on this, and in fact some bonus content, which right now looks to be Paige Christie on the Ethan Klein David situation. Make sure that if you have donated, or if you do donate, to let me know in the chat which way you want your donation going. If you want it to be act as a bonus on the topic of your choice, or if maybe your choice is Vox Populi, you're like, I just want the people to finally get what they want. This could be the day, chat, where the people get what they want, but only if we hit 100 on that ticker, and only if you vote. Make sure to vote.
My calculus is that 3 years later, this will make it easier to win. And I don't see that right now. I see, hey, this is a governor who might not certify the election, right?
My enemy is not just MAGA. One of the things that is frustrating me is you use MAGA as this blank check to cede every single vote to the left that we can. And it's a problem, right?
What?
It cannot be that because MAGA is running, then we have no lines on our side, that we never draw something in the sand and say, this is
we said that
much.
earlier before you.
Wick, what do you do when the line gets crossed? Please, I still want to know this. God damn. Do I have to talk to Wick? Do I have to call into Wick to find out the answer to this? I just want to know, what is he advocating? What would he like people to do? What could be done? What is to be done, Wick?
Not
there was the candidate in Texas that was
passed this line for me, right? It's not just MAGA that is my enemy. It's
Why,
authoritarianism. It's
Why is
illiberalism.
Pong so bad to you?
Is it weird to call it MAGA? Well, is it normal? It's more normal to call it MAGA, right? You know who calls it MAGA? And I'm not drawing a connection here, all right? I am not. Look, even though we've never seen Sebastian Gorka and Wick TV in the same room at the same time, I am not therefore going to draw the assumption that Wick has a Gorka mustache and somehow that beard that he's got on is fake and he's actually Gorka. But the only other person I've ever heard call it MAGA, it's Sebastian Gorka. He's got kind of he's Hungarian, but he's got a sort of a British accent. He's like I can't do it, but I can't do the Gorka. But he does call it MAGA. But it sounds very urbane when he says it. It's almost like you're turning it into something that it isn't. If his the way he says MAGA, there should be a nicer hat. You know what I'm saying? There should be an expensive, I don't know what would a European right winger wear as a hat that would signal. It couldn't be a shitty baseball hat. It'd have to be at the very least a really nice fitted hat with a fancy hat. It would have to be maybe it's not a hat, maybe it's a watch. You got a MAGA watch. I don't know, chat. Could just be an accent thing. Does Wick have an accent?
Why is Hong so bad in particular?
Well,
did you see who she was campaigning? Well, first of all, did you see who was campaigning with? I think yesterday, maybe today. This person praises Mao Zedong, who killed 40.
Sounds like William F. Buckley, like a Boston Brahmin. Wick's kind of the opposite of that. Although maybe he's a Salt Lake City Brahmin. I don't know.
This person
a Provo Brahmin
with great replacement theory, right? Lying about what the New York Times says, claiming that Israel is sending invading Muslims.
What is bro talking about?
To Spain. It's
you're talking
crazy
about
shit, right?
She's campaigning with
this
Hasan.
person
That's what you're
wants
saying.
America to be destroyed.
Wait, no. Seriously, who is he talking about?
He wants to abolish private property. He wants to.
I'm sorry. What is Wick saying that Hasan is part of the like? I need to look into that. What's going on in Spain and Gorka? Oh, Gorka sounds like Buckley. True. But yeah, I've never heard anybody else call it MAGA. No wait, but like, what did Hasan say about the Spanish islands next to Morocco? Like, where's Wick getting this from? Did he make a joke that Wick is now taking seriously?
What's the other, like, yeah, he's a terrorist supporter who,
you don't even need to do guilt by association with her though. Like, you can just listen to her stated positions.
yeah, well, she has like, it's all of the above.
She holds positions that are broadly toxic to the entire party.
If we had time, chat,
is right that if she
if we had time, I would track the Hasan take down and see what he's actually saying, but I don't know, chat. Like I said, we might get an extra hour. There's a good chance of it. We're within striking distance, let's just say, of a domain expansion, as they. No, I shouldn't say that, chat. I've never seen JJK. I just know it's a thing. But an extra hour. But I'm going to behave as if we don't get it, just in case we don't, so that you get as much out of the stream as we possibly can. Rick loves Brianna Wu, though, because of progressive victory. Well, it's a love-hate relationship, right? These guys say they got doxxed. They blame Hasan, but really it was because of progressive victory.
The general.
And what they ended up doing in terms of sharing some of their information. But I really don't know. Like, I mean, to me, what I saw did not look like identifying info.
And is the governor of that state. The Fox News and the right-wing media machine are going to have a fucking field day with her, and it is going to drag down the party. It's 100% guaranteed. There's just the positions that she was pushing on Fox News are so unbelievably toxic to the Democratic Party. We know this to be true.
Yeah, and so, even the things that she's disavowed. You remember? Do you guys remember Project 2025? Right, when they?
Oh no, I forgot about that.
And then Trump was like, "Oh, I don't even know what this is." Right? I disavow it. Project 2025. I've never heard of it. And then when they got elected, they just started implementing 2025. I think about that a lot when it comes to the DSA and DSA candidates going on and saying, "I've never heard about that. I disavow that shit."
And that's why it's Lord of the Flies in Mamdanieville, right? I mean, that's why we have no private property in Mamdanieville.
Mamdani is a mayor. His power is limited, and he's letting in people like
governor,
DAC
and the governor
who are
can't
going
abolish
to do
the
shit
police
like that
or
once
prisons,
they get enough power. I don't know.
I
like,
wish you would.
Like, why would I ever vote someone who's like, "Hey, Wick, I'm going to like my stated policy position is we want to kill you. We're going to murder you." But don't worry, don't worry.
You hate
it.
it.
We can't do it now. It's kind of silly to even be mad at me with it now. We don't have enough power to murder you. We don't have the strength or anything like that. So don't worry about it. That's our stated policy position, to murder.
So incarcerating less than the top 5 most percentage of one's population is like murdering someone. Like, if the United States was not this big, like, dark spot on the map of percentage of population incarcerated, because that's ultimately what we're talking about. There's nobody's going to get rid of prisons, right? In especially not like unilaterally, like a governor or something like that, right? And obviously not a legislative body either, because there wouldn't be nobody's voting for this as like an immediate platform. What they're voting for is to move away from the for-profit prison state that we live in. The fact that there are companies out there lobbying the country to put more of us in prison that benefit from more of us being in prison. There are some things that you cannot say in chat. Damn.
Yeah, is that
should not say it in chat.
stated policy position? She wants to
trying to
murder you.
murder you.
No, you're right. More of a, no, I'm with you. That's
I'm illustrating a point. I don't think they're actually trying to murder me, right? But I'm saying if someone is saying that we want to abolish the Senate, we want to,
and if someone is saying that they want to steal the
things.
2020 election,
yes, that's bad. That's why I'm not voting for them either.
Yeah, but which one's worse?
Yeah, but sitting out an election, you risk the worst one, Tom Tiffany, winning.
I don't know if that's
give your
worse.
tacit approval.
Well, wait,
saying,
okay, no,
"I
take a stance
accept
right
that if
now.
he
You don't
wins."
know which is worse. One's worse. They're not equally bad. Do you think MAGA is
No,
worse?
they are
or do you think
worse
Hong
in
is
different
worse?
ways.
Is it just my imagination, chat, or does this guy does Soypill skip chest day? Is that well? Like I feel like his delts and traps and biceps seem pretty freaking developed. But I'm surprised that, like, I mean, it's not like he doesn't have. I'm not saying he's like, God, why am I fucking looking at this guy? It's just like I've never seen a guy that with that developed of biceps not have like a bigger bigger pecs, bigger chest. I'm sorry, chat. We got 20 minutes left. I gotta let's lock in. I'm sorry. I should not be looking at the soy pills physique. Okay.
You feel
One is
That's
worse.
not right.
One's gonna be worse. You have to decide for yourself right now.
Curls more than benches? I just don't know any guys that do. Sorry. Now I'm like gender policing. Somebody's like the time spent at one exercise versus the other. I thought I understood guys, right? I thought I understood gym guys, and like they really like that chest press. They really do like the chest press, right? Which is great for me because I really do like the squat rack, and the more they're in the under, getting spotted in the chest press, that's two gym bros that are not taking up the squat rack, right? Which is good for me. Did I put the 6 subs on Master Shake? Let's do that. Wait a minute. Oh my God. Oh, you know what? I didn't. You're right. It should be 39. Look at that. Master Shake coming out of nowhere. What is it in Omega Star? God, if we hit this, Omega Star, you are going to have enabled me to watch Mark Levin just out of nowhere, right? It goes from 4th place to 1st place. That's pretty amazing. Of course, somebody could push back with the Vox Populi, but yeah, we're at 79 out of 100. We've got like 15 minutes left, so I'm gonna make this. Let's get back to this, but yeah, we're very close to.
Okay, which is getting worse?
I was just the prospect of getting to watch some Mark Levine, because you know what that means. It means I get to use my Master Shake ping. I get to put Master Shake up on the stream. Anyway, we'll see if I get it or not. Maybe I don't get it.
Death or shot. Depends where you get shot.
Yeah, if you make a
maybe?
metaphor that's completely disanalogous, you can just completely deflect from the question. But
You
I'm
keep-
upset
no,
with
you
you
keep
right
saying,
now.
what
You can't
is
just sit out like a
absolute
little
worst?
bitch. I've had this fucking energy for the
disagree.
left for 2024, and now you're like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Fucking
I
pick.
disagree
One is going to be
with
worse.
your
Do you think
premise.
Hong is worse? Or do you think MAGA's worse?
I disagree with your premise. I think that they are.
Oh,
worse
they're
in
equally
different
bad. They're
ways.
just both equally as bad as it could possibly be.
I like the
I think that
phrasing.
they are worse
Oh
in
my
different
God.
ways. One is worse when it comes to democratic electability and long-term survival of the party and long-term ability to beat back the
Okay.
Republicans. One is worse short-term,
But
right?
Wick,
So it depends. Is short-term worse?
Again, chat, another thing, I'm told that Wick crashes out. I'm told, and not just like, I mean, like he leaves, right, in a huff. So if you want to see that, that's more motivation to hit, to get those extra 21 points, get to 100, and add that hour.
Or is long-term worse?
but Wick,
And I don't know the answer to that, so it's hard to rank.
I want to make a theme song for Wick now. I mean, I generate chat. I make like a lot of theme songs just like in my head. Like I can't help it. Like if I'm doing something, all of a sudden a theme song for whatever it is will come to me, or like I'm watching something. Like, do you remember I can't remember what her name was. Nominal Naomi. I think I made a theme song for Nominal Naomi just because I thought her name sounded cool. And yeah, I'm gonna write a theme song for Wick is what I'm saying, chat. We need a Wick theme song.
but Wick, we don't know what's going to happen in the long term. A lot of things can change between now and that end result that you're talking about, right? Like a lot of twists and turns. But we do know that 2 years from now, Tom Tiffany is going to be like, this election was rigged. My swing state ain't certifying this shit. And here's a whole bucket of problems.
Actually, Miko's headphones. Sorry, let me get up to the microphone. Actually, Miko's headphones. Ho Chi Minh comes to me in my dreams.
I think that is just as predictable as us having a big problem winning 2028, 2030, 2032. I think that these are equally big problems.
Okay, well, Wick, then just say this.
Wait, you actually remember the nominal Naomi song? Wait, Mana theme song?
But I think that electing Hong might make.
Wait, what is Mana? Or Mana?
Easier for MAGA to win in 2028. Like, at least then you can say,
Well, 'cause that's
okay,
not the
maybe
only
Hong
reason
wouldn't
she's
be as
bad.
bad as MAGA, right?
Because again, that's not the only reason she's bad. That is the reason I'm pitching to you.
But you would
mostly
have to,
because you
if
guys
you were a
are
Wisconsin
very
voter, like,
anti-MAGA.
and you have influence, you tell your people, people that live in Wisconsin are going to vote.
Sit home.
What are you going to tell them? Just don't vote?
Yes, I will tell them, hey, look, vote your conscience, but for me, I'm sitting out.
That's what fucking Hassan did in 2024, and I will never stop giving him
Okay,
shit
but
for
he's
that. This
doing
pisses me
that
off.
with
What the hell?
Kamala.
He look, Soypill. I half think that Soypill knows. There's no point in me correcting the record. Soypill knows.
Who was
he got to have something, in the same way that Pisco and they gotta have a way of distancing themselves from Destiny. It's like this is the same thing. The Soypill has got to have some plausible deniability because they will start calling him a Hasanabi head.
A strong
But
candidate
genocide,
who wasn't a
I can't
threat
tell
to
people in good
anything.
faith to do it. It was a genocide. I can't tell you.
He
Vote
was
your
wrong,
conscience. I won't
and
tell you
I
what
am
They'll start calling him a Marxist liberalist.
Correct. That's the difference here. There's different facts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he literally voted for Kamala on stream.
I'm just right, and he's wrong. No, you're both
Yes,
fucking retarded,
yes,
Wick. I'm sorry.
yes,
This is so
yes.
stupid.
Kamala is just better than Hong in the DSA in every
No,
single
but
way
I think
possible.
it might make the Democrats harder to win in 2028 because Kamala will be feckless, and then MAGA will win even
But she
harder in
wasn't
2028.
feckless.
So
It would
I
not
look,
have
it's
been
just a
feckless.
calculus. I just have to vote for MAGA or sit out. I can't tell you to do that. Sorry.
Okay, you're just wrong here, though.
I'm fucking not actually holding this
You
position. I
are
think
wrong.
It's retarded.
You were trying to compare them saying the sky is red and me saying no, it's actually blue, and you're like, well, I don't know. Both sides have a
can I
point
ask-
here. No, you
can
look
I-
out the fucking window and you see if the sky is red or sky is blue.
Wick, can I?
Wick is angrily gesticulating in a Hitlerian manner. I just noticed.
Who do you hope wins, even though you can't win? Let's say you sit it out. Who would you hope wins?
Man, I
MAGA, he
hope.
said it.
I think again. I think it'd be better if Hong lost. I think it would be better if Hong.
He's like, who's that dude from Stranger Things? Yeah, I hope Vecna wins. I would like to see Vecna be the.
So you would prefer MAGA win?
I don't know why you're being cagey about it. Say it with your fucking chest, Wick.
Yeah,
If you're
why
gonna
are
do
you
this,
being
at
so
least
saying
be-
it.
At
I'm
least
not
be
going to
like Mooten.
look.
No,
I'm not
no,
going to
no.
parrot
At
your
least be
line.
like-
At least be like Mooten. Yeah, don't be like Mooten. We saw how that ends.
I'm going to say it how I
Yeah,
want.
because you're
If
scared
it's
of
better
how it
than
sounds.
yeah.
Mr. Mooten needs a theme song. I mean, that's a perfect name for a theme song, isn't it, Mr. Mooten?
Wait,
You
Wick.
can't peer
There's got to be a theme song out there for him waiting.
If
pressure
it's
me
better that
and to say
Hong
it into your
loses, if it's
box,
better that
right?
Hong loses,
I'm gonna
Wick,
say
why
it
don't you
how I
just
like.
endorse MAGA right now and say, well, I want Hong to lose, and the
I'm not
best way for that to
endorsing
happen is
Hong
to
to
win.
lose. I'm saying don't.
Why
vote
not?
for
You want
Hong.
Hong to lose, right? That's the better
I
option.
think it would be better for Hong to lose.
Okay, well, there's one way for that to happen, and that's for MAGA to win, right?
Sit out. Don't.
No,
never,
no.
never
And
vote
let
for
MAGA
Hong
win.
will lose if MAGA wins. This is a one or the
Can
other.
I ask, clarifying though, Wick, are you hoping that taking this position now, 90 days before the November election, would get Hong to move and change her position, or is there nothing there?
Yeah,
No,
look.
there's no
Hey,
redemption
if
for
Wong,
that.
if Hong repents and Hong says, you know what, I disavow the DSA. Hasan Piker, you're a fucking psycho.
That's
And repent,
leverage.
then
We call that
boom,
leverage.
I switch my position immediately. Boom.
We
We
call
are
that-
back on the Hong train, baby.
But
I will-
you're
I
arguing-
will
but you're
go
gonna
out
hold
and I
out
will
until the
knock
voting
doors
booth.
for-
Okay, wait. It could be Flipper. Do I know that one? Is Flipper like that show about the dolphin? It's like Lassie, but Lassie is a dolphin instead of being a dog.
And if she doesn't do it, you won't endorse.
Gettable.
So it's like Flipper. No, it's like that's Lassie, right? Oh my God, I need to listen to this.
I don't think she's going to do that.
Okay, that's not your goal then in doing this. You're convinced she will not change, and you're not trying to pressure her to change in any way.
What I'm trying to
Minty Treasure, I would wager that the number of leftists who didn't vote for Kamala versus the number of unaligned, uninformed voters who didn't vote for Kamala because they were disillusioned. The leftist group is probably lower. Yeah.
What I'm trying, my goal here, my advocacy is for people to have some lines and some standards, because MAGA isn't the.
Is the show called Flipper, or is just the song and the character Flipper?
I really want to stress this.
What else would it be called though? Like the dolphin. My pet dolphin, maybe.
MAGA isn't the only threat to our.
I think there's a different there's a different sitcom. That's My Pet Something Else.
Democracy. The DSA and the left is also a threat. The far left I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Soy Bill or Pisco or any of the people here.
Make room for Dolphin, maybe?
I'm talking the far left.
Which is worse right now, Wick?
They are a fundamental threat,
Wick,
and I think you guys are just downplaying this all the time.
Wick,
and
which
I
is worse right now?
To get it through your head.
Which is worse right now, Wick? Is it
Am I Three Dolphins?
Is it the group of people that control all three branches of government?
The show was called Flipper. Okay.
Or the people, as Hutch has pointed out, who want...
Also, why did the Cart Titan not get a spinoff? Come on.
Who control all three branches of government are more dangerous. But if the DSA controlled all three branches of government, they would be just as dangerous.
Yeah, and if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a
and a theme song.
Fucking bike, but they don't.
There we go. There we go.
Rider in the fucking primary.
Wait, what? What? I'm sorry. Is this that? Wait, rewind this chat. Here we go.
Government, they would be just as dangerous.
Yeah, and if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a fucking bike, but they don't.
Do you not understand?
Why don't you say, hey, let's
easier to ride
in the fucking
Josiah, not brand friendly. Josiah talking about writing people's look. Hasan might, do who knows what with all of our moms, but Josiah is after our grandmoms. Damn, this guy is. What is his deal? What did he eat for breakfast? What kind of Wheaties is this guy eating?
primary. Let's get these people out because I don't like their policies. They're a danger to the Democrats. They're a danger to Western civilization. But once they win,
because we've seen this,
fucking stop MAGA. Let's not let MAGA win and say, I really hope MAGA wins because that means Hong loses.
We saw this is the exact
you are
same
legitimizing those
that the
fuck-ass lefties who come into my...
Yo, we got Miku's headphones. You just got weaseled by Just Saying, and that's a good thing. That's a really good thing because that means we're only 18 points away. Oh my god, Chad, it's getting down to the wire. This is the exciting thing about the system, right? Do we get another hour or do I have an early afternoon? Do I get to call myself Half Day Irene or some variant? I don't know. We got to make it work, chat. Hasan's got the alliteration going for him. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to find goal and to add that. Yeah, 82. Look at that. It's 82. If it gets to 100, we'll get to see where this goes, because we still have Keith Edwards to show up and come on. Josiah is on fire. Like somebody put Wheaties, if you got my drift, somebody put Wheaties in his Wheaties, right? It was mixed. He got the edible of cereal. Oh, that sounds so good though. That sounds so good. Do you think I could find Sebe Day THC cereal here in Thailand? Like a hemp cereal that has actual
a fascist bleeds. These people would vote for a Republican. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. You guys are fucking crazy. You're not on my side. And then you come out and say, I don't know. I kind of want MAGA to win this election. And I'm like, wow, you just proved all those retards right. That's how mad I am at you. You're making lefties think they're right.
You can be mad, but I'm just correct here. Because again, the argument you're making is that we have to accept literally almost anything. In order to beat MAGA,
it's a lesser of two evils.
That's going to allow us.
The lesser of two evils voting. I've always been this way.
Party.
Wait, is Keith asking to join Live and Learn? Keith Edwards is in my chat.
Wait, there's a Lovely stream. Oh, the strain itself, it's not a cereal. It smells like Fruit Loops. It's a strain that smells like Fruit Loops, not a cereal that smells like ganj. I put tincture in my coffee and cereal. My Thai friend used to make me. Oh yes, yeah, infused curries. Rave, it's a big thing. A lot of nanas, a lot of grandmas and aunties will make. Will put a little, a little something more than just basil in the curry, if you know what I'm saying.
Awesome.
Wait,
let me ask.
He's
wait,
massive.
just quickly.
If he wants on, you guys should bring him on.
Yeah,
my opinion.
he's cool, dude.
Is he asking? Is that what chat said or no? He might be trolling me here.
Keith, come on, message
Keith. They're getting Keith.
Soy Pill or Hutch know if you want.
5 minutes left.
I will fight all of you. Okay.
Come on, Keith.
There's a dog pile going on here. I feel like
get on here before I run out of time, Keith. It's Keith Edwards, chat. Keith Edwards coming on.
Flexibly, I want to take the opposite position.
I gotta say, look, as much as I got a love, hate relationship at best with any of these guys. Less of the love, more of the disagreement. Right, but I mean, this is the most interesting panel show going, which is not really a high bar compared to Wick. I guess we're just comparing it to Wick. This is slightly less cursed than Wick. Hey, Livin' Learners. All right, I just gave your show a positive review.
But Wick, so just
go ahead.
Straight up.
Semi-positive.
Right now, DSA or MAGA?
Oh, infused coconut oil. Yeah, that could go really well in coffee.
It's worse because they control the government. But the
What is the best curry I've had in Thailand? I really like the one that's got like peanuts and potatoes. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Say is worse because they're so insidious, and there's a difference.
Masaman? Is it Masaman curry? Oh no, I really like green curry too. I mean, of course, red curry is a classic. I haven't had a lot of, what is it? Like, there's like Penang and there's like a yellow curry maybe. Masaman. Oh, I fucking love that stuff. Masaman is so good. Omega Star with the gifted sub to Minty Treasure is starting to come together, chat. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Magically time goes up. How does that work? How does that work, chat? I will turn a blind eye to the hacking of the we got a little. Hey, I'll take my blessings. Like, it's more time. Penang is amazing. I know it's not a curry, but I love pad krapao. Pad kaprao. God damn it. I had this last night. It came up in Thai class and I realized I'd been calling it krapao. Krapao. No, it's kaprao. It's pad kaprao. It's the holy basil.
Okay, so the immediate threat then is MAGA.
But it can, again, yes. But if we want to, because it's not just
12 more points.
MAGA is not going to go away.
To an extra hour of content.
We won't have those fights.
It is possible.
If we don't get through 2028. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is nothing to worry about in the future about DSA
when we
taking
talk about
over.
2028, defeating DSA now will make it easier to defeat MAGA in 2028.
Okay, but
but you're not defeating DSA, you fucking moron. You are sandbagging your party at this point. That's what you're doing. You are helping the Republicans, right? You are giving MAGA the best chance they ever had of a comeback, which is to concentrate on the infighting, right? To concentrate on try to strangle the only movement, the only thing that people are excited about in its grave. In its grave. And look, as bad as Trump's numbers are, as depressed as the turnout is for them, the numbers are not looking great for the Democrats, right? At least that Democratic brand. Even if you just wanted to cynically be like, yes, we welcome in our DSA friends, and you kind of like brand yourself like that, we're a new kind of Democrat, go along and do the same fucking shit. Like, would be very on brand for the Democrats to do. Even that would be a better result. You'd have a better result than what the fuck you're doing right now, which is, giving Trump the best chance he fucking has to, and MAGA the best chance they have to stay relevant, to stay alive, to, the MAGA only looks good in comparison to the Democratic Party. That's the long and short of it, Wick.
can be done.
I'm gonna get hopeful, chat. I'm gonna add some. I'm gonna grab some rice
and hope she
don't
loses
let her
to
win
MAGA.
the
I
general.
guess that's the solution.
So what if she wins? What's the strategy then?
If she wins, then we have a much harder time.
Do we need a really
getting
moderate candidate for
candidates that can
Republican
win
so
in
that the
swing states.
moderate Republican can beat her in 2030, whatever? Like, this is so crazy. Wait, why don't you stop being a pussy and just say you want MAGA to win instead of like, I'll sit it out. You're doing the same exact shit.
It's not
You're
being
saying
a
it with
pussy.
your
I'm being
chest.
honest.
All right.
Oh my god.
You
Yeah,
prefer she loses,
Straightforward.
which means MAGA wins. So you prefer MAGA wins. Just
All
say
right, hold
that.
on, hold on.
You won't say it because
I
you
want
don't
to
want the
interrogate.
optics of
I want to interrogate the claim that, like, you said that we're understating the threat of DSA. I'm just curious.
Yes.
Do you think that, for example, like, do you think that the threat of DSA is literally that in 10 years' time, 40% of the country are going to think that we shouldn't have any immigration enforcement? Are you afraid?
Also, what the fuck do you think about suppressing your own fucking party, elements of your own party? How do you think that's going to make your brand more popular? How do you think it doesn't work like that? You don't like fucking strangle the life out of the DSA and all of a sudden people get really excited about Democrats because they got no other option, right? If your fucking play dead strategy could have worked, it would have worked. It didn't. And that's why people are done with you. Even more than Kamala Harris, as bad as that campaign was, as much as it was the fault of the establishment wing of the party, I don't think that they were necessarily doomed after that. If they'd come out swinging against Trump, if they had made a big deal out of every element of the Project 2025 agenda that passed, as Trump was passing it, reminded people, this is Project 2025. This is Rust Vote. Rust Vote is, in the White House. Trump said he wasn't about Project 2025. Turns out he fucking lied to you, right? It would be a different story. They might have a chance. There might not have been this upswing for the DSA, but yeah, in the absence of anything, just like I said, chat, in Gaza, in the absence of any, if any organization that's going to be seen as actually fighting against the occupation, you're gonna, Hamas is gonna look good to people. I hate to be comparing it's a very weird comparison, the DSA to Hamas, but no, I mean, in the same way that a vacuum, you left a vacuum. When you leave a vacuum, something comes in to fill that vacuum. And now you want to vacuum it back? Too late, buddy. Too late. All right, vacuum is already created. DSA is already there. And what the fuck are you going to do? You got nobody. 80 freaking volunteers. $60 million campaign. 80 people show up to volunteer for Miss I See Israel Comes to Me in My Dreams, right? What is the thing that she says? We're gonna go get it. We're gonna stick it to him. Miss Stick It to Him has got 80 volunteers. All right. If they could have won, they would have won. Wick, the American people have rejected you. You are a reject. I'm sorry if this upsets you.
Of their specific ideology and policy platform, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Watching Rubio get confirmed unanimously in the Senate while they play dead. Yeah, and this is what Carville was suggesting. What did he say? It's even worse than that. Libet stick 'em to 'em. Lidbeta stick it to 'em. Yeah, play possum.
Being broadly popular with the electorate.
Yo, you know who is not playing possum right now? Real Burner. I'm gonna round your dono up, okay? Just to give us a better shot at it. 91, chat. We're at 91 out of 100. Do we get there? Do we stick it to them? Or do we just have to see the rest of this debate in our dreams? We got 3 minutes to decide. It's getting...
No, but they don't need to be...
It's getting excited.
With the electorate.
Exciting.
They're not popular with the electorate now.
Sorry, it's getting excited.
To get into positions of...
It sounds like something Gollum would say. You know how Gollum doesn't... Wait, no, Gollum refers to other people as it, right? It's not the... Yeah, we is... Gollum refers to themselves as we, and then other people are it.
Influence and power within the party to make the party have bad positions that cause us to never win an election again.
I do not want to think about...
Did that happen with Biden, for example? I mean, he didn't adopt
excited hobbits.
He made concessions to the left, but he didn't make concessions to DSA. He wasn't super extreme, right?
Sure, and Biden was a great president, and he made some concessions to the progressives.
Yeah, exactly. Use DGG, use LAN to get the support for Stevens up. Make Michiganders see Israel in their dreams.
I agree with you that the threat of DSA is that they can rat fuck the party and help Republicans win.
As Whick talks about rat fucking them.
When I look at their past performances and just the trend lines that have occurred throughout this entire era of Trump, it is just so obvious that they will never be broadly popular enough to. So like their illiberalism to me is like, I think it's bad.
Arguments about MAGA.
No,
when in 2012, 2011, 2013, when the Tea Party was starting getting ready and MAGA was just kind of like a baby in the crib, I heard those same arguments from many of my Republican friends.
But DSA's policy platform is considerably less popular than MAGA's, like by orders of magnitude, right?
For now, yes.
Well, that's why I asked you. Do you think it's plausible that like in 10 years?
They're both wrong in different ways. There's a lot of policy proposals. In fact, the ones that DSA is going to roll forward first are the ones that are extremely popular that the Democrats just will not let get off the ground. They think they can silence them. And, there's a little bit of a, oh my God, 2 minutes and 51 seconds left. This is, these things are going to get passed and they're going to be popular. So he's wrong about that. But then also like what Hutch is trying to say, this isn't going to get off the ground. Whick is trying to say this is like taking over everything and it's insidious. And they're gonna, Schmiegel and Gollum are two distinct identities. Technically, they're a character. He's a character with dissociative identity. Yeah. So some ways the
immigration enforcement
pronouns do make sense.
Likely, I don't know how likely. I can't.
I don't think that's going to happen.
So
I really.
Wait. I'm triggered by chat. Everyone's saying I don't.
9 points away from extending the stream for another hour.
I have this fucking energy for lefties. Doesn't know who the fuck I am and how I've been yelling at them for the past 2 years about how they threw away their fucking power and votes. Shut the fuck up, you stupid.
To be clear,
hey,
assholes. I just want to make it clear too. Soy Pill's my buddy. Everyone
Wick is my boy.
We like.
Yeah, I do like Wick
each other.
a lot.
We're
I know
friends.
you can take it.
We're fighting.
I wouldn't be yelling
That's
at Wick this
okay.
hard if I didn't love him. Okay.
It's because of Destiny. Hey. Oh my God.
I didn't expect you. I wouldn't be.
The risk of running out of time. It's about Destiny, right? Destiny's the one that's like demanding this excoriation of anybody that within his earshot that does not reflect his point of view, and making it so that Wick is like, hey, I just want to be I disagree with the Soy Pill, but I still like him, and he's surprised that the chatters are toxic to him. Of course they're toxic. They're making it the way that Steve talks. It's like this guy might as well be Joseph Stalin, the Soy Stalin Pill, right? Is what the way that Destiny is portraying these guys.
I'd be like, okay, whatever, and just.
Wait, Josiah had a question. I want to hear it.
Yeah. So Wick, I'll take what Hutch said there at face value. I don't know what the relative polling popularity is between DSA's positions versus MAGA's or the Tea Parties, but Hutch, knows what he's talking about. So let's just take that at face value. So there's so many differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, DSA and MAGA and the Tea Party.
It's coming down to the absolute wire.
All of my fucking mentions about, well, look what happened to Republicans. Look what happened to Republicans. And when we go through all the many reasons that the differences, the major differences between the two parties, it seems like it just goes right over people. It just washes off. The fact that something happened to the Republican Party does not mean that it will happen to the Democratic Party.
Not
because
necessarily.
They're correct. So
do you think we're immune to it?
I think that it is
immune to what? Can you please say what do you think is going on? Yo, Feral in space. Oh my God, almost saving it. What? Okay, wait. Oh my God, we're so close. 94? I mean, it's timing out.
Chinta super chatted $10. Stop the count.
Stop the count. That was oh my God, down to the wire. Wouldn't it suck if I was just like, nope, technically the time expired before the super cat. We're at 104 is what we're at. And I think, look, here's what I think, right? It gives you, when you sub to the channel, it gives you an extra minute, right? Feral in Space just used a Twitch Prime. Sorry, when you follow the channel, it gives you an extra minute, right? There's supposed to be, it's not doing its thing. If a Prime sub doesn't give you at least as much time as a follow, that seems unfair to me. Okay. And so in my mind, the timer should have gone up when Farrell hit that Twitch Prime sub, allowing Chenter to come in with the $10 super chat and push us over the line to 104. I'm gonna call it good. Yeah, super cat indeed. Super catafragilistic. Expialidocious. All right. Stream is saved on a technicality, which is the way that it should be. Stop the count. Yeah, stop the steal. That's right. We're gonna go on for another hour, chat. Oh wait, I gotta make it happen. I gotta make it happen. Let's make it happen. All right, this is exciting. Sub ad time, 1 hour. Boom. I can't believe that that's not an hour. All right, let's try it again. Sub ad time, 2 minutes. How about that? What do you think of that? There we go. Now that's an hour. That's what you should have gotten. We beat Iran to nuclear grade bonus content. True. Yeah, that's what we got to do. Is we got to go to Pickaxe Mountain. We got chat. If Trump was smart, he would go into Pickaxe Mountain and they would build their own nukes there. And they'd be like, see, Iran, we got to nukes first. We reinvented the nuke. This is the non-Oppenheimer nuke. Nuclear option. No, I shouldn't joke about that, chat. I really shouldn't joke about it. I could be talking about the fucking place where the, events that, I mean, Trump could literally use a tactical on Pickaxe Mountain.
Likely. I'm not going to sit here and say that in no timeline in the
slides freshly rolled churro and joint. Yes, indeed. And I got my freshly made papaya salad here. Look, I got optimistic, chat. I had a feeling. I was like, there's no way we were going to make this. We were going to add an hour, right? So let me throw down another bowl of, what is this, rice, papaya salad. Got some ginger in here, some cilantro, some peanuts, and this fried, delicious fermented vegan pork product, I suppose. Wow.
Multiverse could some sort of MAGA style takeover of the Democratic Party occur, but you, in my opinion, should be justifying your fear, because the other thing is this. You have the fact that the Republican Party is much more demographically and ideologically homogenous compared to the Democratic Party. You have what Hutch said about the relative popularity of the positions that the fringe elements took before.
Okay, so I'm going to roll him back. I want to let him roll. Again, I probably wouldn't agree with Josiah on everything, but he is cooking here. This is what's wrong with DSAs, with DGG's thinking. With Whick, with any of these, like, so-called political prognosticators, right? And Hutch half the time too. Like, he gets this idea in his head where he's like, look, if something happened to the Republican Party, right? And especially if, like, I don't know, people on CNN are talking about the DSA like they talk about MAGA, or they like their only frame of reference is like, well, there was the Tea Party and the Tea Party turned into MAGA, right? It's fucking brain rot. If you want to make a comparison, if you want to draw a historical parallel, you got to specify in what way these things are related. What was it about the Republican Party of, I don't know, 2016 that allowed like an incubation tank for MAGA? And how is it that you think that that's going to happen? And then you got to answer the question of, like, what is wrong with MAGA, right? Is it that they've thrown off their the party establishment? Is that what's wrong with MAGA? The party establishment is like a guardrail on populism? Is it that they are a personality cult led by a malignant narcissist? What do you think the problem with MAGA actually is? And the thing that they don't seem to think it is anything ideologically. Like, they don't see MAGA as being the fascist formation that it is. And chat, fascism is like the sort of fascism in it's sort of incubating, right? It's the but yeah, they're missing the point of what's wrong with Trump and Trumpism, and just thinking that it's like an excess, like we shouldn't go too far to the left and we shouldn't go too far to the right. America lucked out by cutting off communism and finding the exact right, the exact like the Goldilocks point for how society should be run, which is in between slightly regulated, pro-business, pro-capitalist, and you know, all out, you know, kill the poors, right? If you think that that's like a based, you know, political system to have, I don't know what to tell you. I got some NFTs to sell you.
Where they eventually conquered the Republican Party. And you have the fact that constitutionally speaking, the Democratic Party is infinitely more likely to fight amongst themselves and to eject not only members, but leaders. We effectively kicked out the sitting president of the United States, the most powerful person in the world, because we thought he was an electoral liability.
Yep.
The Republican Party is just not capable of that. And then the other thing is this.
Okay.
We just don't see a history of it in the Democratic Party. And despite all of these differences, nobody has yet to account for that. Nobody who takes your position, not Destiny, not Mooten, not you, nobody has said, okay, here's why I still fear that this thing could occur within the Democratic Party.
I can lay it out. So this idea that we don't have a history of this is just not true. If you look at the party from 2012 and its evolution to today, we have much more left-leaning people of influence and power. Like, for example, last cycle, it would have been unheard of for anyone to be campaigning with Hasan Piker. That just would not have happened.
Oh my God. I mean, he wasn't involved in.
He blew up. Yes. He went from being, I don't know, like a, you know, large political streamer on Twitch, which is still pretty fucking niche, to being somebody talked about by mainstream news sources. That's what changed, right? And partially because the same thing that has powered the DSA's you know, rise to prominence is also most likely powering Hasan's increased influence. What he's saying is resonating with people in a way that any of, you know, the candidates that Whick is so excited about, these exciting moderates that Matty Iglesias told us about on Pod Save America in a segment that I didn't end up covering. I don't know. Why are they not winning? Why are they not winning? Why does Haley Stevens have 80 volunteers? 80, not 80,000, all right? 80 volunteers versus 8,000 with Syed. There's a difference. There's something that's resonating. It's the same thing that's bringing Hasan to prominence, that's bringing the DSA to prominence. And these guys are just like the dead enders. In fact, I smell a dead ender in my chat right now. Coping about the end of the neoliberal project, right? Look, America's going to be better off without it, okay? And hopefully someday you see that.
That kind of shit. He himself.
And in a comparison of the DSA to MAGA from a person advocating policies that are objectively closer to MAGA is a very strange kind of projection. But thank you for sharing that with us, Ra.
Didn't involve himself in that. That's the metric.
No, that's one of the metrics. Are you saying I'm wrong? That if Hasan
Pisco. I mean, the Overton window has shifted substantially in the last 10 years.
No, that's not what he just said. No, I agree that the party has become more left-wing. Part of the reason you know that is because Joe Biden was the most progressive president of our lifetime, and Joe Biden was influenced heavily by people like Bernie Sanders and other, very left-wing members of the Democratic Party. I'm not denying that, but the question is, like, if the metric is...
And the other thing that I got to point out about Biden is that, yes, in a lot of ways, mostly economically, right? As far as domestic policy, Biden is the furthest left president of our lifetime. All right, now that's gonna be really disappointing. A lot of people are not gonna like what I just said. Unfortunately, it's true because what are we comparing him to, right? Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, maybe Jimmy Carter for some of us, if that, right? Yeah. The most progressive, and in some ways was returning to what the Democratic Party had been. Now, I want people to notice something about Biden. It didn't get him reelected. All right. And I don't think that that's because Americans don't need consumer first policies, union strengthening policies. I think it's because he didn't do it enough, right? And people don't get, a failure of something like the attempt to figure. I think Biden assumed that the middle path for student loans, for instance, was going to be trying to forgive them in the way that's more acceptable to the detractors, the people that are like, no, we got to exploit these students more. We got to squeeze them for every fucking ounce of money that they've got, right? He didn't do what he could have done, which would have been, he would have gotten yelled at, especially by the chattering class, right? But it would have been something that the Supreme Court would have been too late to undo. Biden didn't have the guts for that, all right? And he thought that, well, they'll see me try to forgive the student loans, fail to forgive the student loans, and they'll give me credit. And it turns out they didn't. It turns out that they didn't, okay? It's not because they knew what was really going on, that this was kind of a cynical ploy by the Biden administration. But again, the overall effect on the economy was not good enough. At the 24 election, even though you had low unemployment, the inflation rate had started to come down. You had just people that were economically insecure, and that had become more and more so as predatory elements entered the market. In the wake of the failure to correctly punish the people that were responsible for the financial crash of 2008, right? Americans did not get better off, and then the COVID stuff was the last thing that was kind of holding a lot of people up, and then it ended. And a lot of people feel like Biden owes us another check. So again, this was Biden's failure, and I would say that you got to read this into even a longer historical arc, right? We're talking about Biden, that's 4 years, he did a lot for working people. He tried to do even more in terms of the Green New Deal. And at the end of the day, he couldn't get enough stuff passed. It wasn't enough, right? You could see the same thing on a longer arc when it comes to Roosevelt, all right? Yeah, I'm low-key comparing Biden to Roosevelt. As epic of a change as the New Deal, the actual New Deal back in the 40s was, and as much as subsequent legislation improved Americans' lives, what it didn't do was prevent the aggregation of leverage by the wealthy. So we did have, for a while, top marginal tax rates above 90%, right? That's called confiscatory. That is saying that any income that you earn over, X amount, you're going to lose 90% of that to taxes, right? Which is what it's a starting point. But the real problem wasn't so much with, high wage earners. The real problem was with people that were earning their money through the exploitation of others, right? And then with Reagan, you get the cut in capital gains tax. It makes it even more capitalist friendly. And surprise, surprise, the capitalists buy the democracy, the democratic system. It's no longer one person, one vote. Now corporations are people, my friend. So ultimately, whatever needed to be done in the 40s was more hardcore than FDR's New Deal. And I've always maintained that, FDR did not go in to, kill capitalism or even to reform it over time. He did what he did to save capitalism from itself, to saw off the rough edges, to make it more palatable to people at a time when a lot of more people were considering non-capitalist formation. So that's a lot, but
Piker wouldn't.
We got to learn from history, chat. Whether it's the 4 years of Biden or whether it's the 40 years after FDR, before the Democrats turned into jellyfish, turned into spineless, worthless, corrupt. It turned into like a fake working people's party. Really,
have done that back in the day, or Hasan Piker didn't do that with them. Okay, but isn't it the whole complaint that he didn't used to do this kind of like intervention for Democrats.
My whole
He didn't
complaint with
use
Hassan is he's a
hang on,
terrorist
hang on.
supporting anti-Semite.
That
Whether he campaigns with this or not,
Keith said he joined. By the way, I just
that
texted
feels-
him. Keith said he'll join. if
That
you
feels
guys-
that feels a bit disingenuous, Pisco. Because like
Wait, what's disingenuous?
Because you're saying like, well, wasn't the complaint that he wasn't out there like supporting Democrats? It's like, well, that's not really what we're talking about, right?
No.
He's only out there right
I'm
now
saying
supporting.
I'm saying something different. What I'm saying is, if he was not like even involving himself in that time period, then there's nothing to compare X versus Y, right? I agree that like it's not the whole like him not being involved in favor of Kamala or Biden, that kind of stuff. I'm just saying.
I understand.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Did you send him the link, Josiah?
I'm sending it right now via Twitter DM.
So I think they're bringing in Keith Edwards here.
I can fight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. But here's the thing. In this Pisco, this is the problem I have with you. Like, I'm trying to paint a picture of a wall, and every time I paint a brick, you're like, we gotta stop at the brick and we gotta litigate this brick right now. Let me get through it, and then you can take me brick by brick.
Is the
if you like.
overall that the party has shifted to the left? If it's that, I'll grant it. Yes, it's true.
Okay, well, that just shifting to the left isn't sufficient for this, right? And I think we both agree on that. It wouldn't be sufficient to make my case.
Agreed.
It does kind of show that the party can change over time, right? Like Josiah, you're pointing to a snapshot of right now. You don't think, and to be clear, I agree with you. Like this instant, tomorrow we're not going to have DSA just take over in a night of the broken glass, like light in the long knives. That's not going to happen. But my fear is this is going to start a ball rolling that's going to be harder and harder and harder to stop as it gets bigger and bigger.
Right, but what's the way to stop that, Wick? Better policies.
Somebody point out, or somebody figure out, does Wick know the difference between those two events and the rise of Nazism? Because it sounded like to me that he just confused Kristallnacht with the Night of Long Knives. Like it almost sounds like he thinks we're talking about the same event here. Yeah, very different, very different things. Oh no, we got the Charlie Kirk. I'm supposed to play something, Chad. I gotta figure out something to play when we hit when we add an extra hour.
Better politicians, winning primaries.
But I don't want to use AI slop like Hasan does. No offense, Hasan.
Not electing MAGA so that they don't have the position for a few years. Like you need to be able to like nip this in the bud. If we talked about how Republicans should have stopped MAGA,
how was Biden's policy?
We should have elect more Democrats. Like that's not what they'd be saying. They say we need to run better MAGA or anti-MAGA politicians.
Good overall,
what? Yeah,
Biden's policies.
Of course.
Was that sufficient to win?
No, you need better rhetoric.
So saying we can just win by better policies is kind of silly.
Okay,
right?
How are you stopping the DSA wave other than maybe hoping MAGA wins? What's your other prescription?
The other prescription, better messaging is number one.
Okay.
Acknowledging the threat that DSA, like one of the reasons DSA gets away with what it gets away with is because people are like, well, they're just like us. They're just, they're democratic socialists in the way that.
Did you hear what he's saying? He thinks the only problem was messaging. $60 million spent on behalf of Haley Stevens, and you think the problem is better messaging, Wick? Seriously?
Maybe Pisco is, or the way that maybe
I'm not a democratic socialist.
I'm a social democrat, Wick.
They're like they're
left
leaning, they're progressive. They call themselves progressives, and they change what they call themselves in different venues, by the way, right? But they get away by masking on and people just kind of letting them in, right? So by identifying the threat, by kind of unmasking them,
I'm sorry,
kind of forcing
letting them into what? What are you talking about, Wick? Okay, I guess he wasn't with the group that tried to. Yeah, look, it's so weird. 1 week we're arguing for letting Destiny and his IRL harassment kick streamer Goon Squad into the College Democrats of America. The next week we're arguing for what? Not letting candidates into elections? Is that ultimately what he's talking about? The Democratic Party, removing DSA candidates from the ballot? Is that what you're gonna do? Because again, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. The Democratic Party is already unpopular. You wanna make the DSA more popular than the Democratic Party? Yeah, take away the few candidates that are inspiring people right now. The few candidates that have armies of volunteers out there working the streets for them, right? Chase those people off. And then people will start liking Democrats, or maybe the opposite will happen. And you will, you will expedite. You are an accelerationist on the end of the Democratic Party, sir.
People really reckon with what they actually stand for and what they're actually trying to do. I think a lot of people were like, whoa, they really want to abolish prisons? That's fucking crazy. And I think that goes a long way. But I think that one of the reasons they get away with it is, like I said.
So here's the deal, Whip. You want to know how this works?
It's insidious, and that's why it's very, very dangerous.
Right. You want to know how this works? You come out there with your shit-led candidate with 80 volunteers, and you say they're going to abolish prisons. And Syed comes out there with his 8,000 volunteers, and they say, we're going to make life less expensive. We're going to make life affordable for Michiganders. We're going to roll back this corporate power grab. We're going to stop data centers. And guess who wins, Wick? The person, with his hair on fire, or something, beard on fire, maybe. The person with his beard on fire yelling about the communist infiltration, tanky invasions, right? You sound like a certain VTuber I used to know. Tanky invasions, right? Or the person that says, hey, what I'm worried about is you being able to afford life, you being able to stay in your apartment, stay in your house, you being able to put groceries in the pantry every week, right? Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win that? Wick, people got bigger problems than your imaginary tanky invasion. Come on, bro. You know how marginal you are with this shit?
We all recognize the threat of MAGA.
As,
all of us.
As political commentators, we can all look at these shitty positions and say, these are shitty positions, right? I don't think anyone here is disagreeing with this. Abolish prisons is fucking ridiculous, right? But if you're asking, what does the Democratic Party do when you say we need to cut them out of the tent, we need to get rid of this cancer, we need to stop the stone from rolling down the hill?
This is the question that he has not answered.
So we message better, right?
He means
I agree with that.
He means like publicly disavowing them, distancing yourself from their policies. Like, Biden did that, to be honest with you.
Right.
When Biden said, I am the party, when people were trying to tie him to like Bernie's policies. And so I guess, Wick, I'm just saying, I think the better outcome would be Hong wins. And then we have like sensible Democrats that are in positions of leadership that have platforms and influence to do exactly that, to just say, like, listen,
look, I hope
the voters made their decision in Wisconsin, but obviously the Democratic Party is never going to support, getting rid of borders.
Yeah.
I
just
am I throwing in Keith, guys? He's here.
Yeah. Okay, bring him on.
All right. Seven people. This is the most libs learning we've ever had.
Yo, what up, Keith?
Hi. How are you?
Good, buddy. You doing well, man?
Good. Double check you're using the right mic. Go to settings at the bottom and then make sure it's the right mic there.
Certified little Brady Bunch here.
I'm sorry, that's the wisest thing that Hutch has ever said. Also, calling it a Brady Bunch is a great way to say you haven't been involved in a debate like this before, because it is what everybody says. So I'm assuming this is like a Discord call. DGG does not want anything. They just hate Hasan. Yeah. I mean, too much of this is just personal spite. And some of it is not necessarily, like, I don't think it's all Hasan Piker spite. I think there's some just there's a hatred, and there's always, for as long as I've been around chat, there's been a hatred and a weird jealousy amongst libs like DGG style libs, like people like, it would have been people like Mindwaves back in the day, against the insurgent left flank, right? We've got the energy, we've got the excitement, we've got the volunteers, they got nothing. This is a dying, bee colony, trying to sting, see if it can sting a few more people on its way out. What is GGG? Well, technically it's Destiny's website, destiny.gg. He hosts his live stream on the website. He embeds it so that everybody that watches the live stream counts as a viewer for Kick or for YouTube or wherever. And but more colloquially, it's just a reference to his community, right? People that live way too much of their lives around Destiny. Yeah, Destiny's fan base is a good explanation. Nathan Drake, I like that one.
Is that?
I want to see what Keith has to say at least.
Hold on, do another mic check. Keith,
Test.
do another
Hello?
mic check for us.
Hi.
Yeah,
There you go.
There you go.
Better.
There
Yep.
All right, there we go. Hi.
How's it going?
Welcome
What's
to
your
Live
take
and
on
Learn.
all
Nice
this?
to meet you.
This is a lot of men. This is a lot of men.
It's the manliest podcast there is.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
So Keith,
Yeah, well, let's not interrogate that. Let's not question that.
what, you said you could
I'm sure that's just how it is. Women don't like politics. Sure.
be here for 20 minutes. So weigh in on this. We're curious.
What is the topic at hand? I was gonna yell that in your chat, Hutch. So I'm grateful to
DSA,
be.
a bigger threat than MAGA right now. That's the
Is
topic.
DSA a bigger threat than MAGA?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's broader discourse about the concept of blue no matter who, and Wick is taking the
Where
position.
should
that-
our lines be?
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
should our lines be? Is it blue no
Well,
matter
here's the
who?
thing. Here's what I don't like is I think like there's a lot of personalities on Twitter who are doing this, and I really try not to do it. I think attacking the factions within the left does not help anyone. And I think like one of the things that MAGA has done for better or for worse is they're kind of, I mean, we're seeing it splinter now, but they're pretty cohesive. And I think like when it comes to most things, I think everyone on this live stream probably agrees on most of the big things, right? And so it's like that small 5%, it just doesn't feel like we're all on the same.
I didn't know anything about Keith before this panel, but he sounds pretty cool. Look, he's chill is what he is. Same thing with Josiah, right? These are not guys that, we'd agree with on a lot of subjects. These are still, liberals. I mean, Keith, he kind of does like similar to Midas Touch kind of content. But what he doesn't do is what Wick is trying to do here, and what Hutch is, made a name for himself in doing. What he doesn't do is punch left, right? Or I mean, there's one time that he did a video on Hasan Piker, but I don't know. It seems like he's kind of changed his tune. Like I don't know if he's necessarily like pro Hasan, but he's not. He's a chill liberal, right? I mean, and maybe even a little bit more to the left than somebody like Josiah. Josiah's very, normie liberal is how I would describe Pisco, Josiah, and Soy Pill, and Keith Edwards, a little bit more progressive. But yeah, kind of does like Midas Touch type coverage.
Same team. Maybe that sounds like really like naive or something, but I think like we're all trying to like work towards the same direction.
Well, let me push back. I don't think the DSA has the same end goals as liberals and progressives. They want to go far further than that. They want to end capitalism.
I think they
right?
have an extreme endpoint, but I do think the DSA does want to get to the same. We are all going in the same direction. I think they have a more extreme end than say like liberalism, but I don't think they are totally different. I don't think they're like.
I mean, they literally say we're not
different.
Democrats. We're using the Democrats, and like, don't get me wrong. Just to push back on this, Keith, I am totally for criticizing these people. The people that say you can't punch left, I think are very, very stupid. They just don't want the heat. I think Wick is totally fine to call these people out. My issue with Wick is that he says, well, to beat them, we need to let MAGA win.
Vote for
I'm fine
Tom
with
Tiffany in
criticizing these people,
Wisconsin.
primarying these people. Look at what happened with Cory Bush, with Jamal Bowman. If you don't like these people, once they get the power, this is the time where we say, well, this is bad. You're passing bad policy. Let's get rid of these
I just think
people.
there's like not this like inherent.
Yeah, go ahead and punch left if you want to, but don't be surprised when people turn around and say, I don't know, you kind of seem more like especially when your criticism is like, this is like MAGA, you guys, this is just like MAGA. And they look at your policies and they don't see like enough of this is the reason that the DSA exists. This is the reason that there is a left flank. There's a reason that there is a bit of a revolution in the party, is that the Democratic Party has gotten, over time, what they're offering has gotten too close to what the Republicans are already offering. It's gotten too close. In other words, you're more like MAGA. You're closer to MAGA, right? Go ahead and punch left. Go ahead and punch left, but you're only going to be drawing attention to I want more of a MAGA type policy. I actually believe in American exceptionalism. please go ahead and say that shit. Talk about Western civilization some more. It's like there are certain ways in which liberals sort of out themselves as being, you know, I mean, this is why like the whole cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds is not like a desire for people to cut liberals or you know, a way of saying, well, you're basically a fascist. It's just that like fascism, it's pretty widely dispersed, and oftentimes some of the brainworms that cause people to revile the left flank are the same brainworms that empower fascist movements like MAGA.
Evil with some people on the left just because they see things a little differently than you do. That's all.
That's not why. It's not because they see things differently, right? It's because they want to do things that I think that would fundamentally destroy our party and destroy America, and they hang out and are boosted by people.
How many DSA members are there? Aren't there like only like 100,000 or something?
Yeah.
So like,
much.
But come on, you're really worried about 100,000 people are going to destroy the country?
There are polls
like,
showing
it just
that
feels
like
again, it just feels like misplaced.
I think it's more about their oversized impact on the discourse. So it's true that very few people in this country identify as like an authoritarian leftist or like an actual Marxist, or could even like define what those words mean.
But DSA is not made up with people who think they're Marxists or.
Oh no! Wait, hang on.
No, but no, I'm saying there are people in DSA. Like there are people in DSA who think they are Marxists. Yes, who believe.
No, that's the whole. But no, that's the whole org. That's the entire organization.
Like, do you believe in everything in the Democratic Party?
No, I don't. But I'm saying like the
well,
organization.
There's a lot of people in the
are,
DSA who also do not agree with like that. Like what do they put like those things that they believe in? I don't know what the
abolish prisons and everything.
Yeah. That shit's nuts. I was at a DSA meeting 3 weeks ago, and they were like, a majority of the people who were there were like, yeah, that shit's insane. The thing is like, there's a discrepancy. There's like there's internal debates too, of like where the DSA wants to head, and there's a huge difference between the national DSA versus local chapters.
Well,
and I think that's something that's
I take your point. You can have chapters that are maybe more moderate than others, but if I go to the DSA platform, the very first thing at the very top here asks, imagine taking a day off from work in a future without capitalism. That's the very first thing that they mentioned on their website. And so, you know, you can say that you went to a meeting and there were people that were more chill, but the organization is like very definitionally.
I understand. I think
anti-capitalist, anti-liberal.
Yes, I think the people at the top of the DSA, but I think there's also like this fight within the DSA to decide in what direction.
No one hates
to.
DSA more than the internal members. All they do is fight. But first of all, guys, if anyone called me a sweeper before, I think you can say I'm strictly to the right of Keith on the defense here. This is very clearly like, all right, like they want very different things than the current Democratic Party. They want to use the Democratic Party to achieve those things. I think you're downplaying the severity of how bad it could get. I'm just saying MAGA's worse right now.
Well, wait a minute. So this is something new because I didn't realize this. Of course, it's because I don't obsess over it. But the DSA platform was not voted on by its 100,000 members. Is that correct? It was approved.
No, they have a convention, and they have
there's a convention,
and they vote on the platform. So it's democratized within the institution.
No, there's a vote. I don't know how the whole process works, but it's not like every member is voting on the platform. You know.
Yeah, but and understand with Keith, this I think the first time he's been on one of these things, like, I mean, this shit is like old hat to me, to many of us. You know, if you've watched the Prime Kai panels, if you watch the Hippy Dippy panels, and now the Wick panel versus this, which, you know, the Live and Learn panel, a little bit more selective in their content creators. Again, not people that I necessarily agree with on a lot of things. It's a lot of times for very cursed opinions, but it is, you know, better than like, it's better than watching Wick, which we will be doing this week, chat. Maybe watching Destiny's reaction to all this, to tomorrow, because Destiny is one of the people that's really got people, talking about, look, blue MAGA is generally like a metaphor, or you're not you're talking about the elements of the Democratic Party that in some way act like or think like MAGA, that are cult like, right? But in the case of this, we're talking about Democrats that are now discussing, or people that call themselves Democrats, right, now discussing like, hey, maybe with Francesca Hong, would it be better to vote for the MAGA guy, the election denial guy? Maybe that would be better. Prime, Wick, and Hippy Dippy I view as cognitive hazards. Well, luckily, Hippy Dippy is definitely not around anymore. I don't know if is Prime still. Does Prime do like one panel a week now or something still? We probably should switch over to Master Shake calls Hasan a lowlife. Oh my god, chat. Is it my birthday? It feels like I just got a gift from chatters and from donors. What else is here? Okay, so Josiah unleashes on Hutch. Oh god. I want to see this. What happens at 119? What happens at 119? I thought we had let's just see really quick. And then we'll go. I'll queue up the I'm gonna queue up the next thing, the Mark Levin Master Shake.
I know you guys were just in the middle of something.
You've already interrupted. Now you have to keep going.
For what it's worth, I just want to say, Keith.
So I don't know anything about leftist Blondie, but they've entered the discussion as well.
Put a button on it. Like, I am not going to deny your experience with DSA, and I don't share, Wick's contempt for DSA or even Hutch's to the extent that they do. Now, I do think that there is an illiberal strain within the upper echelons of DSA.
I don't know. Hang on. I don't know why people are saying it is like this. It's not an illiberal strain. That is from the top down.
Is AOC a liberal? Is AOC a liberal in your estimation?
She's not the top down. She's a DSA endorsed candidate.
Didn't they disavow her?
So wait a minute. So wait a minute.
Why are you fighting me on this? Why are you fighting me on this?
Because you want to paint the entire DSA as illiberal, and I reject that category. I just categorically reject that.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know. Have you read their platform?
I've read their platform, but this is where I think Keith has a fair point, which is this idea that literally every single candidate or every single member of the DSA must co-sign the illiberal extreme of the national platform.
No. But the national
platform, reject it.
That is the party identity, though. But I feel
so wait a minute. So to be clear, you agree then that AOC and Zoran Mamdani are illiberal. You cannot be a liberal member of the DSA.
No,
right?
That's not.
He's saying the majority of them are going to probably follow the national platform.
You're trying to find a contradiction. You're not.
No, I mean, I found it. I found it. You're fucked.
No, but she governs like a pragmatic, progressive liberal, and she's DSA aligned. She's still,
take AOC out. What about Mamdani? Mamdani has not been disavowed by AOC or by the DSA. Is Zoran Mamdani illiberal?
I would say so. Yes,
he's a communist, right?
So. Okay. I'll be right back. 1 second. I don't mean to bail. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah, Josiah here. I'll argue for Edge because I agree with him here. Like the idea that this isn't a majority of this like coalition. I
did not say even majority. I said the idea that literally every single member.
No one's saying there aren't exceptions. They're saying this is the DSA, this is the org, this is their national platform, and this is what they're pushing. Like, why would you be a part of an org if you're that opposed to communism in the long run, if you're that opposed to seizing private property, if you're that opposed to this national platform?
Can you be a liberal who is not opposed to communism?
I don't know if you can have liberal communism, no.
Okay, so then by definition, there can be no liberal member of the DSA, right? You're
No.
boxed in, Soy.
No,
You're-
there
wait
are
a minute.
there
Wait a
are
minute.
people
Square,
in the
square
DSA
the
who do
circle
not
for me.
support communism.
You
No,
said you
literally,
can't
it
be
sounds
part-
it sounds
does
like
not-
Keith is one of these people who is just like, no, even though a majority of the people kind of want this illiberal communist
How can
seizing
Keith
of private
possibly
property.
be liberal? How can Keith
Because
be
in the
possible?
short term, this is not big enough for him to like. It's like, look, they're pushing more progressive. They're fighting harder. They're organizing, and yeah, maybe that's their end goal. But it's so far in the future that it doesn't matter to me, right?
So then
Like,
you can be a liberal member of the DSA.
I
and
didn't say
was
you
correct.
couldn't. I'm just saying that
You just
clearly the
said that-
majority. No, I'm saying you
said
probably
that
can't be a liberal
Can
communist.
you be a liberal MAGA?
You said that you said that
No,
DSA.
Josiah, can you be a liberal
DSA
MAGA
supports
guy?
communism,
Can you be
right? The
liberal
national
and support
platform,
MAGA?
Yeah.
right?
Part of
Soy
MAGA.
pill.
Yeah.
How and you said how
he's
can
just
you
not
be
gonna answer
part of an organization that has such an illiberal?
Chat, we got a Wick freakout coming up here.
So you're asking what the efficacy is, not
Yeah,
that
obviously
it's not
people are
possible.
part of
Let's
it.
just get through the Wick freakout.
Oh, okay.
The
Well, then there, we're
AOC is-
good. We're good. Then
Okay, yeah, we
100%.
didn't disagree.
Okay.
I'm just,
All right,
but the
perfect.
fear was not, can you be an exception in this? The fear is, hey, these people do not have the same goals, the same end goals as you. Some people in it do, some people don't. Most probably don't, if they are Marxist-Leninists or Marxists.
I'm assuming.
So,
I'm assuming
so
Keith
Keith,
is a-
then we agree that Keith is a liberal member of DSA, and it's
I don't know
possible to be liberal members of the DSA.
I don't
If
know
he's
if
telling the
liberal
truth,
or
yeah,
not.
sure.
Okay.
I just don't know why you're fighting so much on this one particular thing, Josiah. Like, instead of just acknowledging that this is an organization
why is
that
that, Josiah?
It is fundamentally Marxist. It is a
So
fundamental.
Hutch, I'm going to ask you. Hutch, I'm going
Don't
to
get
ask
so
you.
defensive.
can
Wait, hang
you-
on. Just
can
listen
you
to me.
be a liberal member
What do you
of
think DSA's goals are? What do you think
Can
DSA's
you be
goals are?
I think that their goals are to abolish prisons, as they say.
No,
to
no,
totally...
no. I'm not. Listen, I'm not talking about specific policies per se, but I'm saying like the broad vision. What do you think they're trying to accomplish? Politically.
To locally or nationally.
I mean, both.
I think
All
their
over.
goal. I think their goal is to fundamentally alter, like the end state is to fundamentally alter the current state of America and make it a more socialist enterprise.
Okay, then why are you fighting us on this,
Yeah,
man?
what are you fighting us on?
Why
No.
are you fighting me when I say it is possible to
No
be
one's
a
saying- we
liberal
didn't
member
fight you
of
on
the
that.
Why are you-
DSA? Well, wait a minute.
It's possible, just like it's possible to be someone who is liberal and supports MAGA. It's
Yeah,
possible.
Wick is
it's
Wick
just
is
not
liberal and
likely.
supports MAGA. Come on.
Actually,
I'm sorry. Why are all of you fighting workplace democracy? If you're liberal, if you're fundamentally liberal, and you feel like those values are good, right? That people should have a say in something like a country, then why not something like the enterprise that they're supporting with their labor? Does that not buy you some sort of input on the way that you're treated as an employee, on the way that are we okay with the internet continuing to be more enshittified, the products that we buy being worse, the prices being higher? Are we okay with this? Like, you're concentrated fully on the wrong thing, all of you. Like, you're concentrated on worrying about something that is not even materialized here, where we have capitalism and it is getting worse and worse and worse. The more they take control over everything, including our elections. You can't have a fox. You cannot keep a bunch of foxes outside of a chicken coop. All right? Capitalists are the foxes. Democracy is the chicken coop. Eventually, those foxes are going to get in there, and you know what the fuck is going to happen. And if you believe in raising chickens and eating eggs or whatever else goes with that, you cannot be in favor of keeping foxes right there. All right. God damn it, Wick, please, can we get you to Wick out?
I don't know if that's the case. I have to think about that. I don't know if it's possible to be a
It's
liberal
possible.
MAGA.
It's going to happen any second now.
It's possible to be liberal and support the DSA.
Supposedly.
I want to ask Keith.
I do have
as
to
a
go
lib-
soon. Just FYI.
Keith, I assume you're a liberal.
Wait, does he just dip or does he get mad? I thought he got mad.
Is that correct? Do you identify as a liberal? Are you a socialist? Like, how do you?
Yeah, liberal. Yeah.
Liberal. So,
yeah.
Are you afraid that as a liberal joining DSA that you could open the door for some of the more extremist stuff by legitimizing them?
No, I mean, I don't. What do you mean?
So you've heard
Legitimizing
some of
them?
their
Aren't they already
national
legitimized.
No. But I think the concern is that we're kind of sane washing some of the more extreme stuff while you're not hearing that from the people on the ground at the meetings you're going to. But people are concerned that it's a Trojan horse to bring in this group.
So in other words, like, look, if this was this big priority that like it's gonna be the next thing that they do, as soon as they get into power, they're They're going to executive order capitalism out of existence, which is literally what Destiny claimed. You know, you've got to, they're not talking about this shit at the meeting, IRI. The members, the volunteers, the energy, the people, the thing that they've got that you don't have, right? DGG, LAN, live and learn. Nobody gives a fuck. All right, DSA, people are getting involved. People are getting in, you know, people are joining up, right? It's experienced phenomenal growth in the past few years, right? You gotta judge like what's realistic for them to do by like the things that the membership is talking about, the things that the membership are excited about. The only thing that's going to allow you to pass a piece of legislation that is antithetical to what capitalists want, which is basically anything the DSA supports, is if you have overwhelming support from the people, right? So what makes you think that the items that nobody's talking about in the meetings, you think they're all like, shh, don't talk about that. Secretly, yes, we are going to abolish prisons, let all the rapists and murderers out, crime will be legal, and then we're gonna unalive every tech bro, and like, right, all this shit that you like, I don't know, that one might be popular enough. Sorry, that's bad example, chat, bad example. Unfortunately, that one might be more popular than anyone expects. But no, the things that are going to go on, the things that they're going to be able to accomplish are the things that people, their volunteers, are excited about, right? And if they don't do those things and they have some other priorities, even if they believe in those priorities, especially things that are not well thought out, or that they're trying to do too fast, or without thinking of the ramifications, or really that have the policy ramifications have not been sufficiently studied, right? Those are going to be the last things that they're able to possibly get done, right? The first things are going to be the things that we all say that we agree on, and then when it comes to actually doing them, somehow it doesn't happen. And that reason, chat, has been the influence of money in politics. That reason has been the way that $60 million comes in to fight your campaign if you say that you're calling what Israel does a genocide, and you say that you want Medicare for all, right? You want to do something about the exorbitant charging from the power company and the data centers, right? Turns out a lot of money comes in to make sure that those priorities, the ones that we all agree on, the ones that the DSA, the things that the DSA backs that are actually resonating with people, are going to be the ones, the things that are easier to get done first.
That undermines capitalism and liberalism. Does that concern you at all, joining a local chapter?
No, I mean,
goddamn.
I
come on, Wick. Freak out.
Capitalism. I think capitalism deserves to be undermined. I don't think it is serving us as best it could right now. We used to regulate shit. We used to regulate things. I like to get into regulation again. So yeah.
So sock them.
I think that what was Wick guy is very
dramatic. Keith, are you masking on right now? Like, can you just
tell
us what your real
I'll just ask you. I got
all of it right now.
Did Hasan Piker shock his dog?
What?
Did Hasan Piker shock his dog?
He says he didn't. No.
He says he didn't.
What are we doing here?
Anyway, that's all I needed.
I don't know
guys,
if
I gotta
Keith
go.
traffic
I
in
love
that.
you all.
Keith, I don't. Do you like follow like Hasan?
I have no
drama?
idea what that.
Okay,
I don't know.
Wick, ask him a different question, because
Sure.
that's
Do you
a
think,
bit more
do you think
niche.
Hasan Piker
The answer
is
is yes.
Do you think Hasan Piker is a threat to the Democratic Party?
No.
Okay. Yep. That's all I needed. Okay. I'll.
All right. And with that, chat, I got to give you some bonus content. All right. And you earned it today. And what are we doing? Oh my God, chat, my very favorite thing in the world. The 4th place finisher. Oh no, chat. Speaking of democracy, speaking of the influence of money in politics, look, I strive to set up like the whole system so that ideally, like at least half of the time, probably more than half of the time, the voters make the decision. Sometimes, sometimes when only one person puts their money where their mouth is in terms of their donation, and puts it towards one thing, it kind of overturns the will of the people. This is one of those times, but maybe it's for the better, right? Maybe democracy is overrated, and I am actually an authoritarian tanky, because definitely authoritarian tankies would be listening to the influence of big money on their. Let's see if we can find Master Shake. Where does Master Shake live? Yes, I've got him. Okay, there's Master Shake. We're gonna wait till he naturally occurs.
Later, I love you.
Bye.
No, you don't love anyone, Wick. Except for Destiny.
Hasan Piker is now touting an anti-Israel litmus test.
Is Hannity loud enough for? That's a weird question to ask, right? Is Hannity loud enough for you, chat?
For any Democrat with 2028 presidential aspirations, take a look at these really repulsive.
He seems not loud enough.
Remarks.
Will you endorse the 2028
Okay.
candidates if they are pro-Israel in a
Is this better?
way that you don't like? If you ultimately,
it's kind of quiet, isn't it? Yeah.
Defeating fascism in this country, as you describe it, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I'm going to have to make that calculation at all, because there is 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. You'll see.
Here with reaction, the host of Life, Liberty, and Levin, and of course his own.
Excuse me. That's wrong. That's incorrect. Let's fix that image, all right? That's not what you're supposed to be seeing. This, chat. This is what you're supposed to be seeing. There we go. Something like that is what you should be seeing. Same picture. It's the same picture. No difference. There's no difference. I might give you a little extra time too, because I made you watch so much of Wick. I wanted to see that Wick moment where he dips out after saying, do you disavow Hasan Piker, dog abuser?
Syndicated radio host. Of course, he's here on the Fox News channel. I call him the Great One, Mark Levin.
The Great One.
Mark.
We call him the Shake One. Okay, that's what we call him.
The guy that blamed America for 9/11/01. There is 0% chance any 2028 Democratic nominee will be pro-Israel. Now, if that's not anti-Semitic bigotry institutionalized in a party, I don't know what is.
What are you smoking?
Your thoughts?
You know, this guy is, well, we're on cable TV. I got to watch it. He's a real lowlife. You know, it's a funny thing, this guy Piker. He doesn't condemn communist China. In fact, he says Mao was the greatest man to ever walk the planet. Right now, communist China has about 2 million Uyghurs, Muslims, in internment camps where they're being raped, tortured, enslaved, and murdered. He says...
I've heard they use shock collars now.
In Yemen, which is 99% Muslim, 150,000 Muslims have been starved to death and murdered.
By who, Mark? By who? And if you said Saudi Arabia, you'd be correct.
In the Syrian civil war, 580,000 Muslims were killed, and this lowlife says nothing about any of it. He is obsessed with Jews and Israel.
Did he call him Piker? Yes, he did.
Obsessed with America. And by obsessed, I mean he hates us. He hates this country.
Like, not obsessed in a good way. No, he's actually an Ameribu. He kind of is obsessed with the country, just not in the way that you're representing.
He hates the citizens of this country. He hates the Israelis. He hates Jews. You know, he was raised in Turkey. You know, Turkey, the country that's run by our dear friend Erdogan, who's another Jew hater, an Israel hater, and so forth and so on.
And funny enough, the next target for Israel, should somehow, you know, Iran be brought low, forced to, I don't know, do regime change and say I'm Israel high, the next target would be Turkey.
I'm really troubled by the fact that we have people coming into this country, or coming back to this country, that hate it so much and spew their poison left and right. I don't know how this guy gets a platform. I don't know how anybody pays to give him a platform. He's not intelligent. He's just a thug. He's just another Jew hater. And you can find them anywhere. You can find them on the street. You can find them anywhere. So this guy gets paid a fortune
But if you find them where they're right wing, Fox News will praise them, right? If you find them where they're right wing, they'll be like, well, no, this is a problem, you know, like these liberal Jews, they keep on voting for pro-immigration, politicians, and they're kind of doing like a replace. It's like they're replacing. We should get blood, and they're basically these are after everybody disavows the fucking Charlottesville Nazis, right? They are literally going back, and that's the kind of anti-Semite they love, right? The one that'll talk about secular Jews and talk about the synagogue of Satan and all that garbage.
Because he's a Jew hater. Now, as far as the Democrat Party goes, I hate to say this, he's not that far off the mark. The Democrat Party is led by individuals who are Israel haters. By Israel haters, you have to be a Jew hater. It's the only Jewish state that exists. Now, they like to say, well, we don't hate Jews, it's just Israel. Well, that's like saying we don't hate Catholics, we just hate the Vatican. That doesn't make any sense, does it? No, it doesn't. So that some of them try.
If the Vatican was allowing for the large-scale rape and molestation of tens of thousands of children, then yeah, maybe opposing the Vatican would be a problem. Or if the Vatican, I don't know, decided that, like, I don't know, Sicily belonged to them, started to bomb them and settle their territory, then yeah, I think people would have a problem with the Vatican. And over the years, yeah, there has been, yeah, the Vatican has been problematic.
And camouflage their Jew hatred. This guy's out of the closet in many ways. He is what he is.
At this point, yeah, Miku, yeah, most Jewish people do hate Israel. They'll try to get a poll, though, where they're like, well, but did he exist? They'll ask a different question to try to gin up the numbers that Ethan Klein or God, who else? Like in terms of, I guess, Bad and Banana, but for a different reason, we'll try to show to say that Jewish people do support Israel.
But you have the guys like Van Hollen, you've got guys like Bernie Sanders, you've got people like that in the House, you've got a whole phalanx of Jew haters and American haters. Every single one of the Jew haters, every single...
Trump hates the Pope? Yeah, he sent J.D. Vance over to kill him.
One of the Israel haters hate America. Have you noticed that? And they trash our country as much as they trash Israel.
Although the Pope is not nearly as sexy as since he's started endorsing AI.
Because Israel and America have things in common. A democracy, representative...
But only if it's Claude. Only if it's Claude. Only Claude.
People. What else do we have? The belief in the Judeo-Christian value system and belief system. We embrace the Enlightenment. Israel embraces the Enlightenment. We do not embrace the ideology of jihadi Islamists.
Israel doesn't even, like, Israel's... anybody know about, like, archaeology in Israel? Anybody know what's going on with archaeology in Israel? Right? You talk about the Enlightenment, right? The Enlightenment, a big part of the Enlightenment is the embrace of the scientific method, right? Well, archaeology in Israel is not done in a scientifically methodological manner, right? Archaeology in Israel is often done to try to prove, the Bible as a book of history, which it's not. You can look at Jewish scholars in Rome, like Josephus, and see the discrepancies where the Bible gets it wrong. So no, you would not be correct but not in the in the like American Christian sort of way of I don't know, what are they want to prove that Jesus rode a dinosaur or something, I guess, but more in or that the earth was is younger than science says it is. But this is more in a way of trying to lay claim to the territories, to establish like a historical claim to areas that they want to settle.
We do not embrace the ideology of Marxists, and that is the modern-day Democrat Party, Marxist Islamists, and that is the modern-day ideology of the Democrat Party. So I expect this from Piker. He is a lowlife. That's exactly what he is. And by the way, there are many like him. He's not talented. He's just a vile, poisonous human being. Well, he's a vile, poisonous person anyway. Yeah.
Well, what about
maybe he's not human? Maybe he's not human. Though. Just leaving it there. Just leaving it there. That maybe Hasan, maybe a lizard person, possibly. Maybe everyone from Turkey is. So
the rest of the party. I mean,
secretly a turkey. I don't know.
I won't say a word. The AOC, the squad, there is among many virulent anti-Semitism. They don't hide it. You know, basically they have now, what he's stating on their behalf is he will institutionalize a litmus test.
What even is this?
Jewish people. You know, does that mean Josh Shapiro?
Like this whole.
Does that mean he has no shot because he's
anybody's parents watch Fox News and you know how the shit works? Like Hannity's on and then he throws it to Levine. Levine gives this little spiel, then Hannity comes back in. What is it about Piker, actually, Mark? What do you think?
I would assume supports Israel. John Fetterman.
Well, you know, Josh Shapiro has his own problems as far as I'm concerned. He's not as moderate as he pretends to be. But you're right, he's off the list. He's Jewish. But it's not just Jewish. It's also going to be evangelical Christians. It's going to be people of faith, a faith that is based in our founding in this country, that serves as the underpinning of our institutions. Remember, these same people, many of them, the Democrats, just like the Democratic Socialists of America, the Marxists, they oppose the Supreme Court. They trash the presidency. They attack the Electoral College.
So for all you liberals out there, right, just understand this. The fate of the DSA, right, in terms of the Republican ability to suppress their movement is going to be a fate that you also share, right? No matter what you say, no matter what you do, no matter how many times you disavow wokeness 3 times before the rooster crows, they're gonna put you in the same place, right? They're coming for you after they deal with the communists. So again, I never knew what exactly is Whick endorsing, because the worst case scenario is that it's some kind of a purge. Endorsing, sitting by while the Trump administration, just puts, like imprisons, leftists, imprisons DSA supporters, right? Because part of me thinks that's what this is about. Ultimately, it's just they don't even have to do anything. They just kind of keep quiet, don't say anything, keep their nose clean, and maybe they won't come for us. Oh, they'll come for you too. They will come for you too. They'll come for the they'll come for the left wing of MAGA if that exists, right? Anybody that's not a full hog writing Trump's hog.
Attack the Senate. The Democrats want 4 more Democrats. The Marxists want to get rid of the Senate altogether. They want to rejigger this society. They want to rejigger human beings, because that's what Islamists and that's what Marxists want to do. So they have a lot in common. Now, who stands up to this? What is the oldest religion, Abrahamic religion, that exists? Judaism. What's the second one? Christianity. So Judaism and Christianity come under attack. Why? Because they are the bulwark against these ideologies. Marxism believes in no faith, no God. He said it was mysticism. Islamism insists that you either are a true believer to their faith, the radical Islamists, or they'll kill you. And so who stands up to this? Jews, Christians, Israel.
The fuck is he talking about? Putting like Jews and Christians up against Marxists and Muslims?
The United States. And we are thriving, free, happy societies.
Yeah, exactly. Or else ellipsis. What is the third?
People who speak like this guy Piker, they're angry.
Piker? I saw Piker.
The Democrat Party.
Sung cucumber.
Buys into it. The way it brought into slavery, the way it brought into segregation, the way it brought into Jim Crow. It is a un-American party, and it's always been an un-American party.
And that un-American party is called Republican right now after the realignment. That's your party. That's your guys, Mark. That's your guys. I know you want to Captain Ginyu this shit like your name is Dinesh D'Souza, but we read history here in this house.
All right, the great one, Mark Levin, will be watching.
The great one? Who calls him that?
All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with me, Sean Hannity. The big interviews, the debates.
Oh my God.
Like and subscribe.
Look, is it just me, chat? Or was that a little too similar? Right, because what we just saw, it struck me as being maybe a little too similar to the Live and Learn, the criticisms that we heard. Little too similar there. And I don't know if they realize what a dangerous game they're actually playing, because it will not stop. It may start with the communists. It will not stop with the communists. And just like this stream chat, it will not stop, but it will go on into Echoplex Media, who I haven't had time have not had a chance to raid in a heck of a long time. Sounds so folksy saying that. We're sending a pretty decent sized raid over there into Echoplex Media. Hey, they raid us a whole bunch. We're gonna hit them back for once. So they're very rarely on when I'm raiding. So yeah, if you're with us on Twitch, you'll raid in with them. I want to shout out my Patreons, not just because I appreciate you, especially when it comes time at the beginning of the month, right, Chad? I get paid on the 11th and on the 21st. So the beginning of the month is the time that I need to pay bills. That's when my electricity and all that stuff comes due. And I'm always thankful for my Patreons when I'm a little bit short on that, because you got my back. Anyway, shouts out to, I give shouts out to everybody that supports me at the $5 level or above. Let's go ahead and do those now. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverwood. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noib. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerox. With that being said, chat, you got 6 seconds left. Jump in that raid if you're not in there already. Fly, my pretties. We're sending them out. We're sending out the good vibes into Echoplex. I can't talk. I cannot fucking talk, chat. Echoplex Media is what I was trying to say. There we go. Hopefully.
And we got goats. Oh shit. No comment, chick. Yo, no comment, chick. Are you raiding out right now so that you can make sure to be up tomorrow to be on Twitter to watch all these people lose their fucking minds?
We're talking about the elections. We're talking about the primaries. Yeah. We're gonna definitely be hearing a lot of people lose their minds tomorrow. We're watching them on their stream. I don't know, chat. We gotta watch what is it? Hasan, there is a documentary from CNN on Hasan. There's also apparently a pretty good Destiny crash out. We'll take a look at that. I'm guessing there's gonna be some Wick panel at some point. I don't know. Maybe you're wicked out, chat. One in chat if you're wicked out. Maybe you've had enough Wick already. But that's our friend Echoplex Media. Go over there and give them a follow on twitch.tv/Echoplex Media. Awesome friend, awesome content. Right now, they seem to be going over Dave Rubin, and I have got to. So yeah, much love, everybody. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for liking the stream. It helps me out a lot. I appreciate it greatly. If you still haven't liked it, it's the best time, to do it is earlier. The second best time is right now. So you feel free to like the stream on your way out. But yeah, thank you for all the support to everyone. Thank you to everyone for all the support. I am trying to see this. I've only seen one Wick one time. I'm already over him. That is not an uncommon reaction, GTG Wicked. But yeah, thanks for being here, Splashson. Can't wait for that. I'll be here again tomorrow. Again, the streaming days: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday, Friday, Saturday, skip Sunday, 7 p.m. Pacific time to 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. We stream for 4 hours with the possibility to stream for 2 more hours. And even on days where I'm supposed to only stream for 1 more hour, turns out that's a 6 hour stream in the books once again. So yeah, be here. And remember, Saturday now is going to be we're changing it from Friday to Saturday. Saturday is going to be the stream that can last as long as it wants. If we get over 300 on any of the other days, we will throw that extra time over to Saturday, and I will do the inhuman feat of strength that you're accustomed to of streaming for as long as people keep it the subathon rolling on Sunday, which last time was over 13 hours, chat. I did 13 hours. That's pretty close to my limit, but I always want to test myself. If you can put the numbers up, I want to see if I can put the time up to match. And you were not disappointed. Yeah, we unlocked a whole bunch of personas last time, right? We got, I don't know, it must have been 10. It was just because we got all the tarot cards and we were give them to Igor, and he's all he flips around the card, he looks on the back, he's oh, this monster's number is do, and he dials it up and he calls up the monster, and it's this spooky music plays, and it comes and it appears, whoa, I am the spooky ghost, I will now be your persona. So we got like 10 of those last time. We're ready to rock now, chat. We are ready to rock that dungeon, which is going to be a pretty interesting dungeon, and you're going to get to know a lot more about these characters and their origin points on Saturday. So stick around for that. Persona 2, we do video game content every week now on a Saturday, so that I can have a Sunday to recuperate from all the from possibly staying up way too late. So much love, everybody. Take care of take care of yourself and each other's. Wow, I can't talk. Oh my God, chat. My brain, I promise my brain will be less scrambled next time I show up. There was one more thing. Oh yeah, here we go. When I say bye-bye, it's this guy's sign off. This is John McLaughlin. He was a panel host for PBS actually for a very long time. Wick says you should be treating this as you would a candidate who hung out with Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens on the last day of their primary. And I say, wrong. You should be treating this like a candidate who hung out with Hasan Piker on the last day before an election, because that's what they are. But anyway, chat, with that sign off with the John McLaughlin and everything else, I will see you next time, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. See you then. Got to do the. I can't. I like what? Put your head. You know. I'm learning alchemy, chat. I'm studying alchemy. Right. I'm gonna be a really good alchemist. I gotta be able to clap my hands like this and then slam them on the ground. I think that's how alchemy is supposed to work. Anyway, see you next time. Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. Anyway, been watching the show. It's for free right now if you're in Asia. You can. There's a channel on the YouTube that yes, Boomer status achieved. There's a channel on YouTube that it has currently got all of the series. So I'm getting there, chat. I'm gonna finish the series tonight. So wish me luck. It's getting intense. Anyway, much love. Take care of yourself and each other, and